Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle, underwent a complete transformation after Chung Yan's soul transmigrated from Earth into his body. Chung Yan, an overworked engineer at a design institute who spent his days drafting blueprints, died from exhaustion while rushing to meet a client's deadline. His soul transmigrated into Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of Greycastle, right as he was presiding over a witch trial. As a modern man educated in science since childhood, he immediately stopped the ignorant masses from executing the witch, shouting those words, "Release that witch!" Chung Yan decides that since he's transmigrated into a prince, he'll live properly in this identity. From this moment on, he becomes a different Roland Wimbledon. However, Roland soon discovers from the rescued girl Anna that this world's laws differ from the reality he knew. Magic, this miraculous power, actually exists. On this culturally backward continent, witches are treated as embodiments of evil. It's a criminal waste. They simply don't understand the value of witches. Roland signs contracts with the witches, flexible hours, full benefits package, paid vacation, afternoon tea, birthday perks, team building trips, everything is arranged. Surviving in this turbulent fantasy continent, Roland combines science with magic, using his revolutionary knowledge and the witch's abilities to create all kinds of industrial products that far exceed this era. Using the witch's diverse abilities, he achieves brilliant success in production, medicine, education, art, and every other field, launching the hardcore development of the Roland model. This prince died from overwork in his previous life, but after transmigrating, with his engineering background and vast knowledge, he continues living as a drafting slave, driving his territory's technological advancement. He creates an environment where witches and ordinary people coexist harmoniously, gradually bringing the western territory of Greycastle and even the entire kingdom under his rule. This prince with upright values and modern thinking attracts the attention of every witch in the castle, leaving Roland in a total panic inside. Meanwhile, the true secrets of this continent will gradually be uncovered by Roland's Witch Alliance and Western Territory Legion, slowly revealing the truth of history from hundreds of years ago. In a daze, Chung Yan feels someone calling him. "Your Highness? Your Highness? Wake up! Your Highness? What Highness?" Chung Yan turns his head away, but the voice doesn't disappear. Instead, the clamor of a bustling marketplace reaches his ears. Chung Yan's eyes snap open. The familiar screen is gone, the desk is gone, and beneath him isn't a soft swivel chair, but a hard wooden chair that makes his bones ache. He finds himself on an elevated platform. His mind is completely blank. Where the hell is this? Shouldn't he be rushing to finish blueprints? The deadline is tomorrow. 3 consecutive days of overtime pushed his mind and body to their limits. Finally unable to hold on, his heartbeat becoming irregular, he wanted to rest his head on the desk for a moment. And then, Chung Yan looks at his own hands and licks his dry lips. Is this a dream? At this moment, 2 women's laughter comes from the side. Chung Yan looks up to see 2 women dressed like medieval noblewomen. Below him is a platform, and before him are low brick houses, a circular plaza surging with people, and a gate-shaped gallows erected in the center of the square. What is this? Just as Chung Yan is still wondering, a voice from behind, the old man who woke him, speaks. Your Highness, Your Highness, the time for execution is approaching. Please announce the verdict soon. This is an elderly man with an aged appearance, around 50 or 60 years old, with white beard, white eyebrows, and a bald head, dressed in plain clothes, exactly like a bald master. This bald master's mention of a verdict leaves Chung Yan completely confused, muttering to himself, verdict? Verdict for what? As Chung Yan ponders in his mind, memories flood in like a tide, passing through his skull like an electric current. Ah, wait, I'm now the 4th prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle, Roland Wimbledon. Roland's presence here is due to the king's decree issued by Wimbledon III, King of Greycastle, a foolish scheme to decide the heir to the throne. The king sent his 5 adult children to various territories under his rule. After 5 years, the heir would be chosen based on their governance performance. The capable shall rule, with gender equality. It sounds like a very progressive concept, but the actual execution is completely different. Who can guarantee that all 5 start with equal conditions? This isn't a real-time strategy game. From the original Roland's memories, Chung Yan learns that among the 5 candidates for succession, there's the first Prince Goron, whose martial prowess appears off the charts, the inhumane second Prince Timothy, the militarily powerful third Princess Garcia, and the clearly intelligent 5th Princess Tilly. Finally, there's the wastrel, who only learned how to indulge in wine and pleasure since childhood. Roland himself, this 4th Prince Roland, unloved since childhood, self-destructive and timid as a mouse, was assigned to the western frontier border town, a place where even birds refused to come. Living with a bunch of locals in this town where sewage is dumped carelessly, his fate was sealed, to be wiped out by the Black Death. His rivals for the throne had already arranged everything perfectly. At this point, Chung Yan rubs his aching forehead. At this moment, the bald man beside him reminds him again, Your Highness, the time for execution is approaching. Please announce it soon. Only now does Chung Yan come to his senses, remembering that he's here to execute a witch. Border Town Central Square. The crowd in the square all stares toward the gallows, waving fists and shouting. Occasionally, a stone or 2 flies toward the gallows. The prisoner on the gallows wears a hood, hands bound behind her back, in a rough gray garment as dirty as a rag. Her thin frame reveals she's female, trembling in the wind. Chung Yan looks at the angry people in the square. Their curses reach his ears. Damn witch! Hang her. These words leave him stunned. Hearing this, Chung Yan sneers inwardly. What witch? What seduction by demons? What embodiment of impurity? In this uncivilized place, such foolishness actually exists. Filled with righteous indignation, Changyan waves his hand and knocks away the execution document held by the bald master behind him. The next moment, Changyan walks forward a few steps to the front of the platform, facing the crowd and shouting, "Release that witch!" As soon as these words come out, the bald master behind him cautiously speaks up. "Your Highness?" Many nobles on the platform exclaim in surprise, "What? The fourth prince wants to release the witch?" And the crowd in the square, hearing the fourth prince's words, immediately erupts in commotion. What is His Highness saying? He wants to release the witch? Seeing everyone's reaction, Changyan lowers his eyelids. He simply cannot accept this kind of public sentiment. Blaming disasters and misfortunes on a pitiful person is a tragedy of the era. Then, after thinking, Changyan uses the fourth prince's identity, putting on a frivolous and unrestrained expression, and instructs others, "I'm tired. Let's postpone the judgment." Hearing this, the bald master immediately speaks up. "But Your Highness," before he finishes speaking, a tall man in armor steps forward from behind the master. This person is Carter, the fourth prince's chief knight, who earnestly says, "Your Highness, this is no joking matter." Carter now explains the stakes to the fourth prince with a serious expression. Once a witch's identity is confirmed, she must be executed, or other witches will come to rescue her. Changyan frowns and glances at this knight, thinking to himself, a knight whose arms are thicker than other people's bodies is actually afraid of a prison break? Wouldn't it be better to catch them all with more cum? Changyan waves his hand dismissively and says as he walks, "I'm going back to rest. Everyone disperse." Border town, South Castle. This is the fourth prince's palace. Led by guards, Changyan returns to his palace. As soon as he enters, bang, Changyan directly closes the palace hall door, blocking all the attendants outside. Behind the door, Changyan finally breathes a slight sigh of relief. His words and actions in the square just now were all based on Changyan's analysis of this original's past behavior. This naturally drew undisguised contempt from many nobles. For Changyan, a drafting slave who spent 90% of his time dealing with computers, to put on such a performance in front of everyone was already exceeding expectations. The last time he talked to this many living people was during the Spring Festival. My God, what have I done? This thought crosses Changyan's mind. Could it be that he died from overwork and then transmigrated to this godforsaken place? Soon, Changyan accepts it. About his previous life as an overworked drone, there's truly little worth remembering. Forget it. Now that I'm living a second life, there's nothing to complain about. Having made up his mind, Changyan takes a deep breath and murmurs in a low voice, "From now on, I am Roland." Bordertown Dungeon. The bald master, Knight Carter, the jailer, and 2 guards follow the fourth prince Roland here. After Carter learns that Roland wants to visit the witch, he tries to dissuade him the entire way. Visiting the witch is too dangerous. Even if she's bound by the god's punishment lock, safety cannot be guaranteed. While listening to Carter's nagging, Roland says with a smile, "My chief knight is actually afraid of a little girl. That's ridiculous." But Carter continues nagging relentlessly. In the knight's eyes, all witches are servants of demons, and he hopes his prince will abandon the visit. At this moment, Roland really wants to have someone sew this guy's mouth shut. This knight clearly has a cold, handsome face, but is such a chatterbox. While Carter rambles on, Roland and the others reach the bottom of the dungeon. As the group approaches with torches, the darkness recedes. Roland sees the witch curled up in the corner of this small cell. It's now late autumn, and the temperature in the dungeon is quite low. She has only a single thin garment that doesn't even fully cover her body. Her exposed arms and feet are already pale from cold. The sudden torchlight makes the witch struggle to stand, staggering from the corner to where the light reaches. A pair of light blue eyes, calm as a lake before a storm. Her face shows no fear, nor anger or hatred. Roland has the illusion that he's not looking at a frail young girl. Seeing the witch getting closer to the prince through the bars, Carter immediately moves to block Roland, preventing the witch from approaching his highness outside the cell. Roland pats the knight's shoulder, signaling Carter not to be so tense. He turns and asks the witch softly, "What's your name?" As soon as he speaks, Carter freaks out and hurriedly explains the witch's terror to Roland. This woman used witchcraft to kill someone at the North Slope mine. She's a monster that even fire cannot burn. Speaking with this witch might bewitch you. The next moment, his conversation interrupted, Roland gives Carter a flick on the forehead. Looking at the young girl, he asks again, "What exactly happened at the mine? Can you tell me in detail?" Hearing this, the girl falls silent, her expression somewhat sad, as if she doesn't want to recall this matter. After a long moment, she slowly speaks. The story isn't complicated. The girl's name is Anna. Her father was a miner at the mine and had his leg crushed in a cave-in. Another miner discovered her father, but instead of immediately rescuing him, he tried to steal the belongings on his body. This scene was witnessed by Anna and her neighbor couple who rushed over. The neighbor immediately stepped forward to stop the miner, but was knocked to the ground by the miner with a hoe. Feeling that the neighbor had ruined his plans, the miner was about to kill him when Anna, anxious and powerless to stop it, awakened her witch abilities on the spot in grief and fury. An explosive flame burst from within her body, instantly burning the miner into a charred corpse on the spot, thus saving the neighbor. The neighbor couple swore they wouldn't reveal that Anna had become a witch. Like this, the 3 of them together brother rescued Anna's father. Hearing this, Roland is somewhat puzzled. So, Anna is here because her neighbor reported her? Anna's next answer completely shatters Roland's worldview. The fact that Anna became a witch wasn't reported by the neighbor, but by Anna's own biological father. Hearing this, Roland is completely stunned while the bald master beside him sighs and explains to his highness, probably for the reward. Anyone who discovers and reports a witch receives 25 gold royals. For a man with a broken leg, these 25 gold royals are compensation for the rest of his life. This bald master is named Baroff, the administrative assistant assigned by Wimbledon III to the fourth prince. At this moment, Baroff reminds him again, "Your highness, you see, she has confessed. Execute her quickly." Hearing this, Roland shakes his head and says, "No, I'd like to see this so-called witch power." Hearing the fourth Prince Roland's words, Anna tries to stand straight, lifting her gaze slightly, and looks directly into the prince's eyes, saying calmly, "What? Do you want to see what you call the power of demons?" Roland, as someone from Earth, doesn't believe in such supernatural claims at all and responds calmly, "I would like to see." Anna indicates her neck, saying, "They put the god's punishment lock on my neck. I cannot use my witch power." Roland looks down at the so-called god's punishment lock on Anna's neck, a crude chain with a crystal-clear pendant hanging from it. If the witch's hands weren't firmly bound behind her back, this thing could be broken with one pull, right? Do you dare remove this god's punishment lock? If you're not afraid, your curiosity will kill you. Before Anna finishes speaking, Roland reaches his left hand through the cell bars, grabs the god's punishment lock, and yanks hard. This sudden pull causes Anna to stumble forward. Snap! The chain breaks. Even Anna is stunned by this action. She watches in shock as this prince, who should fear her witch identity, tosses the removed god's punishment lock behind him. "Go ahead," Roland says in a low voice. He wants to see whether this witch is a fraud, a chemist, or a true witch. Soon, flames rise from beneath her feet, gently licking the girl's exposed calves. White mist rises from the ground, and the surrounding temperature sharply increases. Flames rise around the witch's body, bursting forth with dazzling light, yet those blue eyes remain so calm. Then, the ground where the witch stands also ignites, the cell filled with flickering firelight, sparks drifting up into the air. Roland, with his modern mindset, is somewhat dazed seeing this scene. Suddenly, the entire cell becomes bright as day, accompanied by terrified screams from everyone behind him. The witch steps forward, flames flowing with her steps. When she reaches the cell bars, the iron bars in front of her begin to melt. At this moment, Carter pulls the still dazed fourth prince backward. Even the abnormally scorching air doesn't snap Roland out of it. While being dragged backward by Carter, Roland's eyes remain fixed on the gradually melting iron bars, with only one thought in his mind. This is the power of a witch. No wonder she requires hanging instead of the traditional burning at the stake. She herself is fire, so how could she fear it? On the other side, Anna, her whole body wreathed in flames, walks closer and closer toward everyone. The people beside Roland are already scared out of their wits. Who knows how long it lasted before the flames completely faded, as if nothing had happened. But the sweat-soaked clothes, scorching air, and the cell bars burned into devil's claws all tell everyone this was no dream. Roland now recalls that the iron bars turned from deep red to bright yellow, beginning to melt and deform, meaning they were heated to over 1500 degrees. To achieve this without any insulation measures far exceeds Roland's imagination. Magic actually exists in this world. What a precious resource it will be. Steam engines, steel smelting, high-temperature forging. All of these require this ability. The scantily clad girl now stands outside the cage, the shackles that bound her arms long gone. The girl speaks softly, "Your Highness, I have satisfied your curiosity. Can you kill me now?" Suddenly, the girl's water-blue eyes return to their previous calm, her tone quite cold. At this moment, Roland directly removes his own coat. With a toss, he wraps his coat around the girl, ignoring her surprised expression, and says with a very serious tone, "No, Miss Anna, I've decided to hire you. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, heat flow from hot to cold objects is irreversible. The principle of entropy increase means that things always develop in the direction of higher probability. But in this world, due to the existence of magic, the principle of entropy increase can be overcome. Using magic, creating something from nothing is no longer a fantasy. This is even greater than inventing a perpetual motion machine. Power of demons? Roland scoffs at this. People haven't recognized the essence of this power at all, on a grand scale. This power could even change the entire universe. Roland waves his hand boldly and instructs Baroff with unlimited grandeur. "Draft an employment contract immediately. I want to establish a formal employment relationship with Miss Anna. Also, arrange Miss Anna's accommodations." The girl behind Roland is somewhat dazed. She had already prepared herself to be executed. So how is she now being invited by the prince to work? The scene returns to the fourth prince's palace castle. Baroff reports to Roland, "According to your instructions, the witch was hanged in the square at noon. To prevent the church and the Witch Cooperation Association from coming, Roland ordered the jailer to find a death row prisoner with a similar build from the dungeon, who wore a hood to replace Anna. In the dungeon, when administrative assistant Baroff heard his prince wanted to hire a witch, he was shocked. hiding a witch, in the assistant's eyes, was tantamount to making an enemy of the world. Hunting witches is a law established by the church, and King Wimbledon III of Greycastle strongly agrees with it. Seeing Barov's hesitant appearance, Roland realizes the moment to test his persuasion skills has arrived. Fortunately, during this spare time, Roland has already learned his situation from his memories. Roland thinks for a moment and asks, Barov, do you think Border Town is a good place? Although Barov doesn't quite understand how this relates to him, he still answers truthfully, this isn't really good. Roland continues, it's extremely terrible. Without second prince's wealth from Golden Harvest City, or third princess's military strength from Clearwater Port, what do you think my chances are of surpassing them? Speaking of this, Roland slaps the table and continues, almost zero, so I can only change my approach. One that will leave a deep impression on father. Prince Roland's remarks about his situation are understood by Barov, who opens his mouth but says nothing more. For a politician like Barov, interests are more persuasive than good and evil. Everyone knows witch's power is terrifying, but high risk also brings high reward. Every politician understands this very clearly. If the fourth prince ascends to the throne, Barov's position will naturally rise with the tide. Having persuaded Barov, Roland summons a maid, have Miss Anna come see me. Now it's time to get down to business. On the other side, Anna is now being thoroughly washed inside and out by two maids. Shortly after, a maid brings forward a peculiar garment, notifying the girl that after changing, His Highness wants to see her. When Anna looks closely, her pretty face reddens slightly. She didn't expect working in the castle would require dressing like this. A shed has been added to the castle's back garden, surrounded by wooden boards with only 2 holes left as windows. Roland, accompanied by Chief Knight Carter, has been waiting here early. Roland is inspecting this temporary wooden shed built for Anna's practice. Carter speaks up to remind him, Your Highness, Miss Anna has arrived. Only then does Roland turn around and see the witch's current appearance, completely different from how she looked in the cell. Her flaxen shoulder-length hair is smooth and lustrous, and the pretty maid outfit adds youthful vitality. Her figure is still thin and slender, but her cheeks now have a rosy color. The clothes Anna now wears were carefully selected by Roland from multiple options. A metallurgical worker's full protective suit is too heavy. A mage's robe looks impressive but restricts movement everywhere, while this modified maid outfit suits a witch's temperament. After circling the girl once, Roland asks, How is it, Miss Anna? Does the outfit fit? Which Anna, meeting the fourth Prince Roland again in the castle, is deeply puzzled. This fourth prince's words about hiring her in the prison weren't a joke. Administrative Minister Barov has already had Anna sign a contract. She will receive 1 gold royal per month as payment. Anna knows very well what 1 gold royal means. Her father toiled daily in the mine, and on good days earned only 1 silver wolf per day. Anna simply cannot follow this important person's thinking. She feels she's losing the ability to think. At this moment, she asks somewhat awkwardly, Your Highness, what do you need me to do? I'm a witch. Aren't you afraid? Anna is very puzzled. Anyone who learns of her witch identity would avoid her at all costs. Even if this prince's curiosity is strong enough that he doesn't fear even demons, there's no need to pay her any compensation. So what is her job? Serving the prince? During the bath, Anna did indeed hear the maids whispering such things, but she doesn't think she's worth this price. While Anna ponders carefully, a gentle voice reaches her ears. I'm not afraid. I believe the claim that witches' power comes from demons is a prejudice of the world. People fear because they cannot understand this power, much less understand you. I don't believe in demons. I only know that power belongs to you, and I will help you control and use this power. Inside the wooden shed, Roland has already begun fire control practice with the witch. Flames rise from beneath Anna's feet, then quickly fade. This is the 23rd practice attempt. Failed again. Sweat beads have appeared on Anna's forehead. She wipes them with the back of her hand, and heat immediately rises with a sizzle. Anna doesn't pause at all and immediately begins the next practice. Roland sees her effort. This fire control practice doesn't seem as easy as imagined. The 24th attempt finally shows some results. The flames no longer rise from her feet but appear out of thin air in the witch's palm. Whoosh! Sparks shoot up her arm, igniting her sleeve, then consuming the robe along the sleeve. Anna lets out a frightened cry. Ah! The clothes are burned again! Anna immediately withdraws the flames, tears off the half-charred robe, and turns to rummage in the bucket for a new one. Before practice, the little witch insisted on not wearing the uniform. Fortunately, as the fourth prince, getting a few spare garments isn't difficult for Roland. He had the maids bring a whole bucket of black robes. At this moment, Knight Carter's report sounds from outside the shed. Report to Your Highness. Barov requests an urgent audience. Barov enters, coughs twice, and says, Your Highness, the patrol reports they've discovered traces of demonic beast activity. This year's month of demons may come early. This news shocks both Carter and Anna greatly. Only Roland seems somewhat dazed. Months of demons? Roland recalls. There does seem to be such a term. Before this, Roland paid no attention to ghost legends, evil witches, and such things. Now, seeing the obvious unease on the little witch's face beside him, he realizes this matter is serious. Seeing his prince somewhat confused, Barov begins explaining information about the months of demons. After the first snowfall of winter each year, the sun dims, and the gate of hell in the Dragon Ridge Mountains opens at this moment, and Border Town, where we are now, has no defensive capability, so all residents must migrate to Longsong Fortress. To reassure Roland, this willful fourth prince. Barov doesn't forget to comfort, but rest assured, your highness, your safety is definitely the priority. Roland asks Barov, have you seen it? The gate of hell. Barov shakes his head and responds somewhat sheepishly to Roland, your highness, how could ordinary people possibly see it? Not to mention the Dragon Ridge Mountains are impossible to cross. Even approaching the mountain subjects one to evil influences. Unless that person is a witch. Only witches can see the gate of hell, because they've already fallen to become servants of demons and are naturally unaffected by evil energy. After speaking, Barov's gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeps over Anna. Hearing this, Roland is somewhat displeased. What about demonic beasts? You've seen demonic beasts, right? But Barov is also visiting Border Town for the first time. Having lived in the capital before, how would he have seen these things? He cannot answer some of the fourth prince's questions. After getting a preliminary understanding, Roland thinks, if his territory needs to migrate once a year, how can it develop? He originally thought Border Town was just barren land with development potential, but now it seems it's a huge trap. Roland ponders at this moment. If Longsong Fortress can hold back the demonic beasts, it means they can be killed and are not invincible. So why can't they be defeated at Border Town? But Barov's words wake Roland up to reality. Longsong Fortress has massive walls and is garrisoned by Duke Ryan's elite troops. How can a small place like Border Town compare? After hearing Barov's words, Roland sneers coldly, becoming even clearer in his mind. Border Town is established between North Slope Ridge and Redwater River, right in the path of the demonic beasts. This place is simply cannon fodder. Yes, if the territory wants to develop properly, it must take root here. Poor land can be reclaimed. A small territory can expand outward, but if the people leave, everything is just empty talk. If a territory could be abandoned at any moment, who would be willing to settle here? Who would be willing to produce in peace? Roland makes up his mind, using the fourth prince's authority to order Barov to bring some local guards, hunters, or farmers. They must have stayed in this area for over 5 years, preferably having fought demonic beasts, in the castle's back garden, inside an octagonal pavilion. One of working girl Anna's job benefits has been arranged. Afternoon tea. Anna gazes at the plates of exquisite pastries, hardly believing her eyes. Roland watches as she carefully places cake into her mouth, her blue eyes practically glowing. Accompanying Anna in practice and sharing afternoon tea with her has become part of Roland's daily routine going forward. At this moment, at Roland's request, Anna begins to speak about the months of demons from a commoner's perspective. The young witch recalls with some sadness, Border Town locals aren't like nobles such as the prince. For them, the months of demons is a nightmare they must endure every year, a nightmare where people die. Most people in this town rely on mining, living hand to mouth. Every year before the months of demons arrives, they transport Border Town's annual harvest to Longsong Fortress, exchanging it for next year's provisions and some gold royals. During the months of demons, everyone stays at temporary shelters in Longsong Fortress until winter passes. And throughout the year, the months of demons last for 4 months. But the commander of Longsong Fortress says the town's production can only be exchanged for 3 months of food. The 4th month's provisions must wait until a new batch of ore arrives before being distributed. But because of the months of demons, townspeople cannot leave the fortress. Therefore, food, clothing, and necessities all depend on distribution, which often leads to bullying incidents. Many people simply can't survive. At this point, Anna's voice is choked with emotion. Seeing how sad she is, Roland comforts her. As a young woman, it must have been very difficult for you. Your father? Anna lowers her head and murmurs, actually, back then my father did protect me. Then Anna's voice grows softer and softer until it fades to silence. Both fall into silence, and the atmosphere in the pavilion grows heavy with Anna's sadness. After a long moment, Anna continues, that was 25 gold royals. Father also wanted to survive. At these words, Roland can't bear to hear more. He slams the table and rises, speaking with great solemnity and determination. This kind of months of demons will never come again, I promise. Inside the administrative office of the fourth prince's residence in Border Town, Barov's men work quickly. The next day, they bring 2 guards and a local hunter. At this moment, Barov is introducing them to Roland. These 2 are Border Town's patrol captains. They're responsible for lighting the beacon fires every year. And this hunter says he's fought demonic beasts and even personally severed a demonic beast's head. The 3 bow respectfully to his highness together. This is their first time seeing a prince of the kingdom at such close range. The first guard called forward, Grey Dog, is so nervous he can barely speak clearly. However, from his stammering words, they learn that he and the other guard, Brian, are both locals. After it snows, the 2 see the demonic beast's movements from the beacon tower. When the beasts cross hide and seek forest, they light the beacon fires to notify the townspeople it's time to leave. Seeing this man stutter, Roland turns to the other guard, Brian, and asks, what do demonic beasts look like? Can they be killed? Though this man is also nervous, at least he doesn't stutter. He replies, yes, your highness. Demonic beasts are originally just ordinary forest animals. Though infected by hellish breath and turned violent and vicious, they can still be killed. At this moment, the powerfully built hunter standing to the side suddenly kneels on one knee and says with firm determination, actually, demonic beasts are nothing special. To answer your highness, I have killed demonic beasts, 2 of them. At these words, both Barov and Roland are inwardly shocked, seeing this hunter's extraordinary bearing. Roland inwardly admires that he truly is a man who claims to have killed demonic beasts. Barov speaks up and introduces him to the fourth prince. this is the town's hunter, named Iron Axe. He's said to have giant bloodline from the Mojin clan. Iron Axe begins to share intelligence about demonic beasts. The two demonic beasts he killed were one boar species and one wolf species. Species is the classification term for demonic beasts. For example, wolf species are cunning with astonishing running speed, and to kill wolf species requires setting up traps in advance. Boar species have extremely hard back hide that crossbows can barely penetrate from 50 meters away. Roland finally understands. In summary, the strong become stronger, the fast become faster, but ultimately they're still animals. But Iron Axe speaks again, breaking Roland's assumption. The most terrifying demonic beasts are hybrid species. They are truly the devil's incarnation, horrifying monsters. As he speaks, Iron Axe lifts his shirt, revealing a terrifying massive scar across his chest, and says, "I once saw a hybrid species. It not only had limbs as strong as a fierce beast, but also had a pair of huge wings on its back that allowed short-distance flight. I only survived by jumping into Redwater River." After hearing Iron Axe's description, Roland feels this world is becoming increasingly fantastical. A solid wall can only stop ordinary species of demonic beasts, but flying hybrid species are rather problematic. Roland asks with concern, hybrid species should be quite rare, right? If hybrid species are numerous among the demonic beasts, then there's no point defending anything at all. Fortunately, Iron Axe's answer is less alarming. Not many, Your Highness. Each month of demons, there are only 2 or 3 such monsters. Otherwise, even Longsong Fortress would face serious trouble. Having learned all the intelligence about the months of demons, Roland quickly makes his judgment. He then slams the table and rises, declaring loudly, "I've decided to stay in Border Town." At the fourth prince's words, both Knight Carter and Assistant Minister Baroff are startled. The chatty Carter starts rambling again. "This absolutely won't do, Your Highness." According to the hunter, even just the boar species are difficult to handle. Demonic beasts are numerous. Without solid walls to rely on, depending only on local guards to block them, I fear the guards will scatter once casualties exceed 10%. Hearing Carter's objection, Roland shows no anger. He already has a plan. "Is that so? What if I give you a wall, right between the foot of North Slope and Redwater River?" Hearing this, Carter can only feel that His Highness has lost his mind. "Your Highness, do you know what you're saying? Even nonsense has limits. If you won't leave when the time comes, then forgive my rudeness. Build a wall? Never mind that it's less than 4 months until the months of demons. Even 4 years might not be enough." Roland knows people in this world cannot understand his thinking. He reassures, "Carter, I understand. You don't need to jump to conclusions so quickly. If there's no reliable wall by then, I'll evacuate to Longsong Fortress with you. I have no intention of losing my life in this godforsaken place." Having said this, Roland offers no further explanation to anyone. With the mindset of people in this world, they cannot yet understand what he plans to do. At the easternmost edge of the kingdom of Grey Castle lies Clearwater Port. This is the territory of the kingdom's third princess. Gazing at the boundless sea, this woman with strong pirate characteristics is none other than third Princess Garcia Wimbledon. Her gray hair reflects glimmers of light in the autumn sun. A subordinate is reporting to her about the return date of her Black Sail fleet. This third princess began cultivating power at Clearwater Port and preparing the Black Sail fleet 5 years before the king issued the king's decree. In other words, she's already far ahead of all the kingdom's heirs. Now, after 5 years of operation, Clearwater Port has taken initial shape. Her Black Sail fleet exists not only for finances, but also permits plunder without taxation. Since the Black Sail plan was implemented, she has gradually gained experienced sailors, fierce soldiers, and popular support. This third princess of Grey Castle now has sufficient power to compete for that sole throne. The scene follows Garcia back to her residence, where a subordinate lets out a soft sigh. Their plan in Border Town has failed. In the original plan, the person codenamed Kingfisher was to give the fourth prince a colorless, tasteless pill that would surely cause death. But now news from Border Town reports that fourth Prince Roland is still alive and well. This makes it clear the real Roland has already died, which gave the Earth-overworked corporate worker a chance for soul transmigration. Of course, no one knows anything about what happened to Roland. Border Town, inside an abandoned classroom, Carl Van Bate was originally from the Stonemasons Guild, commonly known as a construction foreman. But because of the Grey Castle, governor's insatiable greed and substitution of building materials, the new theater the Stonemasons Guild was constructing collapsed, costing over 30 lives. To lie low, Carl came to Border Town and opened a school specifically to teach children from common families. The witch Anna was his student. Recently, Carl often dreams of Anna being hanged. In his memory, Anna is a pure girl with tremendous enthusiasm for knowledge. No matter what he teaches, whether writing or history, Anna can always remember it first. Since witnessing Anna's execution, cracks have appeared in Carl's view of the world. Or rather, when the Stonemasons Guild was destroyed, these cracks appeared, but he deliberately ignored them. If a girl like Anna can be called evil, then those greedy officials are the ones who should really be on the gallows. Now, Carl once again feels the world's mockery. What exactly is evil? Can the gods in heaven really see clearly? The last straw that breaks Carl is Nana. Just 2 days ago, Nana came to him with a tearful face. "Teacher, I feel something's wrong with my body. Will I be hanged like Anna?" Only then does Carl learn that his student, Nana Pine, has also become a witch. Nana was originally an extremely lively girl, quite popular at the school, her face always full of smiles. This seems to be her nature. This miserable, harsh world has nothing to do with her. At least in the school, Nana can continue to smile carefree. The scene shifts to Carl walking gloomily through the town streets. At this moment, his heart cannot calm down, as if a boulder is pressing on it. He didn't stand up when the Stonemasons Guild was destroyed. He didn't stand up when Anna was hanged. Now that Nana is about to repeat their fate, he decides he must do something. At this moment, Carl hears noisy voices around him and realizes he has somehow walked to the town square. Many people are gathered around the notice board shouting something. His Highness the Fourth Prince actually wants to recruit workers to develop Border Town at this time. On the notice board is clearly a recruitment notice seeking stonebreakers, masons, laborers, stonemasons, and more, and the terms look quite favorable. Looking closely, Carl discovers the notice ends with outstanding performers may be granted official positions. Seeing this, an idea forms in Carl's mind. Perhaps through this recruitment, he can meet the prince himself, Border Town's highest authority. Rumor has it that His Highness has unique ideas, an unusual personality, and deeply dislikes the church. It might just work. Although it was Prince Roland who ultimately ordered Anna's hanging, it was clear His Highness himself was unwilling. Having made up his mind, Carl quietly leaves the square. This time, for the deceased Anna, for the living Nana, and to prevent the cracks in his heart from spreading further, he must do something. How high and wide do you plan to build this wall? Carter asks. Following the fourth prince at the wall construction site, Roland estimates the wall must be at least 15 feet high and 6 feet wide, allowing 4 people to walk abreast. After hearing His Highness' plan, Carter calculates carefully and reaches a conclusion. With 350 craftsmen, it should be completed before next year's months of demons. Carter's calculation of over a year's work time is because the wall must be stable. The stones used must be carefully selected and polished, otherwise they'll be difficult to bond. After learning of this problem, Roland says casually, "I understand. Don't worry about bonding the stones. Cement will surprise you." Roland stands outside the kiln chamber, waiting for the first batch of cement to emerge. This kiln chamber was specifically designed by him for cement production. Carter doesn't quite understand whether the cement His Highness speaks of is truly so miraculous, and quickly asks, "Your Highness, can this place really produce the cement you speak of?" Roland ponders. Cement production principles are very simple. The raw materials are ordinary and can be gathered in Border Town with a bit of effort. But the key to success lies in the calcination temperature of the clinker. Roland doesn't remember the specific temperature needed for cement production. Even if he did, he has no way to measure or control temperature. The kiln chamber has no heating mechanisms at all. But he's relying on Anna. The kiln chamber door creaks open, and Anna, bare-skinned, opens a crack. Roland immediately has Carter withdraw, hands Anna a robe to drape over herself, and asks somewhat nervously, "How did it go?" "I haven't failed, Your Highness." The witch's face is covered in gray. Though Roland's wet process cement method produces little dust, the scorching air during calcination still stirs up powder. Roland can't wait for the kiln chamber temperature to drop low enough and enters directly to inspect. Anna doesn't quite understand what His Highness has her doing, and asks, "Is this what you wanted?" Roland grabs a handful of ash from the ground. "It looks right, but we won't know if it actually works until we test it." Anna continues asking, "What is it for?" She's quite puzzled by His Highness's work arrangements for her, but Roland smiles at her and says, "Building houses, constructing bridges, paving roads, there are too many uses. If it succeeds, people's homes will no longer fear wind and cold, and heavy rain and snow won't destroy them." Roland pats her head with one hand, his words full of gentleness. "This remarkable building material was made possible only because of you." Roland wants her to know that her power doesn't only bring people fear. The next morning, Roland hurriedly brings Carter and Anna to the courtyard behind the kiln chamber. Yesterday, they applied the cement test. Looking now, the cement surface has solidified, and these several stone bricks have bonded tightly together. Seeing this, Carter is overjoyed. Is this the effect of cement? It has indeed bonded the stone bricks together. Roland crouches down and presses with his fingers. The hardened cement's texture makes his heart leap with joy. Very solid, completely different from the feel of compacted earth. After receiving the prince's signal, Carter first tries to lift the stone bricks but fails. Even when he takes a pry bar to the joints between the bricks, he still can't separate them. Seeing this, Roland says, all right, Carter, stop struggling. I already understand cement's hardness. This production was very successful." Carter is also very excited at this moment. Is this really the effect of cement? It's simply incredible. With this material, the wall can be built as fast as we want. As long as there are enough stones, we could even build another wall around the entire national border. Roland's eyes narrow, and he once again affirms the path he must take. For a transmigrator, technology is the primary productive force. But in this world, witches are the primary productive force. At the fourth prince's residence in Border Town, Barov finds Roland at the cement kiln chamber. "Your Highness, so you were here. A stonemason has responded to your recruitment and claims to have worked at the Grey Castle Stonemasons Guild." In Roland's memory, the Stonemasons Guild seems to have been ordered to disband due to an accident. But he needs exactly this kind of talent, and immediately has someone bring the craftsman to see him. The foundation for the wall connecting North Slope and Redwater River has begun excavation, following pre-transmigration convention. Prince Roland, as the project's chief director, personally digs the first shovelful of earth before a crowd of astonished onlookers. He originally thought that after solving the cement problem, building a wall would be easy, but in reality, he knows nothing about engineering. How deep should the foundation be? how wide, how to deal with uneven terrain. As a mechanical draftsman, though Roland and civil engineering students were both called engineering majors, what they studied was vastly different. Therefore, after the wall construction began, progress was extremely slow. Looking from a distance, it simply resembles a winding drainage ditch. Inside the administrative office of the fourth prince's residence in Border Town, Roland is observing the young witch Anna sitting quietly nearby. He originally thought to have Anna avoid this, but then reconsidered. Border Town has over 2,000 people, and not many have seen the witch's true face. Besides, Anna's appearance now is completely different from when she was seeking death before. When Carl Van Bate is brought to the administrative office by the knight, he feels uneasy inside. He plans to first tell His Highness that this season isn't suitable for large-scale projects, and after gaining His Highness's trust, slowly change the prince's view of witches. At this moment, Carl bows with his mind in turmoil, but Roland's voice reaches his ears. All right, let's skip the formalities. Raise your head. As Carl raises his head, he freezes. The girl beside His Highness looks so familiar. Carl rubs his eyes and looks again, involuntarily crying out, "Ah, is that Anna?" "Teacher!" the young witch exclaims in surprise. Anna's reaction leaves Roland momentarily stunned, crying inwardly, "This is bad, what a coincidence! Recruiting a random craftsman and getting someone who knows the witch? And the person is definitely familiar enough with Anna. Otherwise, he couldn't have recognized her at first sight." Roland panics inwardly and hurriedly shouts, "Carter, close the door, block it, don't let him escape!" The knight understands immediately, quickly bolts the door, and blocks the only exit. Just as Roland ponders what to do next, Carl suddenly falls weakly to his knees. His eyes grow hot, and something flows down as he keeps repeating, "It really is you. Anna, I'm sorry. You're alive. This is so wonderful." After quite a while, Carl Van Bate finally calms down. He slowly stands up and bows to Roland again. "My deepest apologies, Your Highness. I lost my composure." "What's going on here? Aren't you a stonemason?" Roland is completely confused and asks. "I was." After setting down his burden, Carl's answers become more fluent. His Highness didn't kill Anna. The one hanged at the execution ground must have been a substitute. Realizing this, Carl already knows what he should do. Carl describes in detail his experience of fleeing from Grey Castle to Border Town, and that Anna is his student, though Carl doesn't understand why the prince would save a witch. In any case, even if His Highness wants to take her into his chambers, that's far better than sending her to the gallows. This at least shows His Highness doesn't fear the rumors that witches are the devil's incarnation. After seeing Anna safe, Carl finally begs His Highness to also hide Nana in the residence. Perhaps Nana too can escape persecution. Hearing this, Roland thinks for a moment and says, "You can bring Nana to see me. If she truly is a witch, I guarantee she won't suffer any harm. But I cannot take her from her home, especially before she faces real threats from her family. Also, I didn't save Anna for the reasons you think. In the process of recruiting stonemasons for building the wall, Roland unexpectedly learns from Carl about another witch. For Roland, nothing could excite him more than unlocking another witch, though he doesn't yet know this witch's ability. In any case, she'll surely be useful in the approaching months of demons. The interview in Border Town's administrative office continues. Carl Van Bate is clearly someone who has maxed out his construction skill tree. After introducing Carl to cement usage methods, Roland appoints Carl as a member of Border Town's administrative hall, and the wall project will be Carl's responsibility. The scene shifts to the octagonal pavilion in the fourth prince's residence back garden, where Roland meets the other witch Carl mentioned, Nana. The girl looks at Anna somewhat bewildered, and after trembling for a long time, finally squeezes out a sentence. "Am I already dead?" Seeing this girl's nervous appearance is quite adorable, Roland suppresses his amusement and speaks, "You're not dead, and Anna is alive and well. I am 4th Prince Roland Wimbledon, and you are? I'm Nana Pine." Hearing she's not dead, the girl's expression comes alive again, and she runs straight to Anna's side, chattering away, completely disregarding Roland's identity as a prince of Grey Castle. Roland naturally wouldn't quibble with a 14 or 15-year-old girl. He sits by the round table, pours himself a cup of wine, and watches the two young witches exchange from the side. Anna is obviously somewhat uncomfortable with Nana's overly familiar nature, only responding once for every dozen sentences Nana says. That said, Anna is only 17 herself, yet already has a mature air about her. Roland can't help but imagine how outstanding Anna will become when she grows up. Seeing the two have chatted enough, Roland speaks up, "Miss Pine, your teacher says you've awakened as a witch?" Hearing this, Nana asks with innocent seriousness, "Will you hang me?" Roland spreads his hands and continues, "Of course not. Those who go to the gallows are heinous criminals. You're not. Miss Anna isn't, so don't worry about that." Hearing His Highness say this, Nana finally relaxes and answers Roland's question. "I'm not sure either. Honestly, witches are supposed to gain demonic power after being tempted by the devil, but I've never seen any devil." After speaking, Nana feels somewhat wronged, not knowing how she could have been targeted by the devil. Anna steps forward and pats her head in comfort. Roland continues from the side, "When did you discover you were different?" Nana thinks hard and says, "About a week ago. I saw a little bird with a broken leg and really wanted to help it then. I felt something run out of my hand." "Something ran out, and then?" Roland asks. Nana tilts her head thinking. and then a thin water mist appears out of nowhere, swirling around her. The girl says with puzzlement, "Well, it suddenly surrounded the bird, like a blob of sticky water, and then the bird's leg was healed." Could her ability be healing type? Roland's heart skips a beat. He knows very well what this kind of ability means. Roland immediately has Night Carter fetch a chicken. If he can prove what Nana says is true, perhaps this could change the current persecution of witches in Border Town. What a treasure he's found. In an era without antibiotics or modern medicine, where trauma and infection could easily lead to death, this ability may not greatly advance civilization as a whole, but for individual lives it has astonishing significance. You can heal small animals, so why would you still think witches are evil? Roland now asks the girl her views on witches and devils. Nana's reply conforms to everyone's beliefs in this world. "My teacher said witches can do things ordinary people can't. Sometimes it doesn't look bad, but that's a trap the devil sets to tempt more people." At this moment, Nana says to Roland with a serious face, "I really haven't seen any devil, I swear." Seeing Nana's earnest expression, Roland reaches out to pat her head in comfort. "Of course you haven't. That's just the church's lies. Your teacher is also one of the deceived." Nana asks in surprise, "The church lies? Why?" Roland shakes his head without explaining. Even if he told them, they couldn't understand. In his heart he mutters, "This has nothing to do with preferences, it's merely for profit." When Night Carter arrives carrying a live chicken by its wing, it's still flapping and kicking about, and what happens next leaves Nana dumbstruck. Roland takes out a small silver knife from his waist, has the knight hold it steady, and stabs the chicken several times, then says to Nana, "Miss Nana, please heal this chicken now." Nana is still young and forcibly suppresses her discomfort, responding, I'll try." She then summons her magic power and begins healing the chicken. A flowing water sphere manifests in Nana's hands, and before long, the chicken that should have been dying recovers its vitality. After watching Nana heal it, Roland changes methods to continue experimenting. This repeats until the chicken that's been tormented for ages finally kicks the bucket, and Roland has a general understanding of Nana's ability. It can restore damaged parts, including cuts, fractures, and bruises. If a part is completely missing, such as a severed chicken claw, it cannot make a new one grow. But if the severed claw is reattached and the ability is then used, the break can be perfectly restored. Finally, Nana cannot reverse death. Once the chicken dies, her healing becomes ineffective. The only dissatisfied one is Nana herself. She feels treating the chicken this way is too much, so that by the end of the experiment, she's been pouting and glaring at Roland the whole time. Only then does Roland instruct, "All right, Carter, return this chicken to the kitchen." Nana protests to Roland with tears in her eyes. "That was too much, Your Highness." Seeing this, Roland smiles and immediately soothes the girl. "All right, stop glaring, come eat something." Roland directly uses summon afternoon tea to divert Nana's attention, a trick that never fails with Anna. Roland believes few girls of this age can resist the temptation of delicious sweets. At dusk, after finishing the pastries, Roland has someone escort Nana away. At parting, the girl still turns back reluctantly and calls out, "Your Highness, Anna, see you tomorrow." At this moment, Anna asks in confusion, "Why didn't you keep her? She's a witch like me, isn't she? She still has family, and her family hasn't discovered she's a witch yet," Roland says. But Anna doesn't agree with this. It's only a matter of time before Nana's family discovers her. Seeing Anna become somewhat dejected about family matters, Roland asks, "Do you miss your father?" Hearing this, Anna shakes her head. Being betrayed by her own father left Anna thoroughly disappointed. Roland believes that even if Anna has lost her family, she will still have friends. He says to Anna, "Nana will come often. In fact, I plan to have her come every 2 days to practice her ability. Do you want to return to school like her and study with other children? As long as I'm here, you will eventually be able to live like ordinary people. That day will come, I promise." After these words, Anna still doesn't answer, but Roland feels he's heard her unspoken response. Ever since Karl van Bate took over the construction project, Prince Roland suddenly found himself with much more free time. Every afternoon, he accompanies the two witches in the garden for their practice sessions while enjoying afternoon tea. Now, Anna no longer needs to prepare extra clothing during training. She can skillfully control her flames. Roland occasionally visits the foot of North Slope Ridge to check on the construction progress. After more than 2 weeks of work, about 100 meters of the city wall has been built. In the administrative office of the palace, Assistant Minister Barov seeks out Roland. The recent expenses for recruiting craftsmen and laborers have been enormous, all coming out of the fourth prince's pocket. At the current fiscal rate, Border Town probably won't last until next spring. Barov's report instantly fills Roland with dread. What should he do? He's so broke. Considering Border Town's long-term development, Roland begins to personally focus on the commercial trade related to the town. As Roland stares at the ledger deep in thought, Barov watches him closely. Over these past months, some indescribable changes have occurred in the fourth prince. Outsiders may not have noticed, but Barov, who stays by the prince's side every day, cannot miss these changes. Back in Grey Castle, Barov had heard of fourth prince Roland Wimbledon's notorious reputation. If Wimbledon III hadn't promised Barov an important position after the succession contest ended, Barov would have quit long ago. When first arriving at this territory, His Highness had managed to offend every noble he could, not to mention competing for the throne. He showed no interest in governing the land at all, but ever since rescuing that witch, His Highness seems like a completely different person, actually starting to consider the territory's development. Barov vaguely hears Roland. After finishing the ledger, say, building up Border Town can't rely solely on my own pocket. The town's economy is truly dismal. Listening carefully, Barov hears Roland summarizing. All the mined ore is mortgaged to Longsong Fortress in exchange for rations during the months of demons. This unequal trade is nothing but a malicious monopoly. The other tax revenues mainly come from the town's small industries, which are just a drop in the bucket for building city walls. I must improve Border Town's economic income model. A bold thought surges in Barov's mind. Could Prince Roland be possessed by a demon? But thinking it over, he feels it's impossible. Back in the dungeon, His Highness easily removed the god's punishment lock from the witch's neck. Any demonic power would collapse before the god's punishment lock. Border Town Pier. When Longsong Fortress Ambassador Pyre steps out of the cabin, the smell of rotting wood hits him in the face, making him sigh. This place is still such a dump. His assistant beside him responds, "Wasn't your last visit here a year ago? This poor town has nothing except stones." Pyre corrects him. "A year and a half ago. His Grace the Duke sends different people each season. My last visit to Border Town was in summer. Besides, there are not only stones here, but also various fine furs and what else?" The assistant looks puzzled. Pyre shakes his head without answering. What he's thinking is that Border Town has not only stones and furs, but even land. Between Border Town and Longsong Fortress lie vast tracts of uncultivated land, with the impassable mountains on one side and the Redwater River on the other, forming a long, narrow corridor. Once Border Town can be turned into a defensive line, this land can be cultivated. This virgin soil needs no fallow periods and can yield multiple harvests, with natural barriers on both sides, claiming it won't require much effort. The only downside is that it requires 3 to 5 years of management and substantial financial investment. At this moment, the two have arrived at Border Town's usual ore storage area, but it's completely empty. Today is clearly the delivery date, yet Pyre sighs softly and decides to first visit the castle to meet with His Highness the Fourth Prince. He knows very well that with the Fourth Prince's status, it's impossible for him to stand by and watch his territory's products be exchanged at such low prices. The Fourth Prince could easily sell the ore at market prices to Willow Town, Dragon Falls Ridge, or Redwater City, then lead his people to take refuge in those places. It would just be a longer journey. Pyre and his companion rent horses and head toward the Fourth Prince's palace. To their surprise, along the way they spot a single-masted sailboat flying a green leaf and curved blade flag, slowly sailing along the river. The ship sits high in the water, indicating it's fully loaded with cargo. Though Pyre's face remains expressionless upon seeing the ship, his heart sinks. He knows that if the prince has already started contacting those towns downstream on the Redwater River, his bargaining chips have decreased. The usual monopoly arrangement will definitely not work anymore. Before long, the two arrive at the castle in the southeastern corner of the town. This isn't Pyre's first visit here, but this time the place has a new master. Fourth Prince Roland soon receives Longsong Fortress Ambassador Pyre in the castle's reception hall. Roland claps his hands for the maids to bring out a lavish meal. The dining atmosphere is fairly harmonious. The Fourth Prince doesn't mention the ore, and Pyre finds it inappropriate to say much. When the prince instructs the maids to bring out dessert, Pyre tentatively mentions, "Your Highness, according to past practice, today should be the ore delivery day, but I didn't see any ore at the pier storage yard." Roland nods, his face showing difficulty. "Unfortunately, the North Slope mine suffered a collapse some time ago. My people have been trying to restore production for the past month, but the rubble from the collapse still hasn't been completely cleared. At this rate, I'm afraid reopening the mine will have to wait until next year." "A collapse?" Pyre pauses for a moment. "What a coincidence." Pyre asks directly, "What about the 2 months output before the collapse?" The Fourth Prince's gaze turns cold. "Not much. By convention, that little bit of stone can't feed my people." "Ambassador, you should still remember the months of demons from 2 years ago, right? 2 years ago, the months of demons brought 4 months of severe cold, causing nearly 20% of Border Town's people to starve to death." Roland sighs. "If we deliver according to the previous arrangement, I'm afraid we'd only get 2 months worth of wheat. The people of Border Town can't survive the winter. The old trade arrangement must be abolished." Faced with such compelling reasons, Pyre can't find any fault. He can only express regret about the matter, assure that the previous tragedy will never be repeated, and offer to have the 6 families jointly lend 1 month's worth of grain, allowing Border Town's people to slowly repay after production resumes next year. Roland closes his eyes slightly and says, "If I sell to Willow Town, there's no need for any slow repayment. Willow Town is willing to use gold royals to purchase everything Border Town produces, and whatever can be bought with gold royals, Willow Town will sell. This is more reasonable than Longsong Fortress's barter model." Roland glances at the family crest on Pyre's chest and continues, "Judging by your family crest, you should be from the Honeysuckle family, as one of Longsong Fortress's 6 great families. How will you convince the other families? Can you make the final decision?" Pyre falls silent. The Fourth Prince is absolutely right. Not only the other 5 families, he isn't even sure he can persuade his own father. Regardless of the outcome, he must try. Thinking this, Pyre plays his final card, 30%. The fortress will purchase ore and rough gemstones at 30% below market price. This price should be higher than what Willow Town offers. "Your Highness, cooperating with the fortress is a better choice for both you and your people. Willow Town is too far away. Although you could take refuge there to avoid the months of demons, the journey is dangerous." As these words leave his mouth, Pyre realizes what he's done, his heart pounding. He's actually threatening a prince. Unexpectedly, Roland doesn't fly into a rage upon hearing this, but laughs heartily. Ambassador, you seem to have misunderstood something. I never thought about going to Willow Town, Roland says with an amused expression. Of course, I also have no intention of going to Longsong Fortress. I'm not going anywhere. Pyre begins to doubt whether he heard correctly. Fortunately, the prince continues to explain, this winter I will remain in Border Town. Border Town will become the kingdom of Grey Castle's new borderline. I can take you to visit the newly constructed city wall in a moment. It's at the foot of North Slope Ridge. Pyre is even more confused. City wall? Pyre suddenly recalls the joke among Longsong Fortress nobles. The prince is undertaking major construction in Border Town. The 6 great families all consider this 4th prince foolish and ignorant. Pyre feels his mind can't keep up. How is this possible? A city wall of this scale requires years to build. Moreover, where would Border Town get so many workers? The 4th prince's image suddenly becomes mysterious in Pyre's mind. Or rather, this 4th prince of Grey Castle is simply unfathomable. Pyre suppresses the turmoil in his heart and tries his best to maintain his composure. I've noted everything you've said, Your Highness. I'll negotiate with the 6 families immediately upon my return. However, regarding the city wall you mentioned, I'd like to see it. Roland has just lit the room's candles when he hears a sharp clap from behind. Cold sweat instantly breaks out on Roland's body. When he turns around, an unfamiliar woman's teasing voice comes through. I didn't expect Longsong Fortress's ambassador to leave with his tail between his legs. It seems the 4th prince does have some skills. A stranger appearing in his room without anyone noticing. What else could she be but an assassin? Roland bolts toward the door, but before his hand reaches the door handle, the woman behind him moves. A gleaming dagger flies from her hand. A cold breeze instantly sweeps past Roland's ear, and the dagger embeds itself firmly in the door panel. The strange woman says softly, Please don't be impulsive, Your Highness. I'm only here to talk with you. Is this how you ask someone to talk? Roland swallows and slowly turns around. Under the threat of the dagger, he can only do as she says. In the dim candlelight, Roland sees the figure sitting on his bed, her entire body hidden beneath a robe with a hood covering her head. Steadying himself, Roland asks, Who are you? I have no name. My sisters all call me Nightingale. The woman stands up and lifts the corner of her robe, curtsies gracefully in a perfect noble's greeting, and continues, First, I express my gratitude to you, Your Highness Roland Wimbledon, for your tolerance and care toward the witches during this time. Gratitude? Roland notices a pattern on her robe glowing uniquely in the firelight. 3 parallel triangles forming an eye-like pattern. He seems to have seen it somewhere before. The pattern on the coins, the holy mountain, and the sigil of the demon eye. This is the emblem of the Witch Cooperation Association. In a daze, Baroff's words suddenly flash through his mind. You're a witch? Nightingale lets out a series of light laughs. Heh, Your Highness truly is well learned. Hearing her confirm her identity, Roland quietly breathes a sigh of relief. You came here for Anna, didn't you? If I really wanted to hang her, she'd be dead already. Nightingale sits back down on the bed and says slowly, I know. And if you had really done that, I wouldn't just want to talk with you. The Cooperation Association doesn't much like interfering in worldly affairs. Killing a prince over one witch might be excessive, but leaving you with a deep impression, that I can do. Faced with this naked threat, Roland actually feels relieved. She's living well. Nightingale nods. I know, besides her, there's also a young girl named Nana. I arrived here a week ago, just haven't met with you until now. I've seen everything you've done. Roland breaks into a cold sweat at these words. She arrived a week ago and witnessed everything he did? Could this person have been following him all along without him noticing at all? Wanting to understand what she intends to do, Roland can't help but ask, All right, you said you wanted to talk with me. You're not just planning to thank me, are you? Aren't you tired standing there talking to me? Nightingale says while removing her hood. Please come here to talk. I don't look frightening. I won't scare your highness, will I? The moment the hood falls, Nightingale's golden curly hair cascades down like a waterfall. In the candlelight, golden highlights slowly spread, revealing a high-bridged nose, spirited eyes, and features that exude mature charm. Nightingale gently pats the edge of the bed, gesturing for his highness the prince to sit. Roland slowly walks over and sits beside her on the bed. Not because he's attracted by her appearance, but simply because he senses she means no harm. Now you can speak. Roland wants to hear what this witch intends to do, but Nightingale reaches out her hand and gently caresses Roland's cheek. As I thought, you're not afraid of me. You're different from all those people I've met. They hate us because they fear us. As she speaks, Nightingale leans closer to Roland and continues, I can see fear in their eyes, but in yours, there's only curiosity. And so, our Prince Roland finds himself further teased by this strange witch Nightingale. Fortunately, she soon restrains her emotions. I came here to tell you that I'm taking Anna and Nana with me. No, Roland's heart jumps in alarm, and he stands up, the words bursting out. Then, worried that his refusal might anger her, he adds, they're living well here. No one can harm them. Besides, where do you want to take them? There's no place safer than here. Nightingale doesn't get angry, but instead says in a calm tone, taking them to the Cooperation Association. That's where they belong. From what Roland understands, the Cooperation Association has no fixed base. A month ago, Border Town's guards discovered the association's camp in hide-and-seek forest. Footprints indicated the association had been in the northern territories. But what's in the north? Only endless mountains. Roland can't understand how wintering in the mountains like savages could be safe. Is there clean drinking water? Sufficient food? Warm shelter? At this moment, Roland suddenly recalls what Baroff once said, witches can only find true peace by going to the Holy Mountain. The purpose of the Cooperation Association's establishment is to gather witches together to search for the Holy Mountain. Therefore, he asks Nightingale. Are you planning to search for the holy mountain in the impassable mountains? Nightingale smiles bitterly. Please forgive me, I can't say. But her expression clearly tells Roland he's guessed correctly. If that's the case, Roland will absolutely not agree to let Nightingale take Anna and Nana. In 2 months, the entire wilderness will be the realm of demonic beasts. An idea appears in Roland's mind, and he immediately blurts out, I've got it. How about this? The holy mountain can be searched for any time. Why don't you all just come to Border Town for the winter? At these words, it's Nightingale's turn to be dumbfounded. This prince is inviting the Cooperation Association to move here? What an interesting person. Nightingale thinks for a moment, but ultimately shakes her head. Your Highness, even if you don't fear witches, your people do. And once we are exposed to public view, the church's lackeys will quickly come knocking. Upon hearing this, Roland clenches his fists, thinking that as long as he can successfully get through the months of demons, with the witch's help, his people will realize they're not evil. But before Roland can speak, he hears Nightingale mention something he didn't know about. There's another reason Nightingale wants to take them away. Anna's about to come of age. Come of age? Roland doesn't understand. What effect does coming of age have on witches? No one in Border Town knows either, so he's never heard of this. Seemingly seeing Roland's confusion, Nightingale calmly explains, Your Highness, do you know why witches are seen as the embodiment of demons? Most witches awaken during the months of demons, the so-called days when the gate of hell opens. Coming of age is a dividing line for witches. Women who haven't awakened by age 18 essentially have no chance of becoming witches anymore. But coming of age is also a dividing line for witches. After coming of age, witches suffer from demonic backlash every year during the months of demons. It's an unimaginable pain, as if something is trying to burst out of the body. Every blood vessel and tendon swells with unbearable pain. If you can endure it, you'll recover after 4 or 5 days of rest. But witches who can't hold on will die in this torment, and their deaths are horrifying to behold. It's precisely because of these horrific deaths, combined with the church's manipulation, that witches are regarded by the world as the embodiment of demons. After listening, Roland remains silent for a long time. This is the first time he's heard about the development process of witches in this world. He asks in a low voice, and after coming of age, ancient texts record that witches can only find eternal peace at the holy mountain, no longer suffering from demonic backlash. Is this true? Nightingale's reply lacks a clear answer. Nobody knows, because the holy mountain only appears in legends. However, taking them to the Cooperation Association's camp gives them better odds of survival. Changing the subject, Nightingale says, if witches don't have to hide themselves and can live freely, the backlash's power will be much weaker than before. For a moment, Roland's mind is in turmoil. Although Prince Roland's development plan absolutely requires Anna and Nana's help, if his own plan puts the 2 young witches at enormous risk, that's not something Roland wants to see. Finally, Roland says weakly to Nightingale, Anna is downstairs. I'll call her up. If she's willing, you can take her. As for Nana, I won't see her until tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Nightingale stands and bows. This 4th prince truly is a very gentle person at heart. And so, when Roland calls Anna to the room and repeats what he and Nightingale discussed, the next moment, Anna pats her chest and says with certainty, I'm not leaving. Nightingale frowns and says sternly, Anna, I'm not lying to you. I can feel the magic surging within you. It's nearly mature. Looking at Anna's serious little face, Nightingale continues, the months of demons in 2 months will be your coming of age. The sooner you reach the Cooperation Association's camp, the safer you'll be. But Anna ignores her and instead turns to look at Roland, bringing up how Roland once asked if she wanted to return to school like Nana, to study with other children. That day, Roland promised she could live like a normal person afterward. Anna didn't pay attention to these things back then, but what Anna wants to say now is, I only want to stay by your highness's side. That's all. Anna says in a steady, natural voice, word by word, demonic backlash won't kill me. I will overcome it. As she speaks, her small hands clench into fists, strengthening her resolve. Upon hearing Anna's decision, Nightingale closes her eyes and sighs deeply. All right, I understand. Roland originally thought that if Anna refused to leave, Nightingale would depart. Unexpectedly, Nightingale tells Roland that she herself will stay here. The Cooperation Association's camp won't move during the months of demons anyway. Roland is greatly shocked. Is he going to be monitored all winter? Well, can't afford to mess with this. At this moment, Nightingale pulls up her hood, stands, and walks toward Anna, warning Roland, I've struggled on the edge of death multiple times and witnessed companions disappear with my own eyes. When that day comes, at least I can help her, if she doesn't make it through. Nightingale walks to the door and pulls out the dagger, continuing, if she doesn't make it through, I have experience handling the aftermath. Well then, farewell. With that, Nightingale's figure gradually disappears into the darkness, vanishing like mist without leaving a trace. Is this Nightingale's ability? Roland thinks thoughtfully. Silent concealment. She's a natural-born assassin. Roland knows too little about about the Cooperation Association's intelligence, but he believes he'll definitely encounter this organization again, as long as he persists on this path of nation-building with witches. At this moment, Roland pats Anna's head. It's getting late, go back to bed. What Roland doesn't see is that Anna's previously lake-like calm eyes are no longer peaceful. In a barely audible voice, she murmurs, "Fool." Border Town Square becomes lively. Many townspeople gather at this moment, chattering among themselves as they wait for the fourth prince's speech. Approaching noon, Roland ascends the erected platform and waves his hand to quiet everyone down. Then he proclaims loudly, "My people, good afternoon." Roland has practiced this scene alone many times. Roland continues, "I am Roland Wimbledon, fourth prince of the kingdom of Greycastle. I've gathered everyone at this moment because I have important news to tell you. Longsong Fortress's envoy arrived here 4 days ago for the ore delivery. As everyone knows, a month ago we suffered an unfortunate accident. The North Slope mine collapsed, and even today the mining area hasn't fully resumed production." Seeing people whispering below, Roland closes his eyes slightly and continues, "I explained the situation to the envoy and hoped he could allocate the full amount of food to Border Town, with the missing ore to be made up after winter ends. But he refused, without any room for negotiation. He refused to allocate more grain, just like 2 years ago." At these words, cries of alarm rise from the crowd. Clearly, everyone has a deep impression of the food shortage 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Border Town lost 20% of its people. Some lost brothers, some lost children. Seeing this, Roland shouts loudly, "This time, how many more are you prepared to lose?" "No, Your Highness, save us!" someone shouts from below. Then more people cry out, "Your Highness, please, help us!" Roland coughs lightly. "Of course, I won't abandon my people. Not a single one. At normal market prices, just 2 months' worth of ore is enough to exchange for half a year's food." When Border Town's people learn the true value of their output, waves of cursing erupt from the crowd. Next, Roland spreads his hands. "Therefore, I've already sold the ore to merchants from Willow Town and obtained several ships of grain, enough for an entire winter. Everyone will have enough to eat." The square immediately erupts in cheers. Roland raises his hand to suppress the cheering and continues, "However, this means severing ties with Longsong Fortress. This winter, we will spend in Border Town." At these words, everyone shows fearful expressions. Roland is prepared for this and proceeds to introduce to the townspeople. To the west of Border Town, a solid city wall is being erected. "I want to tell you that demonic beasts are not much stronger than the fierce beasts in the forest. Although they have thick hides, they can't climb walls or bite through stone. No matter how thick their skin is, they're just a bunch of pitiful targets." Roland has now thoroughly ignited Border Town people's hope for survival. "Tell me, my people, would you rather hide miserably in the fortress's shacks and starve to death?" Roland pats his own chest. "Or under my leadership, protect your loved ones and children, and defend Border Town to the last moment? I promise here that as long as you hold out until the months of Demon's End, all townspeople who fought on the walls will receive 25 silver wolves in compensation. For anyone who unfortunately sacrifices their life, their family will receive 5 gold royals in compensation. We will fight for your highness." Everyone shouts, "Fight to the death! Defend Border Town to the death! Fight for your highness!" Roland doesn't expect everyone to stay in Border Town. As long as half the people are willing to remain, he's confident he can stop the demonic beasts' eastward advance here. In Longsong Fortress's castle, the Duke of Longsong is meeting with the fortress's 6 noble families, currently discussing that foolish fourth prince in Border Town, rushing to repair walls before winter arrives. "Don't know whether to praise or mock him," a noble says mockingly. "This fourth prince doesn't even have stonemasons, just piling up uncut stones. I'm afraid if they stack it a bit higher, it'll collapse on its own. Regardless, this is a good thing. If he flees back to Longsong Fortress, naturally he'll be at our mercy." At this moment, the Duke, who has been sitting with closed eyes in thought, suddenly speaks. "Pyre, what's your view?" Pyre is stunned for a moment, not expecting the Duke of Longsong to ask for his opinion. After recovering, he shares his thoughts. Originally, he planned to offer 30% below market price, still a worthwhile deal for Longsong Fortress. But His Highness the Fourth Prince seems to have plans to produce and sell ironware himself. However, these aren't the main points. The Duke of Longsong becomes somewhat curious upon hearing this. "Oh, what is the main point?" Pyre continues. "If he can hold Border Town, it's equally excellent news for the fortress. We won't have to focus our energy on dealing with demonic beasts every year. Moreover, the Fourth Prince won't stay in Border Town forever. The succession contest only lasts 5 years. After 5 years, we'll gain a more prosperous Border Town. At that time, Longsong Fortress will become the kingdom's 3rd largest territory by area. So my suggestion is," Pyre glances at the Duke and says carefully, "the fortress should send people to help His Highness build the wall and jointly defend Border Town." After hearing Pyre's opinion, the Duke of Longsong nods and smiles. "Well said." But then the Duke's tone shifts, continuing, "But these are all merchants' thoughts, only seeing gains and losses." At this, the Duke straightens up, his gaze slowly sweeping over the other attendees, his tone gradually becoming stern. "Whether Border Town prospers or decays doesn't matter. What matters is that it's my territory, and no one should think of sticking their hand in." With that, he walks straight out of the conference hall. adding before exiting, even if he's a prince. No exception. Border Town, the wooden shed in the fourth prince's palace's back garden. Your Highness, this is the infinitely powerful thing you mentioned? Carter frowns as he examines the strange machine. The steam engine before Carter is the product of 3 days of work, Carter cooperating with His Highness Roland with Anna's help. Of course, forging a qualified cylinder purely by hand would be a pipe dream. Thanks to Anna's ability, they could weld the iron plates together. In Roland's eyes, this seemingly crude machine radiates industrial beauty, the romance exclusive to engineering enthusiasts like him. Faced with Carter's doubt about the steam engine, Roland smiles mysteriously. You'll know in a moment. Roland pours a bucket of water into the steam chamber and has Anna light the firewood. Carter complains upon seeing this. Your Highness, isn't this just boiling water? Under Anna's continuous heating, after more than 10 minutes, the water boils, gurgling and bubbling. Soon, crackling sounds come from inside the cylinder. Roland knows these are the sounds of the cylinder body expanding from heat. The piston begins pushing the connecting rod outward. When it reaches the apex, another connecting rod pulls the sliding valve, and steam pushes the piston back inward. The machine emits a piercing roar, the exhaust port huffing and puffing white steam with an unstoppable momentum. Anna is momentarily mesmerized by the sight and asks dreamily, is this the power hidden in nature that Your Highness spoke of? Meanwhile, the chief knight beside her wears an expression of disbelief. Every heavy component of that machine was installed by Carter himself. Yet now, seeing the machine's rapid operation, a trace of unease gradually rises in his heart. His Highness said it could replace human and animal labor? With this brute force alone, even 10 knights would struggle to resist it. Training a qualified knight takes 15 years, but manufacturing such an iron furnace only takes 3 days. It needs no feeding, fears neither cold nor hunger, nor arrows and blades. Just mount a battering ram on the front, and it could rampage across the battlefield. If so, is there still a need for traditional knights to exist? Thinking this, Carter feels as if his glory as a knight is about to be lost. While the chief knight is lost in thought, Roland himself looks at this machine with great satisfaction. The steam engine brings the prime mover needed for humanity's first industrial revolution, thoroughly liberating human and animal labor. With this power system, Prince Roland's grand development plan takes its first epoch-making step. That evening, inside the fourth prince's palace in Border Town, when Roland returns to his bedroom and opens the door, he discovers someone inside. Taking a closer look, it's Nightingale, the witch from the Cooperation Association. This time, Nightingale isn't wearing her hood. With a smile, she fiddles with several parchments in her hands and says, seems the rumors outside really can't be trusted. They all say the fourth prince is incompetent and has a terrible personality, but in reality you're no less capable than a courtmaster. These drawings are the design plans for that iron furnace? You call it a steam engine, right? Roland grumbles internally, what the? Can't a person have any privacy? Coming and going as she pleases? And now she's even gotten her hands on the classified blueprints on my desk. Nightingale asks Roland about the purpose of this so-called steam engine. Roland replies casually, many uses. Mining ore, draining water, smelting iron, forging. Anywhere that requires great strength, it can be of use. Hearing this, although she doesn't quite understand, it doesn't stop her from taking the blueprints. She says softly, then I'll take these. The Cooperation Association also has someone who can control flames. The next moment, ignoring Roland's objection, she rolls up the parchments and tucks them into her robe. Seeing this, Roland becomes somewhat annoyed. Nightingale waves her hand to stop Roland's protest. Of course, I'm not taking your things for nothing. Look at this first. She pulls out a small roll of white paper from her chest. Nightingale tosses the paper to Roland, saying in a teasing tone, a secret message carried by carrier pigeon, but I intercepted it. Roland gently unfolds it and scans it twice. This is, but he hears Nightingale continue. The recipient is your headmaid Tilly. Seems your inner court isn't very stable. The letter says, cannot repeat last time's failure. Must eliminate you during the chaos of the months of demons. Tilly? In Roland's memory, there seems to be such a maid. If he remembers correctly, the original Playboy Roland always harassed Tilly. Although the letter has no signature, based on the content, even Nightingale can determine it's most likely written by one of Roland's royal siblings. Nightingale asks, so, what do you plan to do? Do you need me to handle it? Roland naturally understands what she means by handle. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nods. I'll trouble you then. If possible, ask her who's behind this. Hearing this, Nightingale immediately stands and bows. As you wish, your highness. Then these blueprints will be my payment. The next morning, inside the castle's administrative office, Roland is reading reports about the territory. When Chief Knight Carter suddenly reports, the prince's maid Tilly died in an unfortunate incident last night. What? Roland startles. Although he already knew this would be the outcome, he still feels somewhat uncomfortable. Maid Tilly fell from her room's balcony. There are no signs of struggle at the scene, and the guards saw no outsiders entering or leaving, so Carter judges it must have been Tilly accidentally falling. An accident. Hearing this, Roland expresses slight regret, then instructs Carter to have the head maid handle Tilly's funeral arrangements. Carter nods in acknowledgement and bows before leaving. After a moment of daze, Roland softly says to the empty air beside him, did you find out anything? Unsurprisingly, the air beside him gradually becomes becomes misty, and a graceful figure slowly appears. Nightingale reveals herself and removes her hood, saying in a somewhat dejected tone, "Sigh, nothing at all. She committed suicide the moment she saw me. You couldn't even restrain her." Roland raises his hand slightly, finding it hard to believe. Even with Nightingale's abilities, she failed at the last moment. "I did tie her up," Nightingale says sheepishly. Who would have thought she had poison hidden in her teeth? Clearly, both understand now. This maid Tilly was a death warrior planted beside Prince Roland. After Tilly poisoned herself, Nightingale had no choice but to stage it as an accidental fall. Although she couldn't get anything from Tilly's mouth, she found a family letter in the room. Nightingale suddenly moves closer to Roland, saying in a somewhat teasing manner, "The sender addresses Tilly as sister, and the content is just ordinary chit-chat. But I noticed the other person mentioned ocean views multiple times. As far as I know, those two brothers of yours can't see the ocean." Roland spreads open the family letter, repeating in a daze, "The ocean." Thinking of his siblings' territories, he says uncertainly, "Could the person behind this be the third princess at Clear Waterport?" Nightingale speculates. "Most likely Princess Garcia. She's holding Tilly's relatives hostage, using Tilly as a pawn for assassination. Judging from Tilly's decisive suicide, she had received at least 2 to 3 years of relevant training before being planted beside Roland." Roland sighs softly. As expected, the succession contest won't end that easily. Even if he doesn't compete, it doesn't mean he can stay out of it. For the throne, Roland's siblings have no qualms. Similar incidents will likely happen again in the future. Someone's coming. I'll take my leave first, Your Highness." Nightingale blows a teasing breath toward Roland, then vanishes into thin air in an instant. Although it's not the first time seeing Nightingale disappear, doing this in broad daylight still startles Roland. At this moment, knocking sounds from outside the office door. "Your Highness, it's Barov." Barov reports. "The townspeople willing to fight during the months of demons have responded to the fourth prince's call, passed the screening, and are now lining up by the city wall." Hearing this news, Roland immediately stands up, somewhat excited, indicating he'll go see for himself right away. At this moment, Barov asks Roland with a somewhat strange expression, "Your Highness, do you really plan to use these people to fight the demonic beasts?" At the foot of Border Town's newly built wall. Only now does Roland understand why Barov's expression was so strange. Looking at this group of ragged commoners before him, an impulse to turn around and leave rises in his heart. Roland asks the chief knight beside him quietly, "These are the people you recruited? Your Highness? These were selected according to your requirements." As Carter speaks, he lifts up the shirt of a scrawny man beside him. Male, not a criminal, between 18 and 40 years old, no physical disabilities. I've checked carefully. Roland rubs his aching face. Fine, should have known not to expect too much. After all, with productivity so low in this world, even having enough to eat is difficult. So naturally, people won't generally have strong physiques. An army composed entirely of commoners is an extremely imaginative thing in this era. Commoners are ignorant, can't read documents, can't understand orders, and haven't received professional combat training. They're nothing compared to knights who've been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. Minister Barov, accompanying Prince Roland, advises Your Highness this was never feasible. Look at them. Which one can even hold a sword properly? Better to hire professional mercenaries to guard the walls. But Roland directly rejects this suggestion, saying, "No, I'll use them." He has no fondness for those mercenaries who work only for money. Besides, Roland isn't building an army just to deal with demonic beasts. Throughout history, a powerful and vital force must have members drawn from the people. Whether feudal armies, modern armies, or contemporary forces, this principle has been proven countless times. Hearing the prince refuse to use mercenaries, the knight tentatively asks, "Then shall I start training them how to hold swords tomorrow? Though it may not be very useful." Swords? No, first have them practice formation drills and running. Roland suddenly realizes that this chief knight has never experienced his training methods, so he changes his words. "Call that hunter you found last time. You both watch how I do it first." At noon, at the foot of Border Town's wall, Prince Roland, along with Minister Barov, Chief Knight Carter, and Hunter Ironaxe, is training the newly recruited militia. But the fourth prince's training method is standing at military posture. The fourth prince said earlier that whoever moves loses an egg from their lunch. Therefore, although they're swaying unsteadily, most manage to persevere. Of course, this greatly displeases Carter. This era's warfare is brawl-style combat, while Roland has decided to use modernized, standardized military training methods, completely overturning the era's conventions. Roland doesn't need those Spartan warriors who can tear apart beasts with their bare hands wearing nothing but loincloths. What he wants is a true army with strict discipline and absolute obedience. Therefore, to quickly achieve this, His Highness the Prince simply transplants the University Military Training Regimen. Only after this group fully understands what discipline means can Roland implement his next plan. Soon, after training ends, 4 carts loaded with food arrive at the foot of the wall. When the crowd sees the carts full of food and the eggs the prince promised, they feel happiness has come too suddenly. When the fourth prince orders everyone to form 4 columns and collect food one by one, and announces that anyone disrupting order will be forced to receive food last, in the blink of an eye, 4 queues instantly form neat lines. No other reason, these people became militia for that very food. Soon, after distributing the meals, the fourth prince announces again, after eating, everyone will march to the patrol soldiers' camp in town, and appoints Iron Axe as captain. Next, Iron Axe will begin teaching everyone how to set up tents. After hearing His Highness' words, Carter quietly asks his lord, "Do you really plan to appoint a sand person as captain? He doesn't belong to Grey Castle. Not even to the continental kingdoms," Roland replies dismissively. Witches don't belong to Grey Castle either, but they all belong to Border Town. Besides, aren't you here watching over things? Roland pats the knight's shoulder. He believes Border Town doesn't care about origins. As long as they haven't violated kingdom law, they're still his subjects. At this moment, he takes out a rolled parchment and hands it to Carter. On it are the training regulations Roland has listed. Carter takes the parchment scroll from Roland's hand and scans it from beginning to end, immediately dumbfounded. This training content is simply unheard of. The weather in Border Town grows colder day by day, and Roland wakes up later each day. At this moment, Roland walks sleepily to the office door. Just as he enters the office, Roland sees Nightingale already waiting there for him. Nightingale jerks her chin toward the breakfast plate on the desk, saying leisurely, "There, your breakfast. I ate half while it was hot. Now it's all cold," acting as if she's the owner of this place. Roland's heart rages. "She even ate my breakfast." Roland pulls out his chair and sits back at his desk, complaining, "Has no one taught you to maintain humility before a prince? I remember you were quite proper with etiquette at first." Like this, Nightingale bows with an impeccable noble courtesy, then smiles and says, "You don't care anyway, right? Besides, you don't like those tedious formalities. I can tell." Roland thinks to himself, "She can tell that too? Does this woman have a third eye?" After a long moment, Roland sighs helplessly. "Whatever you want, but if you eat my breakfast in the future, finish it all. If I want to eat, I'll order another one." Hearing this, Nightingale cheerfully picks up the plate and runs to the side, not forgetting to reply to Roland, "As you command, your highness." Roland spreads out a parchment scroll on his desk, preparing to complete the design drawings he was halfway through yesterday. To defend Border Town, he needs an epoch-making weapon to gain absolute advantage over the demonic beasts. The flintlock. I looked at the orders on the desk. Nightingale swallows a piece of bread and asks casually, "What do you plan to do with so much saltpeter? It's winter now. If you want chilled ale, just leave a bowl outside, right?" Hearing this, Roland freezes for a moment, then bluffs to make iced cheese. The current temperature isn't low enough. It needs to freeze. Roland knows very well that although the woman before him isn't an enemy, she's not as trustworthy as Anna either. Unlike the steam engine, the flintlock doesn't have much of a technological barrier. Once it spreads, it would obviously be detrimental to his development plans. Saltpeter is what nobles like to use in summer to cool beverages, but it's also an important ingredient for making gunpowder. Before figuring out Nightingale's true nature, some things are better kept hidden. Thinking this, Roland tentatively asks, besides searching for the Holy Mountain, does the Witch Cooperation Association also train assassins? Mentioning the association, Nightingale shows slight sadness and replies, "No, they're just a group of pitiful people gathered together for a dream. I only joined the association in the last 2 years." So you were serving someone else before? Roland now asks the question he's truly concerned about. "Besides me, is there someone else willing to shelter witches?" Nightingale turns her head away, her tone dropping. "How could that be? If they knew I'd become a witch, I would have been secretly executed long ago." Roland presses, "Oh, can you tell me about it?" Nightingale smiles and shakes her head, but this time, her smile carries some ambiguous emotions. In the castle's backyard, after 5 busy days, Roland finally creates the first flintlock. The entire manufacturing process was fraught with problems, but ultimately, being able to create a flintlock is already a tremendous fortune, because flintlock production takes a long time, requiring craftsmen to hammer it out piece by piece, from barrel to trigger. Manufacturing a complete gun takes roughly 3 months, but Roland's own steam engine, due to vibration issues, still can't completely replace craftsmen. Therefore, at current efficiency, at most 4 flintlocks can be made before the months of demons. Carter, standing nearby at this moment, sees His Highness the Prince staring intently at the so-called flintlock and can't help but ask, "Your Highness, how will you use this thing to fight demonic beasts?" Hearing this, Roland chuckles. "Select the most outstanding hunters from the ranks, form an elite squad, and have them use this weapon." This displeases Carter somewhat. Why doesn't His Highness use his patrol troops? Roland thinks of the 2 patrol captains he met in the office initially, and always feels they're somewhat unreliable. That night, in the castle sewers. Through here, one can silently reach directly to the castle garden. At this time, in the sewers, someone is pursuing the patrol soldier ahead. Behind, that person also wearing patrol armor leaps high, dual-wielding swords slashing toward the person ahead, shouting, "Die, Brian!" So the one being pursued is Brian, who had an audience with the prince. At this moment, Brian turns, using the blade of his sword to block this slash. As both sides lock in stalemate, the pursuer says viciously, "Surrender. Do you want the same fate as Grey Dog?" Hearing this, Brian's eyes dim slightly. Grey Dog also had an audience with the prince and has now died miserably at their hands. Thinking this, Brian's heart surges with determination. Must not let these people into the castle. A surge of courage erupts from within Brian, knocking away his opponent's sword, and his sword thrusts fiercely. This strike is for Grey Dog. Brian steps forward with his right foot, extending his sword, the tip piercing the pursuer's chest, directly wounding him. The opponent hastily retreats, saying viciously, "A mere patrol soldier dares to wound me?" Hearing this, Brian's fury intensifies and he roars, "While you scum were slacking off gambling and getting drunk in taverns, we were training hard to protect our own town. And now, you traitors have sided with Longsong Fortress, willing to bring disaster to the town. I'll never let you go." Finishing, Brian charges at his opponent with sword raised, but in a moment of carelessness, he's stabbed by the opponent's dagger. This strike is too concealed. By the time he notices, it's too late to block. Subsequently, reinforcements arrive for the opponent. Brian knows he can no longer win, so he pulls out the dagger from his chest and throws it at the only light source in the sewer. Like this, taking advantage of the darkness, Brian barely manages to escape. At the castle's granary, having temporarily shaken off the patrol traders, Brian guards dejectedly inside the door. He knows clearly that these traders' target is Bordertown's granary. Without food, the people of Bordertown can only seek shelter at Longsong Fortress. These locals of Bordertown have finally encountered a lord like the fourth prince who cares about his people. Brian feels that as patrol captain, he can't even guard the granary. Soon, the granary door is smashed open, and Brian is knocked flying several meters. The arrivals are precisely that group of traders. Just as they're about to finish off Brian, a quiet female voice comes. "Are you having such fun on someone else's territory? Killing people in my presence? I'm afraid that's rather inappropriate. Only then do the criminals." Notice a woman sitting on a crate ahead. Clearly there was no one else when they entered. Is this an illusion? The woman jumps down from the barrel and dusts off her robe. "Are you rats who snuck in from the gutter?" Her voice is crisp and pleasant, yet carries no emotion. Though the group of traders is surprised, they don't feel panicked, no matter how she appeared. They'll just kill this woman too. At this moment, Brian, having lost too much blood, begins to have blurry vision. He hears chaotic footsteps all around, the clash of weapons, and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground. The traders resist futilely, then fall futilely. Finally, only that woman remains standing proudly in the scene, and at this time, Brian can no longer hold on and loses consciousness. The next morning, at the castle granary, the chief knight is ordered to inspect last night's assassination scene. Seeing the bodies on the ground, Carter becomes puzzled. Who exactly stopped this chaos? That severely wounded patrol captain alone could never have resisted so many people. From the traces at the scene, someone intervened in this battle and moved freely throughout the fight. The traders had no power to resist. On the stacked barrels nearby, there isn't even a trace of fighting. Thinking this, Carter's mind wonders, what kind of incredible swordsmanship could achieve this? As a swordsman himself, what does his usually proud swordsmanship amount to before such a person? At this moment, a patrol soldier comes to report to Carter. The identities of the deceased have all been confirmed. Of the 8 bodies, 7 are former patrol members, and 1 person's identity is unknown. Additionally, the severely wounded patrol captain Brian will receive special treatment, and that criminal called Scar has been escorted to the dungeon. After hearing the soldier's report, Carter orders, "Clean up this place." He'll immediately go interrogate that person called Scar. Inside the administrative office, Roland sits at his desk in a daze. Who is it this time? The third princess or other siblings? Why so urgent? The 5-year succession contest has only been going for a few months. Roland glances to the side and says softly, "If you hadn't discovered this in time, I'm afraid I would have met a terrible end." Nightingale reveals herself in the office, sits on the desk, and says with a smile, "Even if I weren't here, they couldn't have succeeded. Don't forget, Anna sleeps downstairs from you." Roland glances at Nightingale and says, "Why don't you just settle down here and serve as my shadow guard? 2 gold royals per month in salary, double what Anna gets. Want to consider it?" This time, she doesn't directly refuse, but smiles and says non-committally, "Sorry, I can't abandon my companions in the Cooperation Association." Hearing this, Roland enthusiastically pitches, "Then bring them all. Once winter passes, Bordertown will undergo massive development. By then, witches can walk the streets without discrimination, and no one will view you as evil. We'll see when you achieve that." Nightingale shrugs. "Well, pitch failed. Better take it slow in the future." Roland changes the topic. "Nana was safely sent back, right?" The prince sighs, recalling he was awakened by Nightingale at midnight and nearly vomited after seeing the scene. Roland ordered Nightingale to secretly bring Nana out. The little girl who usually only healed chickens immediately fainted upon seeing a blood-covered person. After a chaotic scramble, Nana, with tears streaming down her face, finally healed Brian. Regarding this assassination attempt, Roland keeps wondering which of his dear brothers or sisters did it. But Nightingale doesn't think so. After all, that headmaid last time committed suicide directly, while this time there's a survivor. It doesn't seem like Roland's siblings' work. Last night, that Scar, upon seeing Nightingale slaughter everyone, kowtowed in submission. Compared to the third princess's subordinates, these guys are far inferior. The chief knight has gone to interrogate. Results should come soon. The scene shifts. Under Carter's guidance, Roland visits Brian, the patrol captain who was severely wounded last night. As soon as Roland enters, Brian, still lying in bed recovering, discovers His Highness the Prince has personally come to visit him, and immediately sits up despite his injuries. Brian feels a burning passion surging in his heart. He has so many things to say but doesn't know what to say first. Instead, Roland nods and says, "I've learned of your deeds, Brian. You are a hero beyond question." The moment the word hero is spoken, Brian's eyes immediately sting, and his voice chokes up. "Your Highness, my friend is the true hero." Roland pats his shoulder consolingly. "Grey Dog will receive a funeral befitting his status. His family will be properly settled and won't need to worry about food anymore. And that person called Scar has confessed his crimes and been sentenced to hanging, to be carried out in 3 days. If your body recovers, you might go watch." Brian's eyes widen suddenly. "But your Highness, Scar is said to be a noble. Nobles can redeem their crimes with gold royals. Doing this will anger." Roland waves his hand, interrupting Brian. "A noble? A noble from Longsong Fortress? Even if he is a noble, invading a prince's palace, attempting to burn the grain stores, disregarding the lives of everyone in Border Town, these 3 crimes combined are unforgivable," Roland says angrily at this moment. If he had succeeded, Border Town's foundation would be destroyed in an instant, with no chance to recover. Such crimes cannot be forgiven. Then Roland says to Brian, "Rest well. I've arranged for others to carry out the patrol duties. When the months of demons end, I'll hold a knighting ceremony for you." "Your Highness." Hearing the last sentence, Brian looks at the prince in disbelief. "You mean?" Roland pats his chest and answers with a smile. "Yes, you will become my knight, brave Sir Brian." At the foot of the newly built wall on the west side of Border Town, the militia is currently drilling under Iron Axe's command. After a week of strange training exercises, the militia's practice routines are gradually becoming proper. "Everyone attention. Receive His Highness's inspection." After Iron Axe shouts the command, all the militia before him plant their wooden spears beside them and stand ramrod straight. Roland has just finished handling the aftermath of the night raid on the castle, and now comes to inspect the militia's recent training results. Now that the troops have entered combat readiness training, as Supreme Commander, he needs to show himself from time to time to stabilize morale. At this moment, Roland is muttering, what should I say during inspections? Whatever. He plans to randomly pull someone aside for casual chat, showing his courtesy toward subordinates and boosting his reputation. He walks before the militia and pats a young man who looks relatively sturdy, asking, "Training's been tough. Are you tired? Is the food good?" Based on his experience from watching news on TV in his previous life, the response should be an excited, loud answer. "Not tired. Very good." Who knew this young man, in his excitement, would drop to both knees, giving Roland quite a fright. Roland thinks to himself, why did he kneel? But looking at this young man, why does something seem off? Among the militia, Vanner feels heaven has blessed him. His Highness the Prince actually cares about whether he's tired from training in such a kind tone. Usually, forget royalty. Even ordinary nobles won't say an extra word to these commoners. Therefore, Vanner subconsciously imitates knights in saluting His Highness the Prince. But in his excitement, he drops straight to his knees. After being asked to stand, Vanner's mind is still in chaos. He can't even remember how he answered. Finally, when His Highness the Fourth Prince asks Vanner, if you have any opinions or thoughts about the training, feel free to speak up. Vanner suddenly becomes much more clear-headed. Vanner carefully formulates his words. Your Highness, the militia currently has far too few people. With the current formation training method, when the demonic beasts attack, we can at most defend less than a third of the wall. You see, as soon as Vanner speaks, his comrades around him quietly voice their agreement. Roland raises his hand to interrupt the discussion, turns to ask Vanner's name, then says appreciatively, your observation skills are quite good. He pats Vanner's shoulder, and continues, yes, relying on just one militia unit to guard the entire wall is indeed not very realistic. He looks up and addresses everyone. Demonic beasts, in a sense, are merely mutated wild animals. They have no ability to think. Captain Iron Axe has already confirmed this. From the Redwater River to the foot of North Slope Ridge is nearly 1,800 feet. We can use roadblocks, traps, and such to lure them to attack specific areas. Continuous obstacles will guide the prey to designated locations, ultimately concentrating them in the defense zone we've prepared. As soon as Roland finishes speaking, Iron Axe raises a question. But your Highness, won't this cause all the demonic beasts to concentrate together? Won't that be too dangerous? Hearing this, Roland explains confidently, well, if we only rely on spears and bows, that would be true. However, now we have a new weapon. The testing grounds. This place is about 2 miles west of Border Town's newly built wall, on an open space between Stray Forest and the impassable mountains. A thunderous roar suddenly erupts. The explosion sound and shockwave are felt almost simultaneously. A black cloud slowly rises, then gravel and mud rain down like rainfall. When the dust settles, Roland's only thought is, this is way louder than firecrackers. As for Iron Axe and Chief Knight Carter, they're already scared speechless. They never imagined this weapon's power would be so astonishing. Probably only heaven's thunderous punishment could compare. Roland stands up and leads everyone to inspect the explosion site. The ground there is now a crater half a meter deep. The rabbits placed 10 and 15 steps from the blast point for testing lie motionless on the ground, already killed by the shockwave from the explosion. Gunpowder is truly an essential tool for any transmigrator. The materials are widely available, and as long as you know the optimal ratio of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, 1 to 1.5 to 7.5, you can make it with absolutely no technical barriers. At this moment, Carter swallows hard as the ringing in his ears gradually returns to normal. Iron Axe's gaze toward Roland completely changes as he says, "Your Highness, if the militia can possess such weapons, Border Town will no longer fear the threat of demonic beasts. Can they be mass-produced?" Hearing this, Roland appears somewhat helpless and says, "Probably not. By the time the months of demons arrives, we'll likely only have enough to make 20 or 30. However, used in combination with flintlocks and crossbows, it'll be sufficient. This thing is our trump card." Nightingale walks through the mist. From here, the world exists in only black and white. It's an indescribable feeling. Nightingale spent a long time learning how to distinguish boundaries. Used properly, Nightingale can move freely through the mist without being bound by physical objects. In Nightingale's mist, up and down, front and back are no longer fixed concepts. They shift and even overlap with each other. Following those unpredictable lines, Nightingale can ascend through thin air and penetrate all things. Of course, it can also be understood as invisibility combined with wall phasing. Most of the time, everything here is black and white, but occasionally, Nightingale can see other colors, like Anna before her now. Witches are different from ordinary people. They are aggregates of magical power. They are also the only colors in the mist. Nightingale has never seen such rich and intense colors as Anna's. An emerald green radiance surges across her body. Though Nightingale is still in the mist world, Anna has already detected her and calls out, "Nightingale?" Hearing this, Nightingale feels somewhat startled and simply steps out of the mist, revealing herself before Anna. Anna has grown accustomed to her uninvited, sudden appearances. After greeting her, she continues practicing her flame manipulation. With her presence detected by Anna, Nightingale pulls out a cloth bundle from her clothes and says, sheepishly, "I brought fish cakes. Want some?" Hearing this, Anna's delicate nose twitches and she nods. Nightingale smiles and says, "Go wash your hands." Anna chuckles softly, "No need." A vigorous flame surges from her palms, and she rubs her hands together, actually using the flames to clean them. This display leaves Nightingale somewhat mesmerized. Back at the Cooperation Association, she had seen many witches with flame abilities, but none could compare to Anna. Such immense magical power gathers within Anna. As Nightingale knows, the stronger the magic, the stronger the backlash. She dares not imagine what terrible torment Anna will face when the demon materializes. Thinking of this, Nightingale asks aloud, "Anna, won't you really come back with me?" While speaking, she sits down across from Anna and continues, "The Cooperation Association has many sisters who will take good care of you. Here, you can only move within the castle grounds. Don't you feel confined? With your powerful abilities, everyone will welcome you." By the end, Nightingale's expression darkens and her voice drops lower. "This winter, I'm afraid you won't survive." Seeing Anna's magical power growing ever more immense in the mist, Nightingale feels increasingly sorrowful. Among the witches Nightingale knows, such a condition makes surviving to adulthood nearly impossible. All Nightingale can do is watch Anna's demise. Anna remains silent for a moment, then asks Nightingale a question. Before joining the Witch Cooperation Association, where did you live? Nightingale freezes. Anna is a very quiet girl who rarely asks her questions. She then answers, "I used to live in a large city to the east, not far from the capital." "Were you happy there?" Anna continues asking. What surfaces in Nightingale's mind are those days she'd rather not recall? Her neck bound by chains, watched over like a cat or dog. Nightingale shakes her head and asks softly, "Why do you ask?" Anna lowers her head, her expression darkening as she recounts her experience. "My father sold me to the church for 25 gold royals. His Highness brought me out of that cage. Here, I'm very happy." Hearing this, Nightingale freezes again, then counters, "But you can't leave this castle. Aside from Roland Wimbledon, everyone else still hates witches." Anna closes her eyes and responds peacefully that she doesn't mind. "Besides, His Highness said he will change all this, didn't he?" A moment later, Anna opens her starry eyes, as if they contain tiny specks of starlight, and asks Nightingale, "Are you happier at the Cooperation Association, or here?" At this moment, Anna no longer waits for Nightingale's answer. Her face flushes slightly as she says, "If the holy mountain you've been searching for means peace and belonging, then I think I've already found mine." Nightingale realizes that this place is Anna's holy mountain. Though Anna's life is running short, her soul will reach the other shore earlier than most witches. Just then, hurried footsteps sound from outside the door, and the room door suddenly bursts open. Nana rushes in. Nana's adorable little face is now filled with terror and tears. Disregarding Anna and Nightingale's reactions, little Nana throws herself into Anna's arms with a tearful face, then stands up and says with a tense expression, "What should I do, Anna? My father found out I'm a witch." This day, the sun is already high. In His Highness the Prince's room, Roland is still fast asleep in bed. As the weather grows colder, His Highness has started sleeping in every day. But today, Roland is dragged out of bed by Nightingale. Nana's urgent news makes Nightingale nervous as well, so she hurries to pull His Highness from his dreams. Learning that Nana's father has come looking, Roland is initially startled, but quickly realizes this is a rare opportunity. To make the little girl stay, he must find a reason to keep Nana's entire family in Border Town for the winter. After quickly dressing and washing up, he goes downstairs and opens the reception hall door. The furious Tigupine, Nana's father, immediately stands up upon seeing the prince and roars somewhat, "Bring out my daughter!" Seeing this, Roland takes quite some effort to calm Tigupine's emotions. Only then does he arrange for a maid to bring Nana. No matter how rude he is, he's still Nana's father, so it's best to let them meet first before talking. However, Nana arrives together with Anna. The moment he sees his daughter, Tigupine immediately shouts to Nana, "Come to Papa right now!" But the little girl only hides behind Anna, showing half her face. "Will you sell me to the church?" Tigu puts on a loving father's expression, spreading his arms and saying, "What are you talking about, silly child? The church won't take a dummy like you. Come home with me quickly." This reaction leaves Roland somewhat puzzled. After hesitating, he decides to speak openly. "Mr. Pine, your daughter is a witch, as you surely know." "What are you saying, Your Highness? I don't understand." Tigu becomes anxious and pretends to know nothing. The little girl hasn't yet realized her father's unusual behavior. Hiding behind Anna, she says softly, "Father, I've become a witch. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Tigu pounds his fist heavily on the table, appearing somewhat anxious. "Don't talk nonsense! What witch? Did that Carl guy teach you this again?" Hearing this, Roland suddenly understands something. Likely, his desperate attempts to cover for Nana are because he's misunderstood Roland's intentions. Thinking of this, Roland winks at Anna, who nods in comprehension. The next moment, Anna extends her right hand, and flames surge from her palm. Tigu's eyes widen as he stumbles back several steps in panic. The power of witches is now fully displayed before his eyes. How can he not be alarmed? Nana also panics and clutches Anna's arm, crying out, "Don't, Anna!" The little one thinks Anna is going to hurt her father. Across from her, Tigu freezes upon seeing such vigorous flames and asks in surprise, "Your Highness, this is?" Roland points at the table and smiles awkwardly, saying, "I think there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Now, can we talk properly?" Having calmed down, Tigupine listens as the fourth prince explains his views on witches and the arrangement for Nana to regularly come to the castle to practice. Only then does he understand the whole situation. Roland sighs inwardly. Is his reputation really that bad? Does he look like someone who would do something to little girls? At this moment, Roland speaks directly about his real plans for Nana. "Your daughter's ability is invaluable to the injured. I hope she can stay in Border Town to assist me in fighting against the months of demons." Tigu hesitates. "Your Highness, please forgive my refusal. When the months of demons arrives, this place will become very dangerous. I cannot leave her in the town." Tigupine is also a noble, so even though Roland is a prince, he cannot directly order him. However, since he's willing to sit down and talk, Roland isn't afraid of failing to persuade him. "Danger is relative, Mr. Pine. Moreover, danger also means opportunity," Roland says. "I heard your title was inherited from your father, who was once a knight and was granted the title of Baron and a fief for his meritorious service in battle." Yes. Hearing this, Tigu's tone becomes somewhat excited, clearly full of yearning for this family history. Tigu's father once led his attendants in direct combat against unimaginable demonic beasts and achieved victory. Roland smiles. "Speaking of which, you don't seem like a typical noble. No one would dress like this to go out, and your hands are covered with calluses. Mr. Pine, you haven't abandoned your father's legacy, have you? The combat skills a knight excels at. If you're willing to stay in Border Town, I can give you the opportunity to reclaim your father's glory." Roland continues, "If you perform excellently, I will grant you a piece of land to the east of Border Town as a reward. A land befitting your status." Tigu is moved and finally relents, saying, "Your Highness, may I send Nana back to Longsong Fortress? No one has ever defended against demonic beasts here. If we fail, I don't want my daughter to perish here." Hearing this, Roland shakes his head. "Mr. Pine, Longsong Fortress is not like Border Town. The church has been deeply rooted in the city for a long time, with believers and informants everywhere. Once exposed, even I can't save her." Roland pauses for a moment and adds, "Of course, I will leave a small boat at the dock. Should anything truly go wrong, they will be safe. In that case, I trust you, Your Highness." After Tigupine stands up, he immediately kneels on one knee, chest out and stomach in, offering the prince a standard knight salute. "I will fight for you." The crisis of Nana's exposure is resolved. After Tigu leaves with little Nana, Anna pouts and gives Roland a fierce glare, muttering, "Leave? Are you dreaming? I'm not going anywhere." At this moment, Anna's expression is resolute, her gaze burning. She has long decided to follow her holy mountain. In the fourth prince's castle office, Baraf is already frantic. "Your Highness, you're training the militia, creating new weapons, and most of the income from the ore trade has been spent. We can't last until the end of the months of demons like this. What should we do?" Roland, sitting across from him, rubs his somewhat aching forehead but says without hesitation, "I understand. Use everything in my treasury." Baraf nods. "I will handle it, Your Highness. It's just..." Seeing his assistant's hesitant expression, Roland naturally understands what he wants to say. "Don't worry. If Border Town truly can't be defended, I'll leave the town immediately." Hearing his Highness say this, Baraf breathes a sigh of relief. Roland waves his hand. "Go on with your work. Go on. After Baroff leaves and closes the office door, Roland immediately deflates like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto his desk. This is what it feels like to have your wallet emptied. If Border Town's defenses collapse, Roland has no way out. You're lying to him, aren't you? A voice sounds as Nightingale's figure appears beside him, cupping her delicate face in her hands as she continues. You never planned to leave at all. Called out by Nightingale, Roland says sheepishly, life is already so difficult. Some things are better left unexposed. I don't understand your nonsense. If being a prince counts as difficult, then what are we? Nightingale can't understand what this prince is saying. Standing up straight, she continues. Even if you don't become king, as long as you survive these 5 years of the succession contest, you'll still be a lord of your own domain. Instead of worrying about this, you'd be better off spending more time with Anna. I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left. Roland remains silent for a moment, then looks up at Nightingale and says, I don't think she'll die during the months of demons. He pauses and adds, Anna won't lose to the demon materialization. I believe in her. Hearing this, Nightingale shakes her head in disbelief. You actually believe in a witch? Were people cursed by the devil? Is that so? I believe in you too. Roland's eyes widen as he looks at this seemingly aloof witch and speaks his true feelings. After a long silence, Nightingale finally speaks. You're actually not lying. Roland smiles, of course. I rarely lie to begin with. While Nightingale is still stunned by this, she lifts her eyes and sees something outside, the window behind Roland. She freezes, then walks around Roland to the window to look outside. The cold wind carries tiny snowflakes that drift slowly down. It's snowing. Roland follows Nightingale's gaze. Yes, it's snowing. It's time to test what Carter and Iron Axe have accomplished during this period. At the training ground 2 miles west of Border Town, the very site of the last gunpowder test, Iron Axe follows the shooting method the prince described. Raise level, aim, pull the trigger. The lead ball cleanly pierces through the target on the range. Roland arrives at the training ground, watching the flintlock shooting practice. Seeing that Iron Axe can now complete shots accurately, he marvels that Iron Axe truly deserves to be from this continent's warrior people, able to quickly master any weapon. Iron Axe examines the flintlock in his hands. The more he understands its power, the more alarmed he becomes. This highness he follows truly possesses abilities beyond mortal comprehension. Roland looks towards Chief Knight Carter. Of the 2 flintlocks originally crafted, one is in Carter's hands. Carter asks, Your Highness, the production capacity of this thing. Hearing this, Roland turns around and responds with a sigh. Currently just these 2. By the time the months of demons arrives, we can produce at most 2 more. Among those present, only Roland understands the true significance of these weapons. Roland has personally opened the curtain on firearms warfare. In the training ground swirling snow, amid the malicious training chants, His Highness the Prince is crystal clear in his heart. The months of demons has begun. This concerns not only his own future but also the future of Border Town's 2,000 residents. This time, only success is permitted. Failure is not an option. On Border Town's wall, now covered in white snow, the distant Dragon Ridge Mountains are also draped in silver. Prince Roland, accompanied by Knight Carter and militia captain Iron Axe, ascends the wall. The militia guarding the wall bow upon seeing His Highness the Prince. Greetings, Your Highness. Carter is asking Iron Axe, how was the situation last night? No traces of demonic beasts were found. Iron Axe reports, Your Highness, based on past experience, during the period after the first snow, there aren't many demonic beasts, and those that mutate are mostly weak animals. Hearing this, Roland nods and says, then continue to maintain vigilance. Just then, the observation post on the left side of the wall shouts, Look! Ahead! Roland freezes, then looks in the direction the observation post is pointing. A small black shadow crawls out from the snowy ground and slowly moves toward the wall. The other members of the militia are alarmed. These people are experiencing battle for the first time and can't help feeling somewhat flustered. The hunter responsible for this section of defense turns and asks Roland, Your Highness, should we sound the alarm now? Roland is also encountering a demonic beast invasion for the first time, but he suppresses his panic and responds calmly. According to the previous drills, you should judge for yourself whether to sound the horn. On this point, you have more experience than I do. The hunter responsible for this section hesitates, ultimately just drawing his bowstring and standing at the wall's edge to continue observing. Seeing this, Roland breathes a long sigh of relief from the current situation. After training, order on the wall is being maintained quite well. When encountering demonic beasts, one must first observe calmly before organizing defenses accurately and swiftly. The demonic beast gradually approaches. When it's about 50 meters from the wall, Roland can already make out its appearance. Probably a fox variant with gray-black fur, blood-red eyes, panting white breath as it reaches the wall. Iron Axe speaks while drawing his bow and aiming. This one looks like it was corrupted not long ago. Not much of a threat. This fox variant demonic beast's fierce appearance indeed looks as if infected by hellish energy. The frenzied monster lingers beneath the wall for a moment, then raises its head and bares its teeth, growling at those on the wall. Iron Axe exclaims, Your Highness, be careful! It looks like it's planning to jump onto the wall. Hearing this, Carter immediately moves to shield Prince Roland. Captain Iron Axe beside him half closes his left eye, drawing the bowstring to full moon, and releases it just as the fox species leaps. The sharp arrow shoots forth, its tremendous force creating a whooshing sound as it cuts through the air. In the blink of an eye, it accurately pierces through the fox species' neck. Roland sees the fallen beast, and notices its blood is black. He marvels inwardly. Why is it that when corrupted by demonic power, witches can retain their sanity after awakening, while beasts become frenzied and their bodies mutate. If there's ever a chance in the future, he must go see what's beyond the impassable mountains. Turning his head, Roland asks Iron Axe, if bitten by a demonic beast, will you become like them? Hearing this, Iron Axe shows an expression of, why would you ask such a question, and explains, of course not. If you're bitten, you'll just become a corpse. Hearing Iron Axe's explanation, Roland breathes a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this isn't an otherworldly biological crisis, or he really wouldn't have the technology to extract pathogen antibodies. Then, Roland asks something that makes everyone's blood run cold. What about their meat? Can it be eaten? Carter immediately bristles. Your Highness, how can such evil things be eaten? They've all been contaminated by hellish energy. Roland looks toward Iron Axe, who nods and says, your knight is correct. I once cut off demonic beast meat to feed hunting dogs, and the dogs died shortly after eating it. Roland sighs lightly with some regret. Is that so? What a pity. In this era, food sources are extremely scarce. If demonic beasts were edible, winter would truly be a harvest season. Just think, all the animals in the forest running toward Border Town like mad. Even hunting tools would be unnecessary. Just then, a guard rushes over to report, your Highness. There are wounded. Hearing the guard say this, Roland is stunned. Wounded? Wasn't that demonic beast just killed? How could anyone be injured? But the guard continues, according to intelligence from the field hospital, the wounded are not the militia surrounding the wall, but workers from the North Slope mine. In Border Town's field hospital, little Nana is propping up her chin, staring blankly into space, perhaps too bored. The little girl appears quite listless. Anna has to fire cement daily and has no time to constantly accompany her. Little Nana pouts and lies on the table. She also has her own job, which is to stay here and heal those injured while defending the town. As for this job, it's not that the little girl is unwilling, it's just too frightening. She still remembers the scene when she first treated Brian. The man looked like he'd been soaked in blood, and she fainted directly from fright. Small as she is, she bears a burden beyond her years. She feels somewhat ashamed. She wants to become as strong as Anna. Before long, a guard suddenly comes to report, his tone quite urgent. Miss Pine, please come downstairs. There's a seriously wounded person. Hearing this, little Nana thinks, it's time to work, right? She immediately clenches both hands, squeezing her little fists tight. In the field hospital ward, Roland, along with Tigu Pine and Brian, is examining the injuries of the wounded worker from the North Slope mine. The seriously wounded person's face is severely burned, and he's now wailing heart-wrenchingly. Seeing this, Roland's heart jumps. From the looks of it, was he burned by the steam engine? Yes, the steam engine unit 01, created with Anna's help, has already been installed and is working in the mine. Now seeing someone injured, Roland wonders to himself, did something go wrong with Unit 01? Just then, footsteps sound in the corridor. It's little Nana, ordered to come treat the patient. But the little girl sees the terrible state of the burn victim, and quickly steps back 2 paces, quite frightened in her heart. Tigu quickly steps forward to comfort his daughter, patting the little girl's head to encourage her. The little girl nervously swallows and recalls what Roland told her, just treat the wounded as if treating small animals. Walking back to the bedside, she looks directly at the wounded and says with certainty, leave it to me. I can do it. The little girl takes a deep breath and extends both hands. An incredible power surges from within her, gathering bit by bit in her palms. A stream of luminescent liquid flows from her hands and drips onto the injured person's face. The burned skin continuously peels away, and new skin grows at a visible rate. After the treatment is complete, Tigu Pine can no longer contain his shock and exclaims, good heavens, is this the healing ability His Highness spoke of? This is my first time seeing it. Dear daughter, you're truly amazing. Brian, who is also healed by Nana, looks at the seriously wounded person and says excitedly, it's truly a miracle, as if he was never injured at all, Your Highness. With Miss Nana's help, everyone has a chance to survive the battles during the months of demons. Before long, the seriously wounded person slowly awakens. Nana's treatment was so comfortable that he fell into a deep sleep. The healed person wakes up feeling no pain at all, thinking he's in a dream for his body to feel so comfortable. Seeing this, Roland smiles slightly and gestures toward little Nana, explaining, this young lady of the Pine family saved you. She's a witch with healing abilities. When Roland returns to the castle, it's already late. The snow outside has grown heavier, and the bone-chilling wind howls. Roland opens the door and enters his bedroom, only to see a figure already waiting for him. It's Nightingale. Your Highness, don't you think this was done too hastily? Nightingale feels that today Roland exposed Nana's identity a bit too early, and can't help wanting to ask this prince about his thinking. Hearing this, Roland first removes his coat, shakes off the accumulated snow from his collar, hangs it on the rack by the fireplace, and asks casually, you mean Nana? Today in the field hospital ward, when the person healed by Nana heard he was saved by a witch, he couldn't help exclaiming, Your Highness, aren't witches devils? Tigu immediately stood up and roared in displeasure. What nonsense are you talking? My daughter has nothing to do with devils. She saved your life. Do you think a devil would offer you a helping hand? At that time, little Nana was hiding behind her father, showing a pitiful little face. After Tigu's outburst, the rescued person came to his senses, seeing such a cute little girl had saved him. Yet he was still complaining that she was a devil. Truly he had been too rash. Then he got up from the bed, knelt directly before Nana, and bowed his head deeply, saying, "Please forgive my rudeness. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Pine." The scene returns to Roland's bedroom. Nightingale says somewhat worriedly, "The fact that Nana is a witch will surely leak out. I'm afraid she won't be able to live a normal life." At this moment, Nightingale hears Roland's voice drift over. There's no more suitable time than now. Roland pours wine for himself and her, continuing to explain, to utilize Nana's abilities during the months of demons, it's impossible to continue concealing her witch identity. Moreover, Border Town is small and run down. The church's influence here is very limited. There isn't even a small chapel, and the missionaries, fearing demonic beasts, have long since returned to Longsong Fortress with those nobles. Nightingale's eyes lift, and hearing this she somewhat understands. "This was your plan all along?" Roland nods, of course. The heavy snow will bury the roads to Longsong Fortress. After handing the wine glass to Nightingale, he continues, "And the dock shipping is under my control. We have at least 3 months to change the view that witches are evil. Through Nana's power, those who've been healed won't fear witches. Instead, they'll see Nana as a little angel who heals the wounded and rescues the dying. As long as they don't die on the spot, they can be saved." This boost to the militia's morale is probably more effective than any weapon. Although it can't completely change everyone's views in the entire town, I can ensure that the seeds of new thinking are planted in this militia. These words completely move Nightingale. Nightingale murmurs, "Can this really be done?" Facing the established mindset that witches are devils, Nightingale feels particularly powerless. Without taking this step, we'll never know the answer. 3 months is enough time for me to change many things. Nightingale remains silent for a moment, gazing at Roland somewhat mesmerized, and asks softly, "Why would you go this far for witches?" Roland's true purpose is of course to liberate productive forces, gain greater power, and survive the future succession contests, but this isn't suitable to say right now. After considering for a moment, Roland says, "Didn't I tell you before? Border Town doesn't care about origins." Then looking at the wine glass in his hand, he continues, "I hope that one day, even witches can live like free people in my territory." This time, Nightingale's silence is very long. Only the crackling sound of burning charcoal remains in the room. When she speaks again, she uses a gentle voice to say softly, "Please forgive me for lying to you before. The Sisters of the Cooperation Association have been wandering for too long. They don't have many grand hopes. Just a place to settle would satisfy them." Roland shakes his head, then suddenly seems to understand, his eyes widening as he looks at Nightingale. "Wait, you mean you're willing to bring them here?" Nightingale sighs, avoiding the prince's gaze, and says thoughtfully, "This way, you'll become an enemy of the church." Hearing this, Roland doesn't seem concerned. This place is thousands of miles from the church's stronghold. "Would the archbishop lead a large army across all of Grey Castle to attack me? My father would never allow such a thing to happen. It would be a serious provocation to royal authority." Nightingale watches as His Highness the Prince walks to the window, gazing at the heavy snow outside, and says leisurely, "I need to start from Border Town, accumulating the power to break with the church." At this moment, Prince's grand ambition begins to reveal itself. He will construct a world where witches and ordinary people coexist compatibly, and spread it throughout all of Grey Castle, even across the entire continent's kingdoms. As the moon begins to set, the silhouette of Grey Castle's capital emerges faintly through the darkness. The capital, as the heart of the kingdom of Grey Castle, is where all eyes of the kingdom converge. Through the night, the sound of galloping hooves echoes from afar as a cavalry unit rushes urgently toward the capital. The leader reaches the city walls, reins in his mount, and comes to a halt. He immediately orders his deputy to signal their inside man to lower the drawbridge. The leader is none other than First Prince Goron Wimbledon of the kingdom of Grey Castle. After months away, he has finally returned. Soon, the clanging sound of chains being released echoes out as the drawbridge slowly lowers. First Prince Goron leads his cavalry through the gate, followed by over 20 riders. Everyone remains silent, tugging at their reins as they advance slowly. Since the succession contest began, First Prince Goron was assigned to his territory, now returning to the capital. He stands just one step away from the throne. Past the gate, an inside man from the palace awaits. Seeing Goron appear, he quickly bows in respect. Goron sits on his horse, becoming a bit overconfident, and asks the inside man, "You've done well. Have the palace guards been replaced too?" The inside man responds with utmost humility, head bowed. "Your Highness, there was a slight complication with the plan. We only had time to replace the guards at the bedchamber." Goron hesitates for a moment, then makes his decision. Though the plan has changed, the situation remains under control. After all, the other guards wouldn't dare stop him from entering the palace. As long as someone can stall them briefly, he's confident he can cut them down. He is the eldest son of the King of Grey Castle, the first heir by law. His brothers and sisters don't have this right. Goron wants to break the rules of the succession contest and claim the throne of Grey Castle. First Prince Goron, accompanied by the inside man, passes through the palace courtyard and great hall. The castle ahead is where Wimbledon III resides. Goron sniffs the air. He smells blood and asks suspiciously, "What? Someone entered the castle? The inside man answers, Your Highness, His Majesty summoned a maid at dusk. When she came out, she saw a replacement. Rest assured, we've taken care of it. Goron finds this somewhat surprising. A maid? Since his mother passed away, his father hasn't touched a woman in ages. But now isn't the time to dwell on such trivial matters. He nods and says nothing more. For Goron, this castle is so familiar he could walk it blindfolded. His purpose here is to eliminate all the king's personal guards, then convince his father to pass the throne to him. If he can't convince his father, he'll choose other means. Reaching the king's bedchamber door, Goron Wimbledon takes a deep breath and signals everyone to stop. He draws the greatsword from his back, darts into the room, and raises his blade in a defensive stance. But the outer chamber is eerily silent. Not a soul in sight. At the same time, a thick smell of blood assaults his nostrils. An ominous feeling flashes through his mind. Then, through the door crack, he sees an unbelievable scene. He immediately slams the door open and rushes in. It's his own brother, second Prince Timothy Wimbledon, standing before their father's bed. Their father, Wimbledon III, sits at the head of the bed in his nightgown, upper body leaning against the pillows. Robe open, a sword hilt protruding from his chest, blood soaking the bedding. Goron freezes in shock and roars in fury. How could this be, Timothy? What have you done? Timothy also notices Goron at this moment. He turns to face his older brother and sighs. Same as you, brother. I didn't want to come to this. Timothy claps his hands. Armored warriors quickly pour in from behind the door, surrounding the first prince completely. Now Goron understands completely. From the very beginning, he walked straight into an elaborate trap. The smell of blood at the castle entrance probably wasn't from any maid. Timothy's voice continues, explaining, This is a game of chess. I originally intended to play by the rules. Do you know, brother? Our third sister never intended to play this game from the start. Of course, neither did you, or why else would you travel all this way to the capital? Honestly, if you hadn't come, I'd truly be at a loss. First Prince Goron grits his teeth and looks at the inside man. The inside man takes a step back and spreads his hands. This inside man has cared for Goron for over 10 years, teaching him to read and write since childhood, but ultimately sided with second Prince Timothy. Thinking of this, first Prince Goron explodes with rage. They're both sons, yet the king poured so much effort into his second brother alone. He gave the best territory to the second brother. Who would have thought this brother would be the first to turn against their father? He's a monster. Facing his brother's fury, a trace of anger flashes in Timothy's eyes but quickly vanishes. Born into royalty, he had long foreseen this outcome. Goron knows he has no way out. The only thing he can do is drag his dear brother down to hell with him. At this point, he actually calms down and says, You lured me here just to eliminate me? Eliminate you? No, that wouldn't help me at all. If I obediently wait 5 years, I'll likely face our third sister's pirate army. Timothy's tone remains calm, as if stating a simple fact. He pauses, then says with apparent sincerity, Brother, honestly, I admire her. She took this step even before the succession contest began. Even I didn't anticipate that. The first prince, second prince, and third princess were close in age and got along best as children. But now, wary of his brother's formidable combat skills, Timothy speaks while taking 2 more steps back. Right now, you probably want to split me in half with one swing, don't you? Not wanting to see Goron's furious expression anymore, the second prince sighs, turns around and continues, Let me be direct with you, brother. I want to end the succession contest. I need an army strong enough to withstand our third sister's fleet. This can't be achieved with just a trade city like Golden Harvest City. Only the king of Grey Castle can accomplish this. Enraged by these words, Goron charges at his brother with his greatsword raised, but the distance is too great. 2 armored guards intercept his greatsword together. Then his calf goes numb. A short sword has pierced through his leg. Goron immediately loses his balance and topples to the ground. Everyone swarms him, pinning him firmly to the ground and binding him until he can't move. Timothy turns his head, face dark, and says to his brother, Goron Wimbledon, tomorrow you will be judged for abandoning your territory and attempting to assassinate the king, and you will be sent to the executioner's block for the crime of patricide. The restrained first prince continues to roar in fury. A trial? You dare judge me? I'll tell them everything. Let your supporters know what kind of monster you are. No, you won't, brother. Timothy says patiently. The alchemy workshop has a potion called Silence Potion. After drinking it, you won't be able to make a sound. The next second, Timothy becomes unusually excited, describing his next moves to the first prince. Tonight he'll return to Golden Harvest City. Before news of their father's tragedy reaches the Eastern Territory, he'll make preparations, express deep sorrow, then dutifully accept the crown as the second-in-line heir. Looking at the completely defeated Goron, Timothy muses, If you must blame someone, blame our genius sister. If not for her, I wouldn't have taken this step. Finish speaking, Timothy. Waves at the guard captain. The guards drag the first prince out of the bedchamber, and the other armored warriors file out as well. Only the second prince and the inside minister remain. The inside man immediately steps forward, approaching Timothy, and congratulates him. Your Highness, the throne is now within your grasp. I should address you as your Majesty now. Timothy's lips curl into a sinister smile. You've done well. Once I sit on the throne of Grey Castle, I'll fulfill our agreement. But then his tone shifts. He produces a wax pill and says, However, seeing my brother's tragic state today, I think some agreements should include a guarantee clause. You've surely seen these before. You're a smart man and know what you should do, right? Swallow it. I simply don't want to be betrayed. When the bedchamber is finally empty, The second prince's expression darkens. He stands once more beside the deceased king. Damn it. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. Killing his father was never part of his plan. Given Wimbledon III's favoritism, Timothy's purpose in coming here was merely to warn the king. The first prince was already on his way back to the capital, and he wanted the king to intervene. But why did it turn out like this? After hearing the information he revealed, his father actually showed a strange smile. Before Timothy could even react, Wimbledon III directly pulled out his personal dagger and immediately plunged it into his own chest. Yes, the king committed suicide. Everything happened too fast. Timothy had no time to stop it and could only watch helplessly as his father died. Although Timothy just set a trap for the first prince, managing to protect himself from an impossible explanation, he feels deeply uneasy. It's as if an invisible hand has unknowingly inserted itself into Greycastle's power struggle. Timothy swears to himself, whoever dares interfere in the royal struggle will learn the consequences of angering a monarch. Border town, at the fourth prince's residence. Heavy snow fills the sky, signaling the approach of the demonic beast army. After the snow blocks the roads, news of everything happening in the capital won't reach here for months. Therefore, fourth Prince Roland has no knowledge of the shocking events occurring 1,000 miles away. In the fourth prince's view, Border Town has been relatively peaceful this past week. Since the steam engine was repaired, there haven't been any more accidents at the mine. The demonic beasts at the wall aren't too numerous either, and the militia can handle them. At this moment, Roland can finally settle down and plan the town's economic development. With a proper market established, filling his bankrupt wallet would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, the blaring sound of horns echoes from the distance, filling Roland with alarm. This horn only sounds when the patrol can't handle the situation. It's the assembly alert for everyone. Soon after, the office door bursts open, and Chief Knight Carter rushes in to report, "Your Highness, a massive horde of demonic beasts has appeared outside the walls at Border Town's north slope wall." Since the assembly horn sounded, the militia has taken their positions. Rows of spears stand ready along the wall. Not far away, a massive buffalo species demonic beast leads numerous wolf species charging toward the wall. As the beast horde charges to within 30 feet of the wall, the ground itself seems to tremble. Among the militia, Vanner, chosen by the fourth prince as spear team captain, tries to appear calm and maintains his defensive stance with his spear, but his palms are sweaty now, making his grip on the shaft slippery. He never expected so many demonic beasts to actually come. Now they have to fight this many beasts at once. Vanner was originally just a quarry worker in town. He chose to join the militia because lunch included eggs. Today, facing so many monsters for the first time, his legs tremble. Outside the wall, the buffalo species charging at the front has two dark horns as thick as a man's arm. Then comes a massive crash. The buffalo species doesn't slow down at all and slams straight into the wall. The entire wall shudders from the impact. Several wolf species following behind have already climbed onto the buffalo's back and are leaping fiercely toward the top of the wall. On the wall, Captain Ironaxe issues combat orders to the militia, shouting, "Spear team, positions!" In a split second, the wolf species pounce. The hunter's roar echoes in his ears. Vanner instinctively thrusts his spear forward. A row of spears along the wall thrust out one after another, impaling two wolf species on the spot. But this coordinated attack is clearly less effective than in training. Vanner glances to his side and sees a wolf species leap through a gap in the spear wall, landing on the rampart and pouncing toward a team member. Seeing this, Captain Ironaxe immediately raises his flintlock and aims, roaring, "Spear team, hold your positions, keep engaging the enemy, don't look around." After a gunshot, the lead ball pierces straight through the wolf species skull, and it collapses twitching to the ground. Crisis averted, Ironaxe looks at the fallen wolf species and orders, "This beast is dead. Continue holding your positions." Vanner glances with his peripheral vision, and sees a team member sitting against the parapet, clutching his stomach tightly, his hands covered in blood. A teammate cries out, "His intestines are spilling out. Vice Captain Vanner, what do we do? Damn it, get some cloth and bind it." The scene descends into chaos. Roland, just arriving at this moment, shouts loudly, "Everyone, stay calm. Did you forget what to do when someone gets injured in training? Follow the protocols." The prince's words immediately snap Vanner back to reality. He remembers his duty. As captain of this wall section's defense team, he should organize rescue when someone is injured. Vanner immediately calls out two teammates by name, saying firmly, "You two carry him to the medical station. Quickly, everyone else hold your positions. There are more demonic beasts below the wall." This scene gives Roland some comfort. It seems all those eggs he invested in the militia weren't wasted after all. Just then, the hunter on watch at the wall tower shouts again, "Good heavens, what is that?" Everyone looks in unison, too shocked to speak. Though it's still far from the wall, judging by its silhouette alone, this thing is clearly a massive creature. The experienced Ironaxe immediately identifies the newcomer and gasps. Without a doubt, that's a hybrid species. We're in trouble now. Roland rubs his eyes. What the hell is that thing? If demonic beast mutations still fall within biological understanding, barely comprehensible, then the monster before them is clearly as absurd as something from a horror movie. This hybrid species looks like a giant turtle with two heads. Only when it gets closer do they realize those are actually two wolf heads. Everyone in the militia is utterly shocked by the giant giant demonic beast, but the creature moves slowly, making it an obvious target. Therefore, they must test this beast's true strength. Under Roland's command, the militia unleashes a volley of arrows at the giant beast. When the arrows hit the creature's shell, they all bounce off. Clearly, bows and arrows are basically useless against this hybrid species. Seeing this tank-like hybrid species, even Roland is stumped. Even the best archer can't shoot arrows into a tank. Roland directly commands, use flintlocks. Iron Axe and Carter both respond in unison, raising their flintlocks and taking aim. When the hybrid species enters flintlock range, both firearms discharge simultaneously. Roland can clearly see debris flying as bullets hit the shell, with a small piece of the carapace cracking apart. The attacked hybrid species shows no sign of being affected and continues advancing toward the wall at the same slow pace. Based on the debris from the bullet impacts, Roland judges that this hybrid species armor still falls within carbon-based biological parameters. Unfortunately, the lead balls from flintlocks are too soft and easily deform, unsuitable for penetrating thick armor. Only explosives will work now. Roland immediately calls out Spear Team Captain Vanner and orders him to fetch the explosives. Just as Roland is about to issue orders for using the explosive charges, the wall suddenly begins to shake. No one can maintain their footing. The hybrid species has slammed into the wall. Sensing it can't advance any further, it actually begins vibrating its shell rapidly, hammering the wall repeatedly at high frequency like a jackhammer. Instantly, stone fragments fly from that section of wall, and cracks spread quickly along the cement joints. Roland's heart tightens. Rubble walls have strong compressive strength but extremely poor tensile and shear resistance. In other words, their resistance to vibration is virtually zero. This won't work at all. Roland makes an instant decision and shouts to everyone, "Evacuate!" Just as the wall collapses, the invisible nightingale sweeps Roland up around the waist. She leaps straight down from the top of the wall. If anyone were watching the prince at this moment, they'd see his feet suspended in air as he lands, like a ghost. Roland now understands. Nightingale has been following him all along, guarding him at all times. Nightingale is quite curious about what method this prince has to defeat this hybrid species. Roland looks at Vanner rushing over in a panic and grins. "Don't worry, our ultimate weapon hasn't entered the stage yet." When Vanner carefully arrives, carrying a package of explosives, he's shocked to discover that the middle section of the wall has been smashed open, creating a breach nearly 9 feet wide. Seeing Vanner arrive, Iron Axe shouts, "Quick, light it and place it under this beast's feet," though Vanner's hands tremble. His mind is surprisingly clear. Every detail of handling explosive charges from training flashes before his eyes. He places the explosive package at a point the giant beast must pass, fumbles to tear open the oil-soaked cloth wrapping, hooks the exposed copper wire loop, and pulls with all his strength. An urgent hissing sound comes from inside the wooden box. Vanner has witnessed this thing's power. If it explodes in his hands, he probably won't even leave a corpse behind. After confirming the beast will pass over the explosive, he turns and runs. Soon, everyone hears a thunderous explosion. The blast hurls the massive creature several meters into the air. When the dust settles, the demonic beast finally stops advancing. Then, black blood gushes from beneath the shell, soaking the surrounding ground. A cheer erupts from the crowd. It's finally over. Even such a powerful monster has been defeated by them, just when everyone thinks this. The sharp blaring of horns echoes across the border again. Another wave of demonic beasts surges over the horizon, charging toward this border town. But this time, they've lost the protection of the wall. Roland's personal guards are holding shields at the breach, but several are still knocked to the ground, especially a tusked beast resembling a wild boar. When it charges, it's absolutely unstoppable. Guards standing in front are sent flying, shields and all, faced with the collapsed wall and the militia's scattered formation. Even Roland has no idea what to do. In his panic, Roland keeps asking himself, "What now? What now?" The crazed boar species becomes even more ferocious, completely wild, charging unstoppably, dominating the battlefield. Below the wall, a personal guard who is knocked down and still lies on the ground sees a woman walking forward. He shouts a warning, "Hey, it's dangerous here. Leave quickly." The woman pays no attention. She walks straight toward the breach. This woman is Anna the Witch, who came to reinforce after hearing the border horn sound twice. At this moment, Anna wears the witch uniform Roland custom made for her and a pointed wizard hat. Arriving at the wall breach like this, facing the charging boar species without panic, flames flicker in her water blue eyes, and her resolute gaze carries a trace of coldness as she looks at the numerous demonic beasts. Anna raises her right hand, and vigorous flame power surges from her palm. The flames follow Anna's will, shooting toward the boar species. The next moment, the fire suddenly transforms, blazing flames erupting everywhere. The boar gradually perishes amid horrific squeals. The flames, reflected in the white snow, illuminate the entire battlefield. Roland also discovers the source of those flames at this moment. Anna. When he realizes Anna has personally entered the battle, cold sweat breaks out. This wasn't in his plan at all. Anna absolutely cannot be harmed. As a crucial figure for key industrial development processes, any injury to her would cause immeasurable loss. He clearly assigned her to the field hospital. How did she get out? At this moment, the prince's guard reports, "My apologies, Your Highness. Miss Anna was worried about your safety at the wall and insisted on coming to check." Roland falls silent for a moment. He originally planned to have Nana build goodwill with the militia and only reveal Anna's existence after most people accepted witches. But now, It's too late for any of that. Roland immediately turns and shouts to his guard, "Don't worry about me, go protect Anna." And to Nightingale beside him, he says, "Nightingale, you go too." Hearing this, Nightingale nods, "Understood. Please stay safe as well." Anna walks to the wall breach. Most of Roland's guards have seen this oddly dressed girl before and move aside to make way. At this moment, His Highness's orders arrive. His Highness commands, "Protect Miss Anna." The prince's guards raise their large shields, protecting Anna within a shield wall. Then, Anna extends her arms to both sides, and flames surge from her palms like vines, climbing upward along the broken wall surface. A wall of flame appears out of thin air at the breach, and the endless flames seem fixed in place, forming a new wall. Seeing the scene, Roland's eyes widen as he exclaims in disbelief, "That's a firewall! What am I seeing? A mage-class firewall spell?" Everyone present watches in disbelief as a wall of flames slowly rises, filling the breach in the wall. This is definitely not an illusion. The intense heat from the flames forces the guards at the breach to retreat, and the surrounding snow rapidly melts, forming billowing white mist. The demonic beasts also feel the searing heat of the firewall and scatter to both sides. Some stubborn wolf pups charge into the firewall and soon become roasted meat. Roland keeps his eyes on Anna, who continuously provides magical power to the firewall. Sensing Roland's gaze, Anna turns her head to look back at him. Roland immediately nods. Yes, he understands Anna's meaning. "I've got this, don't worry." The next moment, Roland snatches Carter's flintlock. He raises aims and fires in one smooth motion at the trapped demonic beasts. The prince's actions immediately inspire everyone present. Roland raises the flintlock high and shouts, "The breach has been sealed! Everyone to the wall! Spear team, reform! Hunter team, fire at will!" Seeing the militia's morale stirred, Roland calls out, "Defend our walls! Defend our border town!" These words immediately get a response from everyone. They shout slogans like "Defend Border Town" and "Fight for His Highness." Moments later, they restore the defensive formation to what it was before the wall broke. Though demonic beasts outside continue their assault, everything has changed. The defensive battle at Border Town's wall continues until dusk falls. When the last wolf species demonic beast falls below the wall, wild cheers erupt from atop the wall. "Excellent! We've repelled the demonic beasts. Long live His Highness. Your Highness, we really did it." With cement-built walls, explosives destroying the giant hybrid species, precise flintlock strikes, everyone working together, and of course Anna's timely reinforcement, they can truly withstand the demonic beast invasion during the months of demons. At this moment, alarm suddenly floods through Roland. He was so focused on commanding the battle that he forgot about Anna. How should he explain her existence to the militia? Will she be seen as a demon or evil witch again? As Roland rushes toward Anna's location, shouting, "Wait, and don't be rash," he witnesses an incredible scene. The guards place their fists over their hearts and bow their heads to Anna in respect. Then the militia, as if infected by this gesture, don't shout words like demon or witch but silently watch her. A brief silence falls over the border after the great battle. A power never before witnessed is indeed terrifying. But when that power stands on your side, fighting evil enemies alongside you, fear gradually disappears, replaced by trust and gratitude. Roland suppresses his inner excitement and walks up to Anna. He discovers the young witch is now pale-faced, staggering, her body swaying unsteadily. Roland asks with some concern, "Are you all right?" Anna's eyelids droop, her spirit weakened, as she replies feebly, "Yes, Your Highness." She gives the prince a forced smile, then collapses into Roland's arms. Yes, through her actions in the defensive battle, Anna earned everyone's respect while completely exhausting her magical power, and now falls into deep sleep. Clear Waterport. In Third Princess Garcia's residence, a quiet female voice speaks, "Father is dead." The mistress of this harbor city, Garcia Wimbledon, sits at a square table by the window, carefully reading a letter in her hands. Her personal guard beside her freezes at these words, then opens his mouth, wanting to comfort her. But what comes out is a question: how did he die? Fortunately, Garcia doesn't mind. The letter says my brother Goron killed father and was then captured by the guards. He didn't commit suicide out of fear, so he was brought to public trial by the king's hand and several other ministers, sentenced to beheading. Who else but my second brother could devise such a sinister scheme? Garcia knows clearly that none of this is normal, though her eldest brother is rather dim. He's not stupid enough to seek his own death. Without someone guiding him, he couldn't do such a thing. On second thought, the first prince is all muscle. Being manipulated makes sense. But her second brother's methods are too crude. The guard is puzzled. With the king's favoritism toward the second prince alone, such measures were unnecessary. He can't help but exclaim, "But why would he do this?" "Because he fears me." Garcia takes a deep breath, seemingly controlling her emotions, and says slowly, "He fears the Black Sail. Though Timothy wants to fully grasp the power of Greycastle, it will likely take him a long time." Then, Garcia looks through the window at her fleet. She needs to change her plans. Garcia knows clearly that once Timothy takes the throne, he'll come after her immediately. Therefore, Garcia issues orders directly. "We set sail tomorrow." Since Timothy won't wait 5 years, Garcia certainly won't disappoint him. After understanding the third princess's intentions, the guard raises a concern. His Majesty Wimbledon just passed away. During this time of national mourning, hearing this, Garcia directly interrupts the guard's words and says coldly, "What? Should I shed tears first?" The guard falls silent for a moment, then says seriously, "Yes, you don't need to." The guard also understands. Grief never suits a ruler. Garcia nods with satisfaction. "Go, summon all the fleet captains to me." The guard kneels on one knee and responds, "As you command, your highness." "No, my queen." Border town, in the fourth prince's residence. Roland stands by the window. Since the border horn sounded last time, no large groups of demonic beasts have appeared. The militia members injured in battle have all returned to the ranks fully recovered. Everyone's fighting spirit has become much higher. Carter organized the militia to hoist the hybrid species shell to the wall breach, making the shell part of the wall's defenses. Of course, the greatest contributor to achieving this proud victory against the massive demonic beast invasion is undoubtedly her, Anna. Roland pushes open Anna's door. A week has passed, yet Anna remains unconscious, gazing at the woman buried in soft velvet pillows and blankets with her eyes still closed. He lets out a soft sigh. By the bedside, Nightingale and Nana Pine keep a tense vigil over Anna. Today is Anna's coming-of-age day. Roland asks aloud, "Will she come of age while unconscious?" "No, she'll die in her coma," Nightingale states bluntly. The suffering on coming-of-age day must be overcome through willpower. If one cannot resist the demonic entity, death is the only outcome. Nightingale's expression darkens, her tone growing increasingly sorrowful. During years of wandering, Nightingale has witnessed too many deaths. Witches are treated like livestock, hanged, burned, or used as playthings by nobles, tortured to death bit by bit. Witches lucky enough to escape can only stay far from crowds, living in isolation. The Holy Mountain, whose location remains unknown, is merely an unreachable dream in their hearts. Nightingale pauses, then continues in a softer voice than usual. "But Anna is different. Aside from my sisters in the Cooperation Association, this is the first time I've seen someone care so much for a witch. She's needed, valued, treated like a normal person." At this, Nightingale's voice breaks. "Your Highness, even if Anna doesn't survive her coming of age, she has already found her own holy mountain." But this isn't the ending Roland hopes for. Roland suppresses his turbulent thoughts, reaches out to grasp Anna's hand on the bed, and says softly, "I'll stay with her until the very end." And so, Roland and the two witches sit around the bedside, silently waiting for midnight to arrive. Cold wind batters the windows, and occasionally the shrieking sound of air rushing through the cracks can be heard. Just as Roland feels a hint of drowsiness creeping in, Nightingale suddenly says, "It's beginning." Only Nightingale can see it now. Anna's magic power begins to grow restless. The green flame intensifies, with frenzied magic converging toward the center, as if pulled by something. Roland cannot see these changes, but he notices something wrong. The candle flame beside him begins to flicker, yet there's no wind indoors. Is this the demonic backlash? Roland looks at the woman on the bed. Anna remains asleep, her expression unchanged, as if none of this concerns her. The candlelight nearly vanishes completely, until the glow disappears entirely, plunging everyone into darkness. This change surprises all three in the room, but soon, the light returns. This time, however, the flame on the candlestick has turned pure emerald green. All three are shocked. What on earth is happening? Something supernatural? At this moment, Anna's soft moan draws all three pairs of eyes back to her. Then, she slowly opens her eyes. "Anna?" Roland freezes. "She's awake?" Nightingale encounters this situation for the first time as well, her expression indescribably strange. Once Roland recovers, he immediately rushes forward to help Anna sit up, checking her condition. "Does anything hurt? Are there any wounds on your body? Can you speak? Do you remember who you are?" Roland's series of actions leaves Nightingale feeling somewhat exasperated. Anna blinks, gives Roland a slight smile, then extends her right hand, opens her palm, and holds it before the prince. Just as all three are bewildered, a ball of green fire leaps from Anna's palm, burning quietly. All three freeze. The flame has turned green. This means Anna's ability has undergone a completely new transformation, and that Anna has passed through a witch, coming of age, the demonic backlash, without any danger. For some reason, Roland feels he understands her meaning. He hesitates for a moment, then slowly extends his finger into the flame. The day after Anna awakens, Nightingale takes her leave of Roland. This action greatly surprises Roland. Nightingale explains that she must hurry back to the Cooperation Association. With some puzzlement in her voice, she says, "As you can see, Anna not only woke up but also survived the torment of demonic backlash smoothly. Though the reason is unclear, she's probably the first witch to pass through Awakening Day unharmed. They all witnessed it. Anna not only passed through Coming of Age Day smoothly, but her flame also transformed, which is likely Anna's newly derived branch ability. That ball of green flame obeys Anna's will completely, able to maintain a temperature close to body heat or instantly raise the temperature. Roland has experienced this firsthand. Beyond this, Anna can now summon multiple flames and move them slowly within a 5-meter range. What puzzles Nightingale is that with the concentration of magic power in Anna's body, she should have suffered a powerful backlash. But But what exactly allowed her to pass through coming-of-age day without any pain? When Nightingale poses this question to Roland, he immediately forms a bold hypothesis. In this era, witches are met with hostility and oppression from most people. They can only choose to hide their abilities, pretending to be normal people, living in constant fear. The witches who died on coming-of-age day before were very likely because their magic power had nowhere to be released, causing the container itself to be damaged. Nightingale agrees with this hypothesis, clearly unable to wait. This winter, many more will face this ordeal. If possible, I must tell my sisters this news as soon as possible. Having guessed the true cause of demonic backlash, Nightingale says excitedly, I'll bring the sisters from the Cooperation Association. When that time comes, I hope you can accept them, just as you accepted Anna. Hearing this, Roland immediately stands up, saying with some concern, though I'm glad, the months of demons haven't completely passed yet. It's not safe. Delivering the message one day earlier might save a few more lives. Nightingale chuckles softly, putting on her hood. Don't worry, ordinary demonic beasts cannot detect me. What about your awakening day? When is it? Roland asks finally. Nightingale waves her hand, leaving the prince with her back. Late winter, early spring. Don't worry, the pain has been fading for me in recent years. With that, Nightingale's form gradually disappears into the air. Nightingale's response leaves Roland deep in thought, vaguely confirming his hypothesis. The invisibility ability doesn't attract attention even with frequent use, and now she uses it without restraint, which is why the backlash on Awakening Day affects her so minimally. If this hypothesis is correct, the significance for witches would be earth-shattering. The devil's curse would become heaven's blessing. Roland decides at this moment to intensify Nanapine's training, not letting her stay idle, to prepare for her future coming-of-age day. Regardless, after this tumult, everything returns to its proper course. Roland looks at the documents in his hand, preparing to accelerate production of Steam Engine Unit 02 and Bordertown's spring trade. As Roland records these thoughts one by one on parchment, Barov pushes open the door and enters, bowing to the prince before saying, Your Highness, a messenger from Longsong Fortress has arrived. In the fourth prince's reception hall, Prince Roland receives the messenger from Longsong Fortress. That's right, it's that unlucky fellow Pyre again. As Roland reads through the document Pyre brought, scanning it quickly, he freezes. What? The king is dead? For this father in name only, Roland has no emotional attachment whatsoever. Moreover, the content of the document gives him a whiff of conspiracy. Wimbledon III died from his eldest son's murder, and the second prince, as His Majesty Timothy Wimbledon of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, declares the end of the succession contest, ordering Roland to return to the capital immediately, and promising to formally grant Roland territory and title based on his 6 months of governance. After reading the new king's orders that Pyre brought, Roland immediately calls for a servant to bring pen and paper, quickly writes a reply, seals it with his own stamp in the wax, and hands it to Pyre. Pyre glances at the envelope. The cover clearly reads to second Prince Timothy Wimbledon of Grey Castle, not King Wimbledon IV. Pyre guesses that this fourth prince has made his position clear. In the castle's administrative office, Roland tosses the new king's document to his assistant minister Barov, then leans back in his chair, propping his feet on the desk. Barov quickly finishes reading the document and says with a frown, Please accept my condolences, Your Highness. The king's unfortunate death with the eldest prince as the perpetrator is truly a tragedy. What are your plans moving forward? Roland says, appearing relaxed. Goron's death is too suspicious. I want to see what my third sister and fifth sister decide before making plans. In truth, Roland not only appears relaxed, he feels genuinely at ease inside. Roland continues leisurely. Though I don't know much about third Princess Garcia, she's definitely not someone who lets others walk over her. She won't easily return to the capital, so I just need to follow her lead. After a while, Roland suddenly thinks of something else and immediately instructs. The capital might become unstable due to this power transition. First, we need to evacuate your family members. You, Carter, and your subordinates should all write letters home. I'll have my personal guards carry them to the capital and arrange for your families to temporarily relocate to other towns. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Barov nods in agreement. Next, Roland and Barov discuss border towns affairs. Also, suspend iron ore exports for now. Only sell raw gemstones to Willowtown. I need to keep the iron ore for our own use. Also, post recruitment notices to expand the militia and draft corresponding training regulations. After handling the administrative matters, Roland can't help but smile. The king's death. Is this bad news for him? A difficult choice? Dead wrong. It's a blessing in disguise, perfect timing. As long as Roland stays put in Border Town, someone will inevitably make a move, such as Duke Ryan of Longsong Fortress. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the recall order so urgently in this wretched weather. By choosing to remain in Border Town, Roland essentially defies the new king's decree. Once the months of demons pass, the Duke will most likely march west under the new king's banner. But this is exactly what Roland needs. To develop industrialization, population is what's most lacking. Border Town has only about 2,000 residents, making many projects impossible to launch. Buying slaves, recruiting talent, encouraging births, forcing marriages, all of this is nonsense. As long as Roland defeats the Duke and captures Longsong Fortress, he'll gain a large population of free citizens while accomplishing primitive capital accumulation. What's easier than annexation for gaining population? What's faster than plunder for accumulating wealth? The news Pyre brought is like a lighthouse dispersing fog, illuminating Roland's path forward. He absolutely won't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. At this moment, Roland truly hopes Nightingale can bring people back soon to help him. West of the impassable mountains lies untrodden wilderness. In these icebound impassable mountains, Nightingale, who has trekked on foot against the bitter wind for so long, finally returns to the cave where the Witch Cooperation Association hides. Just as Nightingale is about to enter the cave, the witch on guard immediately detects her. Many green vines suddenly appear, frantically surrounding her, while simultaneously sealing off the cave entrance. Nightingale removes her hood and calls out toward the cave entrance. "Leaf, it's me." A figure emerges from the vine-covered cave, accompanied by Leaf's delighted cry, "Nightingale, you're back." When Nightingale notices the two white cloths wrapped around Leaf's arm, her briefly lifted spirits sink again. Two more sisters? Aining and Aishi. They didn't survive their coming of age 5 days ago. This happens often, doesn't it? Leaf turns her head, leading Nightingale deeper into the cave, joking, "Let's not talk about that. Hurry to the camp. Wendy has been talking about you for ages." Thinking of Wendy, warmth surges through Nightingale's heart. Without her, she would still be like a puppet, used as a tool by others. Entering the camp, Nightingale sees a familiar figure crouching by the campfire, preparing food. Before reaching her, she can't help but call out, "Wendy, I'm back!" The other pauses, looks up, then shows the smile Nightingale knows so well. "Veronica, welcome home." Faced with Wendy's warm concern, Nightingale shakes her head with a helpless smile. "I've told you so many times, I'm no longer that weak girl from the past. I'm now a powerful witch. Veronica no longer exists." Wendy responds gently, "Your past self is still you. Breaking free from old nightmares doesn't mean severing ties with the past. Of course, whatever you prefer is fine. Nightingale, I've been waiting for you to return. You must be exhausted from the journey." Nightingale steps forward and embraces Wendy. "Yes, thank you." After a while, Wendy finally asks, "What happened to that girl named Anna? Were you unable to save her?" At this mention, Nightingale immediately perks up, saying excitedly, "No, she didn't need me to save her. On the contrary, she saved all of us." Then, to all the witches in the camp, Nightingale recounts in detail her experiences in Border Town. "The lord there is Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Grey Castle. He's willing to take us in. Moreover, he promised that one day, witches will be able to live like free citizens in his territory." When Nightingale regains consciousness, she discovers she's tightly bound to a wooden stake, with her magic power sealed by a god's punishment lock around her neck. At this moment, Hakara walks up to Nightingale and sneers, "You're awake? How does the petrification venom feel? Honestly, I had high hopes for you, Nightingale. Yet you've disappointed me." Nightingale's face shows anger as she takes a deep breath. "You actually possess a god's punishment lock. Hakara, do you know what you're doing? A shackle the church uses to suppress witches is now being used by their mentor against her own kind." But Hakara says dismissively, "It's just a tool. Occasionally there are bad children who won't listen to guidance and need to be punished. And you, Nightingale, are that person who needs punishment." Hakara has completely lost her sanity now. She believes Nightingale is trying to sell out her sisters to a prince in exchange for status. Nightingale suppresses her anger and declares loudly, "Everything I've done is for our sisters. I hope they won't have to suffer through Awakening Day anymore. I hope they can live without worrying about food and clothing." Nightingale knows cursing would be meaningless. "I have no intention of stopping your plans. Our sisters should have the right to freely choose their own way of life. Border Town is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The steam engine blueprints I brought back are just one example." Hakara sneers. Interrupting Nightingale, picking up the scroll and saying, "This is what you're talking about? Though I can't understand what's drawn on it. A pile of cold iron assembled into a lifeless object can move on its own like a living thing? Do you think we're all 3-year-olds?" With that, she tosses the blueprint into the nearby brazier. "No!" Nightingale cries out futilely, watching helplessly as the design turns to ashes in the fire. After that, Hakara pulls out an iron spike from the brazier, its tip glowing red hot, and says viciously, "My patience is exhausted. Now, I'll give you one last chance." She brings the spike close to Nightingale's neck and continues, "If you confess your crimes to all the sisters of the Cooperation Association and admit you were deceived by a noble, I can spare your life. If you remain stubborn, I'll have to pierce your heart with this spike and nail your corpse to the stake as a warning to everyone." Hakara says word by word, "Don't miss my final mercy. Tell me your decision." Nightingale thinks to herself that if she were her old weak self, she would have already bowed her head and admitted fault. But she has bid farewell to the past and is no longer that timid girl. She is Nightingale, a powerful witch. Even death cannot make her yield. Nightingale closes her eyes, awaiting her final moment. For some reason, Roland's image surfaces in her mind. "Stop!" Wendy steps out from the crowd and says to Hakara, "Mentor, look at the white cloths wrapped around your arm. We've already experienced so many farewells. Do you want to add another?" "What? Have you been deceived by her too?" "Wake up, Wendy. Those are all just lies." Hakara continues relentlessly. "I don't know." Wendy shakes her head. "I don't plan to go with her to Border Town either. But there's one thing I think she's right about. Our sisters should have the right to freely choose their own way of life." Wendy turns around and asks loudly, "Does anyone want to leave with her?" No one in the crowd responds. Silence falls over the scene. Seeing no response, Wendy concludes, "So, just let her leave alone. She hasn't done anything to harm the Cooperation Association. I can't stand by and watch you kill her." Nightingale now completely understands Wendy's meaning. Sadness wells up in her heart. Even Wendy doesn't fully believe her. After Wendy speaks these words, whispers spread through the crowd. Leaf and others step forward. That's right, if she wants to return to the secular world, let her go. The church and illness have already taken too many of our sisters. Mentor, please reconsider. Everyone shut up. Hakara rages furiously. If we just let her leave like this, what if there's a second, a third Nightingale? If she sells our camp's location to the church, we'll have nowhere to run. Before her words finish, Hakara suddenly thrusts the iron spike in her hand forcefully toward Nightingale. But Wendy is faster, whipping up a gust of wind that blows Hakara away. Yes, Wendy's ability is wind. The fierce wind carries Hakara's form away, preventing Nightingale from being harmed. Next, Wendy tosses out a coin and waves her hand. Rapid airflow wraps around the coin, whistling toward Nightingale. The coin strikes precisely on the god's punishment stone at Nightingale's neck. The crystalline prismatic stone shatters on impact. Nightingale's magic power is thus liberated. Wendy, you traitor! Seeing this, Hakara shrieks with a darkened face. Then she extends her left and right hands toward Wendy and Nightingale respectively. Two serpent shadows appear out of thin air. One opens its mouth wide and bites viciously into Wendy's arm. The other strikes at nothing. The rope slides to the ground, still maintaining its binding shape, but Nightingale has vanished. Thinking of Nightingale's ability, Hakara breaks into a cold sweat. She mobilizes all her magic power, and magic serpents gleaming with various colors surge from her chest, forming a wall of snakes for defense. However, Nightingale is faster. With just one step, merely one step forward, she already appears behind Hakara, extending both hands forward. The spike that should have pierced Nightingale's heart instead goes straight through Hakara's body. Mentor! Seeing Hakara fall, the witches panic and rush forward. Hakara clutches her wound, feeling her lower body completely numb, and says viciously, "Quick, go kill that traitor for me." At this moment, Nightingale has already fled into the mist with Wendy. Both their forms vanish from all the witches' sight. In the impassable mountains, the blizzard continues. Nightingale supports the unconscious Wendy, poisoned by snake venom, fleeing far from the Cooperation Association's encampment. Most troublesome is that Hakara's snake venom is spreading through Wendy's body. If this continues, Wendy will die from poisoning. Nightingale knows she can no longer hesitate. She finds a sheltered spot below a cliff, grits her teeth, rolls up Wendy's sleeve, ties a cloth strip tightly around her upper arm, draws out a dagger, and thrusts it down forcefully. Nightingale severs Wendy's entire arm, then carefully wraps the severed limb, as long as they can return alive to Border Town. Nana Pine can restore this arm to its original condition, but can they really make it back alive? Nightingale doesn't know. Wendy's arm continues to bleed. She won't last more than 3 or 4 days like this. The mountain paths are extremely difficult, and it took her 3 days to get here alone. Carrying someone will only make her slower, but Nightingale has no choice. She could never abandon Wendy, especially since Wendy was injured because of her. Need help? Hearing the sudden voice, Nightingale immediately assumes a defensive stance, but there's no one in front of her. Nightingale looks up and discovers the person is actually floating in the air. The airborne figure says, "Don't be nervous. I don't want to fight you." Nightingale asks nervously, "Who are you?" "Hey, I'm Lightning. I just joined the Cooperation Association not long ago. I'm always out exploring, so it's normal you don't know me." Lightning responds with a smile. Nightingale protectively shields the unconscious Wendy and continues questioning, "Did Hakara send you?" No, don't misunderstand." Lightning slowly descends, touching down on one foot. "I want to go with you." "What?" Nightingale momentarily doubts whether she heard correctly. "You said it yourself. We should have the right to freely choose our own way of life." Lightning pauses, then continues, "I choose to go with you. It's that simple." Lightning excitedly steps forward, hugs Nightingale, and says with a laugh, "Because of what you described. The black machine puffing white steam, the gray powder that turns to stone when wet, and the snow-white thing that explodes with thunderous roars. I want to see them. I'm determined to become an explorer, so of course I need to go to interesting places." Nightingale is stunned. She can only ask again, "If you want to be an adventurer, why did you join the Cooperation Association?" Hearing this, Lightning says matter-of-factly, "Isn't searching for the Holy Mountain a great adventure?" But Hakara doesn't understand the spirit of exploration at all. She's completely obsessed with that ancient book and will never find the real Holy Mountain. Following a map isn't what explorers do. My father emphasized this repeatedly. Nightingale senses no malice from her. "Having another helper would be good. Your ability is flight?" "Mm-hmm." Lightning nods proudly, placing her hands on her hips. "Even carrying you two, I can move like the wind." Moments later, Lightning mutters through gritted teeth, "This is really heavy." Nightingale ties Wendy to her back, then climbs onto Lightning's back. Like this, Lightning slowly lifts off with both of them. With Lightning's help this time, they should be able to return to Border Town within 2 days and get Wendy treated. Nightingale now tells Lightning about Wendy. To be precise, Wendy is the benefactor who gave Nightingale a new life. Before Nightingale joined the Cooperation Association, she and her younger brother were adopted by their uncle. After awakening as a witch, her uncle locked Nightingale up for special training and threatened her with her brother's life. Nightingale's abilities seemed naturally suited for dirty work, poisoning, assassination, making her uncle's business grow larger and larger. Later, even Nightingale's brother treated her like a complete stranger, even wishing he didn't have this sister. Her brother believed witches belonged in hell. During those years, Nightingale was like a walking corpse, until she passed her coming-of-age day and her ability evolved. The iron prison could no longer hold her. She killed her uncle with her own hands and left the prison. not knowing where to go. It was at this time that she met Wendy. It was Wendy's smile that reignited a spark within Nightingale. Later, they joined the Cooperation Association together, where there were many sisters with similar experiences. After hearing Nightingale's story, Lightning directly concludes that Hakara cannot lead witches toward freedom and peace. After all, Hakara has gone mad. But regrettably, most people in the Cooperation Association didn't believe Nightingale, didn't believe there could be a prince in this world who cares about witches. At the wooden shed in the 4th Prince's Palace garden, Knight Carter guards the entrance, protecting the top secret inside the shed behind him. The fully assembled Steam Engine Unit 02 stands quietly in the center of the shed. This is a masterpiece of Anna's new ability. Her green fire can penetrate tiny gaps for welding, making the assembled large components more integrated than ever before. Just as Roland crouches on the ground installing the base, 3 figures suddenly materialize from the void, stumbling upon landing and falling to the ground together. Anna is startled. A cluster of green flame instantly rises, forming a firewall in front of the two. Roland looks up and discovers one of the women is none other than Nightingale, whom he hasn't seen in many days. She looks extremely haggard, holding a woman with a severed arm in her embrace. Nightingale looks up and shouts, anxiety evident in her expression, "Your Highness, please call Nana Pine!" Quickly, in the castle, after Nana Pine arrives, she immediately begins treating the one-armed witch Wendy. The treatment requires removing clothing, so Roland steps out of the room first. At this moment, Roland paces anxiously outside the door. He wonders to himself, how did things turn out like this? Could the Cooperation Association's camp have been attacked by demonic beasts, with only 3 escaping? Fortunately, with Nana Pine here, that one-armed witch's life can definitely be saved. Nightingale specifically brought the severed arm back, so the arm can most likely be reattached. About half an hour later, the door opens. The first to emerge is that young girl who returned with Nightingale, appearing completely unharmed. The young girl nods affirmatively at Roland and says, "You're exactly as Nightingale described." It turns out, when the 3 of them appeared in the castle and Roland discovered the severely injured woman, he immediately carried the unconscious, critically wounded woman back to the room, an action the young girl witnessed. The young girl now spreads her hands and explains slowly. Unfortunately, this news was too shocking, so most people in the Cooperation Association didn't believe Nightingale. Actually, I didn't quite believe it either. However, Roland's attention isn't on the young girl. Roland keenly catches the phrase most people didn't believe Nightingale. The Cooperation Association's camp wasn't attacked by demonic beasts? Lightning is startled by the question. Attack? No. Why do you ask? Then she shows a look of sudden realization. Ah, no one has explained it to you yet, have they? Then Lightning recounts the events at the Cooperation Association to Roland. After hearing it, Roland falls silent. So that's how it is. The distrust between witches and nobles has reached its peak. How sad and lamentable. By the time the one-armed witch finishes receiving Nana Pine's treatment and Roland arranges Lightning's accommodation, it's already midnight. Roland pushes open his bedroom door and quickly notices something amiss. A woman lies across his bed. She's not wearing that unchanging robe, but is changed into a thin nightgown. The familiar figure allows Roland to recognize her identity at a glance. Nightingale. Nightingale also sees the prince at this moment and rises, walking slowly toward him. Roland coughs once, breaking the silence. You've been through a lot. Why not rest more? Lightning has told me everything. Roland vaguely feels something is off. Seeing Nightingale's solemn expression, with an indescribable determination in her eyes, she seems to have decided something. However, Nightingale doesn't speak. She takes a deep breath, then kneels on one knee, raising a short sword with both hands, her head slightly bowed. This is a standard knight's salute, a ceremony nobles often perform when pledging loyalty to their superiors. A solemn oath comes from Nightingale's lips. Your Highness Roland Wimbledon, I swear to you in the names of Nightingale and Veronica, as long as you treat witches kindly, I am willing to serve at your command, whether as a sharp shield against demons or a blade cutting through the night, without fear or regret, until my life's final moment. I see. Roland now understands. The Cooperation Association's actions have greatly disappointed Nightingale, so she has placed her hope for leading witches forward upon him. Although Roland would prefer to work with her through employment or cooperation, Nightingale probably can't understand the meaning of freedom and equality right now. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Roland follows the court etiquette, takes the short sword, and lightly taps her shoulders 3 times with the blade's flat side. I accept your loyalty. Next, Roland extends his right hand before her. Nightingale takes his fingers and places a gentle kiss on the back of his hand. With this, the entire ceremony is complete. Roland helps Nightingale to her feet and asks, "By the way, you mentioned Veronica just now. Is that your real name?" At this moment, Nightingale has dropped her last defense against Roland and tells him about her past. The next morning, Roland brings a contract to Nightingale's room to visit Wendy and presents her with a second witch offer, which surprises Wendy greatly. After a full night's rest, Wendy looks much better, and her reattached arm can move freely. Seeing this, Roland gets straight to the point. Thank you for saving Nightingale's life. Hakara will never accept you back into the Cooperation Association. Why not stay in Border Town and work for me? If you agree, Just sign this contract. The pay is the same as Anna's, 1 gold royal per month, Your Highness. Nightingale blinks beside them, hesitating to speak. Roland naturally knows what Nightingale wants to say. I wish I didn't have to rush this discussion either, but every day we delay adds more danger. Roland's next words truly shock the witches present. I think I may have discovered a way for witches to pass through Awakening Day unharmed. In the castle garden, Roland explains the secret of Awakening Day he's discovered. It's only a hypothesis without concrete evidence. But witches are vessels for magic. As they grow, magic continuously accumulates, and when it exceeds the body's limit, it causes harm to themselves. The months of demons is when a witch's power is at its strongest, and Anna is living proof. When Anna was at the castle, she trained her ability every day. Before her coming-of-age day, she even depleted her magic completely and fell unconscious. When she woke up, she had safely passed through a witch's most difficult trial, completely unharmed. Roland believes this might be the key to solving demonic backlash. If witches can continuously release their magic and keep it at a safe level, perhaps the torment of Awakening Day will be greatly reduced or even disappear completely. This hypothesis makes the three witches fall into deep thought. Roland's expression becomes firm as he explains bluntly to the three, as the Lord of Bordertown, I can provide a place where witches can freely release their powers. No one will arrest, judge, or execute you for it. If my hypothesis is correct, then without a doubt, Bordertown is the holy mountain you've been seeking. Wendy remains silent for a long time before asking, if I sign the contract and agree to work for you, what do I need to do first? Roland answers with a smile. The first thing you need to do is practice your ability repeatedly until you master it completely. Just like Anna, light snow is falling in the castle's back garden. In the pavilion, Nana accompanies Anna as they watch the prince test the two new witches. Roland quickly thinks of Lightning's ability. For reconnaissance or artillery correction, she's absolutely the perfect candidate. Wendy's ability is wind control, though her current application is rather simple. At the Cooperation Association, she only dried clothes. Of course, with Roland, her uses will be far from ordinary. At this moment, Nana tugs on Anna's sleeve, looking wise beyond her years, and whispers, Anna, don't you think Nightingale is acting a bit strange? Seeing Anna doesn't react, little Nana mutters. Don't you think the way she talks to His Highness and the way she looks at him have changed from before? Really? Anna's face shows complete confusion, leaving little Nana speechless. Little Nana pouts and waves her hand. Fine, Anna. Don't say I didn't warn you when the time comes. Just as Roland and the others are testing abilities in the castle's back garden, an urgent horn sounds from Bordertown's wall. Demonic beasts are attacking again. The winter walls of Bordertown are covered in white everywhere. The prince rushes to the wall with his chief knight to investigate. Climbing the wall, Iron Axe and his militia have been waiting. Since they last repelled the beast horde, the assembly horn hasn't sounded in a long time. According to regulations, the assembly horn only sounds when the patrol judges the situation beyond their capability. From Militia Captain Iron Axe's tense words, Roland learns, that thing is here. The hybrid species Iron Axe encountered years ago, the monster that nearly killed him, has come. Roland frowns. Theoretically, demonic beasts have no intelligence and don't understand the concept of retreat. The beast should have died attacking Longsong Fortress, but the fortress has never fallen. Not only didn't it die, it survived 6 years. An ominous feeling rises in Roland's heart. Soon, everyone notices this lion-shaped hybrid species. Unlike the last one, it's not massive. At first glance, it looks like an oversized feline, but with a pair of flesh wings on its back. Carter, Iron Axe, and others have loaded their flintlocks, standing ready to ensure His Highness's safety. But the lion-type hybrid doesn't charge directly. Instead, it stops outside bow and crossbow range, looking around. Just as everyone is surprised, the lion-type hybrid suddenly leaps to the left, spreads its wings, and its massive body takes flight, performing a short-distance flight, clearing the obstacle, and quickly running toward an undefended section of the wall. Roland's heart sinks. His premonition has come true. Being able to judge an opponent's strength through observation and choose weak points to attack is complete proof of intelligence. The lion-shaped hybrid that climbed the wall doesn't engage the militia but runs toward the residential area behind, completely ignoring the militia. Seeing this, Roland curses. Beast! He quickly orders, Militia 2nd Squad, follow me. Reserves, take your positions and guard the wall temporarily. With that, he immediately leads the team to search the residential area. After searching for about 15 minutes, ear-piercing screams suddenly come from deep in an alley. The team immediately changes direction and rushes toward the source. Arriving at the scene, a team member beside them exclaims, My God, that's my old neighbor Iron Fork. He's been eaten by a demonic beast. Roland sees a person bitten in half, clearly dead. Watch out! Look right, someone suddenly shouts. Before the words finish, a massive shadow bursts from a wooden house on the right, pouncing into the unprepared team, pinning a militiaman with its front claws and biting down. Without the wall to rely on and facing such a ferocious demonic beast, the militia become unnerved. The scene turns chaotic, giving no chance to fire the flintlocks. Iron Axe proves himself an experienced hunter, immediately calling teammates to climb onto rooftops and take the high ground for coordinated shooting. The militia snap to attention and climb onto rooftops, clearing firing lines for the flintlocks. Gunfire rings out again, and black bursts bloom on the massive monster's body. Hit by lead balls, the hybrid roars in fury, spreading its wings to pounce at the hunters on the rooftop, but the fierce iron axe jumps directly onto the monster's back, quickly raises his gun, and presses it against the creature's skull. With a roar, Iron Axe pulls the trigger. This point-blank attack sends the bullet straight through the monster's eye into its skull. The hybrid species stiffens completely and collapses to the ground. At this very moment, in the distant north, in the church's holy city of Hermes, demonic beasts are also attacking, and the defense line is about to collapse. An unprecedented giant insectoid hybrid beast bursts from underground, its body clinging to the icy cliff, crawling step by step to the top of the wall. The church's judgment army holds the defense line here. Even they are stunned by such a massive insectoid hybrid. If it were only massive, that would be one thing. But under everyone's gaze, the giant insect climbs onto the wall, its massive body crushing sections of the parapet. But no one expects the monster to open its gaping maw and spew out a horde of hybrid species demonic beasts. The wall erupts into chaos. The Judgment Army's hearts sink. Is the church's holy city about to fall? Alessia has never seen such a terrifying monster. She watches helplessly as comrades are devoured by demonic beasts, powerless to help. The church's Hermes holy city defense line is crumbling. The Judgment Army suffers heavy casualties. The allied forces from the four kingdoms sent to assist are all killed, leaving only a handful of Judgment Army members. Perhaps today is the day she enters heaven. Alessia prays silently while shouting, "Judgment Army, never surrender!" Her comrades beside her shout in unison, "Judgment Army, never surrender!" Several people form a column and jog toward the inner city's north gate. The sounds of combat in the wall district gradually fade, finally disappearing into the wind and snow. After reaching the north gate, the group collapses from exhaustion. Alesia looks at the north gate's drawbridge with worry. The entire outer city is lost now. Although the cathedral in the inner city is more important, can just a few Judgment Army members hold it? Someone suddenly shouts, "Demonic beasts are coming! Prepare for battle!" Everyone stares at the dark shadows rapidly approaching in the sky. Various demonic beasts are closing in on the north gate drawbridge. Alicia and the others wear expressions of determination, raising their swords and shouting, "For Hermes, for eternal prosperity!" At that moment, the sound of chains lowering suddenly comes from behind. The drawbridge at the north gate thunders down. The Judgment Army members look back. Through the swirling snow not far away, a team of tall warriors files out from the north gate. They wear gleaming full armor that reflects silver light in the moisture, with red cloaks draped behind them. Alicia notices the gray band on the leader's arm guard. The church's God's Punishment Army has arrived. The God's Punishment Army is the church's strongest force, the greatest power defending the holy city. But Alessia can't imagine. Can mortals really handle so many hybrid species demonic beasts? After crossing the drawbridge, the God's Punishment Army doesn't regroup but spreads out, heading straight toward the charging demonic beasts. A flying variant dives from the sky toward the God's Punishment Army. Alicia witnesses an unbelievable scene. A God's Punishment Army warrior doesn't dodge but assumes a frontal stance. The instant the variant lunges at him, he extends both hands and meets the creature's claws head-on with such impact that it produces an explosive sound. Another warrior aims at the immobilized flying variant and hurls a short javelin. The speed is so fast that Alessia only sees a flash of silver light. The javelin precisely pierces the monster's skull, shattering it. Fighting these monsters with human strength alone? Alessia can hardly believe her eyes. Hundreds of God's Punishment Army warriors charge into the swarming demonic beasts. Their red cloaks look like a torrent of blood, forcibly halting the enemy's advance. These God's Punishment Army warriors possess the ability to take on 10 enemies at once. Each one's strength, agility, and reaction speed rival or exceed that of hybrid species demonic beasts. Ordinary demonic beasts have virtually no chance against them. In Hermes' inner city, atop the cathedral's great tower, the three archbishops overlook the entire battlefield from this highest point. Archbishop Maine holds up a telescope. "It looks like we've won. Isn't victory expected?" Another archbishop, Taefun, continues with a dark expression. "The key is that all four kingdoms' armies are finished." That's right, all four kingdoms' cannon fodder died on the battlefield. The last archbishop, Sither, says. She's in her early 30s and the only female among the three archbishops. Sither snorts and clicks her tongue. With this, the four kingdoms' border defenses are now useless. What an excellent extinction strategy. Maine sighs. To achieve this goal, the church also lost many Judgment Army members. They were the church's backbone. Archbishop Taefun says to the two beside him, "We have no other choice. The wasteland beast has appeared, just as recorded in the holy book. Time is running out. If we can't unite the entire continent and concentrate our forces, only destruction awaits us." Hearing this, Sither laughs frivolously. Destruction isn't necessarily bad. Humans are greedy, vicious, profit-driven, waving banners of righteousness while doing things more terrible than demonic beasts. Perhaps hell's demons are far kinder than us. "You!" Taefun's beard trembles with rage. "Your words are utterly blasphemous. Do you want to defy God's will? You don't need to worry about that, Lord Taefun." Sither shrugs dismissively. "Did God require us to survive? How do you know the old man doesn't care more for demons?" Hearing their argument, Maine is displeased, but he keeps one thought to himself. God neither protects mortals nor loves demons. He only favors the victorious side. A funeral is being held on a patch of wasteland southwest west of Border Town. Death is nothing unfamiliar to Border Town's residents. But today, the fourth prince is actually holding a funeral for a soldier. That soldier was unfortunately knocked down while pursuing the hybrid species demonic beast and had half his head bitten off. Vanner from the militia knew the unlucky fellow. He was a familiar face from the old district with no name. Everyone called him Aji. His Highness reads a eulogy for Aji. Though brief, Vanner takes it all in, especially the line, "We will forever remember those who sacrifice themselves to protect loved ones and the innocent," which makes a warm current surge in his heart. The final step is burial. Aji's coffin is lowered into the dug pit. The chief knight has everyone line up. Each militia member, whether regular or reserve, takes turns stepping forward to add a shovelful of earth. When it's Vanner's turn, he suddenly feels the shovel become slightly heavy. Carter, following the prince, suddenly speaks. "Your Highness doing this?" Roland immediately interjects. "What? Inappropriate?" Carter thinks for a moment and finally shakes his head. "I can't quite say. It's just that no one has ever treated conscripted subjects this way. They have no title, no family background, not even surnames or names." Hearing Carter's words, Roland smiles slightly. "But you still feel good about it, don't you?" Carter is momentarily speechless. Roland naturally knows how powerful this is for Carter, who also dedicates himself to fighting and protecting. When people start thinking about who they fight for and why, the force undergoes unimaginable transformation. Holding funerals for fallen militia isn't just about remembrance. It's about uniting morale. For Border Town to truly get on track with peaceful development, Roland knows he still needs to work hard. For the militia, if they could build a cannon, casualties would decrease. Before long, a woman with 2 children approaches His Highness. Someone in the militia whispers, "Hey, is that Aji's wife? How pitiful. With 2 such small children, how will she survive? Don't you know?" His Highness kept his promise from recruiting the militia. Aji's wife not only received Aji's wages but also extra compensation. I think it's called a pension. Someone saw His Highness hand the pension to the chief knight, who then passed it to Aji's wife. I heard they'll also receive food and charcoal every month. They won't have to worry now. Vanner listens to the malicious whispers from the side. Damn, why does he suddenly feel a bit envious of Aji? In the backyard of the North Slope Mines kiln chamber, Roland interrupts Anna's work and asks, "How's it going? Is the flintlock barrel manufacturing going smoothly?" Anna takes all the work Roland assigns her very seriously. She answers excitedly, "Since we got the new steam boring machine, I can leave it entirely to the blacksmiths now. They have much more experience than me in this area." However, thinking of the little witch Lightning gives her a slight headache. Anna complains quietly to Roland, "It's just that Lightning gets too excited every time she comes to observe. The masters can't keep up with answering her questions." After hearing Anna's words, Roland finally understands why he hasn't seen Lightning lately. She's been sneaking off to watch the excitement at the firearm workshop. Clearing his thoughts, Roland takes out a design draft to show Anna. This is the main reason he came to find Anna today. Anna scans the blueprint and sees this thing looks like an oversized firearm. Roland smiles and responds to his studious witch, "Close. But this is the design for a 12-pounder cannon, also the most achievable field artillery at present. This type of cannon has a risk of gas leaks and explosions, so it directly uses integral casting and boring machine drilling. Integral casting can currently only be accomplished with Anna's ability." After explaining the entire casting process to Anna, they begin. 2 deep holes have been dug in the courtyard ground, each circular, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. These holes are the molds Roland plans to use for casting cannon blanks. Anna grabs a steel ingot and suspends it above the hole's opening. Green flames ignite. The ingot quickly turns red, then melts, forming a thin waterfall of molten steel that flows into the hole, filling both molds. Anna's cheeks become flushed red. Roland takes out a handkerchief and gently wipes the sweat from her nose. "Ah." Roland puts away the handkerchief. "Let's stop here for today. Well done. For dinner, I'll have the kitchen reward you with an extra black pepper steak." Hearing this, Anna lowers her head slightly. Though the sweat has been wiped away, her face seems even redder than before. She responds softly, The groundhog Cole, hidden in the shadows, looks at Roland in shock. The fourth prince of the kingdom is openly keeping a witch? Cole isn't hearing about nobles secretly keeping witches for the first time. These demonic women whom no one cares about when dead are perfect for nobles with peculiar tastes. But doing it openly is another matter entirely. With such shocking news, he must relay this information to the new king, His Majesty Timothy, as soon as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. At this moment, Cole hears the familiar chant as a team of energetic young men runs past him. They don't know to conserve energy in winter? These people run around the town twice every day. When demonic beasts enter the town, they won't even have time to escape. Since winter began, strange things keep happening here. Walls that rose from the ground overnight, iron sticks that make weird noises and knock down demonic beasts, and most terrifying of all, that fourth prince actually mingles with demonic women every day. If the prince isn't controlled by demons, he can't think of any other explanation. If the new king, His Majesty Timothy, hadn't offered a high price, Cole wouldn't want to lurk in this demon town. Just as Cole prepares to leave Border Town and return to the capital to report, a shout comes from behind. "You, stop!" Cole's heart sinks. Turning around, he sees several militia members rushing toward him. Clearly, he's been surrounded. He just doesn't understand how he was discovered. Administrative Minister Barov's office is located in a large courtyard not far from the castle, also the site of the city hall built by the previous lord. The occasional rustling of writing inside and the howling wind outside form two different worlds. Barov now works an average of 5 hours per day, handling the policies Roland assigns. For example, His Highness asked him to arrange the purchase of a 2-masted sailboat from Willowtown but doesn't need a captain, helmsman, or sailors. Barov really can't figure out how to sail the ship back. At this moment, knocking sounds at the door. Barov reluctantly stops what he's doing and calls out, "Come in." The person entering is one of his prize students, who reports, "Teacher, another rat has been caught." "Oh? What did they find out?" "His name is Cole, nicknamed Groundhog. He's a spy sent by the second prince. He killed a border town resident and disguised himself as their relative, living in town under a false identity for several months. They found packaged cement powder on him, along with some coins and a letter." The student steps forward and hands Barov an envelope wrapped in leather. Other information is still being interrogated. "Teacher, regarding his punishment." Hearing this, Barov responds casually, same as before. After questioning, compile all information into records, then convict and hang him. After receiving Barov's order, the student leaves. The door closes again. Barov doesn't immediately resume work, murmuring to himself, "This is already the 4th one." Long before the months of demons arrived, Prince Roland summoned him to discuss this issue. When cement, new snow powder, and witches are revealed one by one, the informants planted by his siblings will surely become restless and expose themselves from hiding. This is the best opportunity to eliminate the rats. In Barov's view, with over 2,000 people in Border Town, it's impossible to monitor everyone. They don't have the manpower or time to guard against these sneaky thieves. But His Highness said dismissively, "How could we lack people? Every subject in Border Town is our eyes." At the time, Barov thought this was pure fantasy, completely impossible. But in fact, he was wrong. Roland had him draft an announcement stating there might still be enemies like the ones who tried to burn the granary before, mostly disguised as residents' relatives or merchants. If anyone spots suspicious persons, report immediately to City Hall. Once verified, reward of 25 silver wolves. Thinking about how His Highness manipulates human nature, it's truly demonic, making the assistant minister feel a sense of approval. Even so, it's a demon who doesn't fear God's punishment and can grant him, Barov, power, isn't it? In the palace of Grey Castle's capital, the new king, Timothy Wimbledon, sits upon the throne, grasping the ruby scepter, looking down at the ministers in the hall. The recall order for the 4th prince and 5th princess was issued over a month ago, yet no one has returned to the capital, greatly infuriating Timothy. At this moment, a minister reports, the 4th Prince Roland has replied. The letter states that after the months of demons end and his subjects are safe, he will consider returning to the capital. However, on the envelope's face, he addresses Timothy as Your Highness, not Your Majesty or King. Hearing the minister's report, Timothy can't help but laugh coldly. This foolish brother. If he comes back and properly acknowledges me as king, I could still grant him a good position and let him be a pampered prince. What benefit is there in gaining verbal satisfaction? Then Timothy waves his hand and asks the minister, "What about 5th Princess Tilly?" But the minister's response surprises him. 5th Princess Tilly Wimbledon has disappeared. Tilly first agreed to Timothy's messenger, but a week later vanished from her palace. Her butler and 2 maids also disappeared with her. Ministers have arranged searches but still have no trace of her whereabouts. Timothy feels his heart is blocked. Do they all distrust him this much? One after another. He originally held great expectations for this sister, hoping she could assist him, but now she's gone. He can only order ministers to continue searching. He can't let a royal bloodline wander among commoners. Finally, there's only the defiant 3rd Princess Garcia. At the minister's suggestion, Timothy decides to have Guardian of the South Duke Joy deploy troops to force Garcia to abandon Clearwater Port and escort her back to the capital. At this moment, urgent hoofbeats suddenly sound outside the hall. After a commotion, a knight wearing a blue-striped cloak pushes open the doors and strides into the hall. The knight walks directly to the center and kneels on one knee. "Your Majesty, I just received news from the south. Your sister, Garcia Wimbledon, defeated the Duke of the South 5 days ago and occupied Eagle City. Moreover, she declared herself Queen of Clear Water. Many lords have responded, and the entire southern territory has become independent." This news is undoubtedly a devastating blow to Timothy. At the western stream of Border Town, by the Redwater River, winter snow makes the carriage immobile. The group spends half a day transporting the first completed field artillery outside the town. Carter has become somewhat accustomed to the prince's constant new inventions. "Your Highness, isn't this ceremonial cannon too heavy? You told me to guard it strictly before, but who would steal something this heavy?" Hearing this, Roland's expression darkens and he sighs heavily. "I told you, this is not a ceremonial cannon." Images of industrial age hammers pounding and striking flash through Roland's mind. He continues, "This is a crystallization of blood and sweat. The piercing noise of drilling the bore, the tedious process of making the carriage. We're both men. How do you not understand this romance?" Lightning approaches Roland, side enthusiastically, holding a mop-like cleaning rod, and asks, "Your Highness, Can we start cleaning the bore now? Roland turns back with a smile. Yes, follow the procedure. Unlike contracts with other witches, Lightning proposed that as long as she can personally operate various novel inventions, she's willing to work for Roland without payment, only requiring food and lodging. Roland has no reason to refuse such an incredible deal. Lightning works the bore mop a few times without bringing out any debris. The bore cleaning is complete. Did everyone see clearly? Roland asks the knights and militia watching from the side. This test firing is also a drill. Seeing everyone nod, he lets Lightning proceed to the next step. The little girl takes out a bag of paper-wrapped gunpowder and stuffs it into the bore, ramming it to the bottom with a wooden rod. Then she inserts the cannonball and rams again. Removing the ramrod, she inserts the fuse from the rear of the barrel, pierces the powder bag, then inserts the fuse. With this, the firing preparation is complete. To prevent accidents, Roland orders everyone to retreat 15 paces back. Soon, the prince and everyone else stand at a distance, covering their ears, and begin to wait. Lightning brings the torch close to the fuse. Sparks flash at the tip and in the blink of an eye, burrow into the cannon. Then comes a thunderous boom. The high-speed airflow blasting from the muzzle lifts the accumulated snow, raising a layer of snow mist from the ground. The cannonball shoots out from the cannon bore at an incredible speed. The armor target placed roughly 100 meters away rings out with a clang, struck head-on by the 12-pound iron ball. The armor is pierced clean through. The iron ball's momentum doesn't decrease. After landing in the snow, it bounces continuously, kicking up columns of snowflakes. What terrifying power! Everyone present exclaims. They can already imagine the carnage when enemies gather together and multiple cannonballs tear through their ranks. Roland isn't surprised by such results. After hitting the target, this cannonball flies another 100 meters forward. The theoretical effective range of the 12-pounder can exceed a kilometer. For a test firing, this is already quite good. Your Highness, this weapon is indeed powerful, but it's too heavy. Just one muddy pit could render it immobile. Carter immediately spots the new weapon's weakness. Moreover, each firing requires cleaning the barrel, loading powder, and loading ammunition. Add to that the fact that the gunpowder and cannonballs are much heavier than what flintlocks use. I'm afraid operating just one cannon requires 5 to 6 people. Hearing this, Roland explains, true, but it's all worth it. With just 2 to 3 cannons equipped, the Duke, no, I mean the demonic beasts, the giant turtle kind, will have no chance of breaking through the walls. Roland coughs twice, his face showing embarrassment. He thinks to himself how close he came to revealing his true thoughts. As for the weight issue, Roland has already planned to solve it through water transport. After Roland's tests, the 12-pounder field artillery can basically be put to use. Once the weight issue is resolved, it can gain a certain advantage against the threat from Longsong Fortress. Roland plans to purchase a 2-masted sailing ship and rely on Wendy's wind control ability to pilot it. This way, he can rapidly transport the militia and cannons to the rear of Duke Ryan's forces. Then, with a pincer attack from front and back, he can annihilate the Duke's fighting forces. What? Can't afford it? Roland sits in his office, questioning Barov loudly in confusion. Barov clears his throat and replies, Your Highness, it's true. A 2-masted sailing ship costs between 80 to 120 gold royals. Pointing at the documents for purchasing a sailing ship in his hand, he continues explaining, but this is only the shipbuilding cost. Factor in the crew, and it's much more. In Barov's calculations, including sampans, helmsmen, sailors, and captain, the total price is estimated at over 200 gold royals. The town hall currently has only 315 gold royals total. If they spend more than half on buying a ship, the prince's militia won't receive their wages next month. If they don't buy the crew, the shipbuilding industry doesn't work that way. The crew comes with the ship. Under Barov's explanation, Roland deflates. After a long moment, a flash of inspiration strikes Roland's mind, and an idea emerges. He stands up exclaiming, why don't I build one myself? First, this is a vessel that can transport 1 to 2 cannons plus around 30 people. The ship doesn't need powered sail propulsion. Second, the ship operates on inland rivers, requiring stability and reliability, resistance to capsizing, and shallow draft. Third, it must be easy to operate. Militia can quickly learn after short-term training. Considering these points together, only one answer remains, a flat-bottomed barge. But Barov's words plunge him into thought again. But Your Highness, even if you want to build it, what will you use? Build a ship from wood? Roland doesn't understand how to assemble a flat-bottomed boat from raw timber. Forcing it would likely result in a large raft that could fall apart at any moment. An iron ship could have Anna help with welding, but iron ore reserves are already limited. This ore is better used for producing steam engines and barrels. That's it. There's still plenty of cement left from building the city walls. Let's build a cement ship. Cement? Barov is somewhat shocked. The construction process for a cement ship is also much easier than an iron ship. Simply assemble the shape with wooden templates, weld iron bars to serve as reinforcement, then fill with cement. Low cost and sturdy durability. With a let's try it attitude, Roland immediately has Barov arrange for people to build a shed with walls by the Redwater River. Afterward, Roland picks up a quill pen. Wasting no time, he immediately begins drawing sketches of the barge. 5 days later, at the temporary shipyard workshop by the Redwater River. Your Highness, what new invention are you tinkering with now? Lightning's surprised voice rings out in the shipyard workshop. Roland leads several witches to inspect the cement ship's construction. The more Lightning looks, the more fascinated she becomes. This is a giant bathtub, right? Worthy of a prince. Even your bathtub is so grand. Roland explains, this isn't a bathtub, this is a ship. No one involved in the construction, including Anna, expected that this strange contraption made from the same material as the city walls would actually be a ship. A ship? I've never seen this kind of ship. Don't try to fool me, your highness. My father Thunder is the greatest explorer, and I grew up on ships. The little witch feels Roland is underestimating her intelligence and immediately argues with him. Seeing this scene, Wendy in the back chuckles. I didn't expect Lightning and his highness to get along so well, when we've only been here a short while. Nightingale explains. She's naturally a lively and optimistic girl. Whether in the Cooperation Association or Border Town, she's always at ease. Hearing Nightingale mention the Cooperation Association, Wendy falls into sadness once again. Walking through the mountain hollows of the impassable mountains is extremely exhausting, especially in the harsh winter with heavy snowfall. The witches of the Cooperation Association are currently searching for traces of the Holy Mountain in the impassable mountains. The serpent Hakara, injured when Nightingale escaped, still cannot move on her own and is carried by the witches in turns. Mentor. Demonic beasts are approaching from ahead. Red Eye, responsible for reconnaissance, reports. Her eyes can see through obstacles and concealment. No trap can hide from her. Put me down. Leaf, go assist them. The witch Leaf carrying her nods. She crouches down and sets her on a rock. Leaf is an irreplaceable figure in the team, and the guarantee that gives everyone courage to keep going. Without her ability, most of the witches would likely have died during the church's pursuit. The demonic beasts emerge from behind the slope. Two wolf-shaped creatures. The Cooperation Association. Witches handle such situations with ease. Sisters without combat abilities gather toward the rear. Hakara watches alone as three combat-type witches slowly approach the demonic beasts, feeling bitter resentment. It's all because of Nightingale's sneak attack. Otherwise, she could walk and participate in battle. Once she finds the Holy Mountain and gathers more witches, she will definitely tear Nightingale to pieces. And Wendy and Lightning, the gates of the Holy Mountain will never open for them again. Meanwhile ahead, the demonic beasts charge toward Leaf and the others. Leaf activates her magic power first, making vines beneath the demonic beasts grow wildly. Green vines break through the snow in an instant, wrapping around the enemy's feet. Another witch, chasing wind, drains the air around the demonic beasts. Watching the two monsters quickly fall into suffocation, foaming at the mouth, they collapse, convulsing to the ground. Seeing the battle end, Hakara can't help but smile. This is the power of witches. If it were mortals, one careless moment would cost them their lives. Once I find the Holy Mountain, that damned church will know that witches with miraculous magic power are the favored children of the gods. The battle with the demonic beasts ends quickly. Everyone decides not to continue traveling but to rest briefly in place and eat to replenish their depleted stamina. Quick, quick, look, what is that? Someone suddenly shouts in terror. Hearing this, Hakara also raises her head, then stares in amazement. Is that the Holy Mountain? The Holy Mountain? A city appears on the horizon. In the gray sky, snowflakes continue to fall. The clouds hang low, and the city's outline appears and disappears in the mist. Those buildings? Hakara has never seen such designs. They're like spires standing side by side. These spires are at least 100 jang tall. This is definitely not something humans could achieve. Since it's not by human hands, only one answer remains. It's a city built by gods. Sisters, that's the Holy Mountain. We found it, Hakara screams, releasing her joy. Many witches stand frozen, awed by the miraculous sight before them. Others come to their senses and embrace their companions in tears. Red Eye furrows her brow. Is that really the Holy Mountain? What's wrong? Is something not right? Leaf moves closer, asking in a low voice. She has the same doubt in her heart. The city in the sky looks nothing like the ancient books described, golden and magnificent. But this city before them is completely different. There's something crammed in those holes. I can't see clearly, but those things don't quite look like gods. Red Eye has the farthest sight in the Cooperation Association. Her words make Leaf feel vaguely uneasy. Sisters, the Holy Mountain is before us. The mentor's face shows madness as she raises both hands and shouts, push harder, and we'll soon find eternity. After speaking, Hakara immediately urges her attendant to carry her forward. Leaf wants to step forward and dissuade her but pulls her foot back. She recalls what happened to Nightingale and Wendy half a month ago. At a time like this, any dissuasion would likely be meaningless. Without seeing it for herself, the mentor won't give up. The group begins to accelerate forward. After leaving the mountain foot, the snow unexpectedly decreases and the surrounding temperature rises somewhat. During the journey, the witches encounter two more waves of demonic beasts. In the second wave, two deformed hybrid beasts appear. Leaf's weed bindings don't hold for long. Caught off guard, one sister has her throat slashed by sharp claws. Leaf looks at the lifeless witch on the ground, but Hakara urges, "Don't dawdle! We don't have time to bury her. Leave her here. The earth will take her in." Leaf closes her eyes sadly. Another sister is gone. If only her power were stronger, she wouldn't have had to die in this desolate place without even a tombstone. A witch suggests, "Mentor, let's retreat to the mountain foot first. Let Red Eye guide us and Red Pepper provide light. We might make it back before midnight." "No!" Hakara shouts. "We spent an entire afternoon getting here and barely stopped along the way. This is the God's test for us. Sisters, without firm will, we can never reach the holy mountain. Just as everyone hesitates between advancing or retreating, the witch carrying Hakura suddenly exclaims, "Sisters, look! In the sky, the holy mountain is gone!" Everyone stands frozen. For a moment, the surroundings are terrifyingly silent. A city that can never be approached. A phantom floating in the air, vanishing into nothing when the sun sets. Leaf shudders and says in a low voice, "We've been deceived." "Soon," Leaf shouts loudly, "we've been deceived. That's not the holy mountain at all. What we saw was a mirage." "A mirage?" Hakara whips her head around, her fierce expression somewhat terrifying. "What's that?" Lightning mentioned it in her stories. This phenomenon occurs often during long voyages but is much rarer on land. What we saw was just an illusion. The real city might be very far from us, or even, it might not be ahead of us at all. Hakara says harshly, that at least proves it really exists, and hasn't disappeared. This, Leaf pauses. "I don't know." At this moment, Red Eye suddenly issues a warning. "Careful! Something's coming!" She stares intently to the group's left, her expression very grim. "More demonic beasts?" Chasing Wind assumes a defensive posture. "How many?" Red Eye takes 2 steps back. "I don't know. What is that?" As she speaks, a black shadow approaches from far away, shooting straight toward Red Eye with lightning speed. In almost a blink of an eye, this black shadow pierces through Red Eye's chest. It carries her flying backward and pins her directly to the snowy ground. When everyone sees clearly, that black shadow is actually a spear. Leaf feels all the blood in her body freeze. In the darkness, 2 massive shadowy forms slowly emerge. Getting closer, Leaf discovers they're actually 2 humanoid creatures riding on hybrid beasts. The most striking feature is their headgear, obviously fashioned from demonic beast skulls. Fierce and terrifying, only one word flashes through Leaf's mind: demons. "Engage the enemy." Hakara is the first to react. Her piercing scream pulls everyone's attention back to the enemy. Stone Woman presses her hand to the ground, turning the large snowy area before her into soft marshland. However, the enemies don't act according to Stone Woman's expectations. They drive their mounts forward, plunging headfirst into the marsh. Then, using the momentum, they leap from the beasts' backs, crossing several zhang in distance and landing behind Stone Woman. That's where the non-combat sisters are gathered. "Sisters, scatter quickly." Before Leaf finishes speaking, a demon wearing iron gauntlets is already slaughtering wildly among the crowd. His agility completely mismatches his size. A witch standing nearby doesn't even have time to react before her head is shattered by a single punch. Only then do the others realize what's happening and scatter in panic. The witch Snow stands her ground. Although her ability isn't suited for combat, she doesn't turn and flee. Instead, she takes down her crossbow from behind and aims it level at the enemy. The iron gauntleted demon sidesteps to dodge, then lifts his foot and kicks her flying. The force is like a muffled thunderclap. The girl flies far before tumbling to the ground. Leaf pours all her magic power into the earth. Plants grow wildly, intertwining into a thorny vine. It crawls toward the iron gauntleted demon. Hakara, slumped where she sits, also summons her magic serpents. They bite tightly onto this demon's arms. Just as the iron gauntleted demon tries to shake off the serpents, the vines silently approaching from behind suddenly surge, wrapping around his feet, then pulling backward. The enemy's massive body crashes to the ground. "Run! Sisters, run quickly!" Leaf shouts. Fear makes her voice tremble. The other spear-wielding demon sees his companion in trouble and quickly focuses his attention on Leaf, who's controlling the vines. He raises his spear, assumes a throwing posture, and his arm rapidly swells. "Leaf, watch out!" Stone Woman again turns the ground into a quagmire, this time casting it directly beneath his feet. The demon's form suddenly sinks downward. The thrown spear instantly changes direction. It plunges diagonally into the ground before Leaf. The spear shaft, nearly as tall as a person, sinks almost completely in, frightening Leaf into a cold sweat. The iron gauntleted demon, being pulled by the vines, extends both hands toward Stone Woman and 2 others. Only Leaf perceives all this. What does he want to do? Wait, no. Leaf doesn't even have time to voice a warning before blinding blue light bursts from the demon's iron gauntlets, like lightning tearing through the sky, twisting as it strikes the 3 sisters. The blue light jumps between the 3, emitting crackling explosive sounds. The 3 witches are seen rising with white smoke from their bodies as they collapse convulsing. This attack seems to have consumed tremendous energy from the enemy, who no longer moves. At this moment, Leaf's magic power has also reached its limit. The vines disintegrate and disperse. The demon directly breaks free from the vine restraints. After resting only briefly, the iron gauntleted demon walks before the terrified Hakara. Now no one can stop him. The demon reaches out and grabs Hakara's throat. As Hakara struggles, magic serpents surge forth, biting the enemy's arms and neck. But the opponent remains unmoved, continuing to tighten his iron grip. At this moment, an accident occurs. In a wild attack, one magic serpent bites through the leather tube below the demon's headgear. Red mist sprays from the break. It quickly envelops both Hakara and the demon. Hakara immediately lets out a horrifying scream. Her skin rapidly festers under the red mist, exposing tendons and white bone. The demon releases his iron grip and frantically tries to plug the tube. As the mist rapidly dissipates, the demon's body begins trembling uncontrollably. uncontrollably. Soon he topples headfirst and moves no more. Seeing this scene, Leaf seems to discover something. The spear-wielding demon, half buried in the marsh, sees this and cries out, but the enemy's roar doesn't make Leaf flee in panic. Instead, it shows her the only chance for survival. That leather tube the serpent just bit through, that's the demon's weakness. Leaf struggles to stand and picks up Snow's dropped hand crossbow. She reloads the string and bolt, then walks before the spear-wielding demon. Because the spear demon is in the marshland, the more he struggles, the faster he sinks. He has no way to avoid her. For my lost sisters, Leaf thinks. She aims at the tube and pulls the trigger. The crossbow bolt accurately pierces through the leather tube. Red mist hisses out from the rupture. When the mist finishes spraying, the demon's head droops down. She has killed the demon. Leaf now sits limply in a daze on the snowy ground. She looks around. All around her are the corpses of Cooperation Association sisters. After a moment, unable to hold back tears any longer, her grief is instantly magnified. The next second, she bursts into tears. It's over. Everything is over. At Bordertown's Field Hospital, little angel Nana has been staying here long-term due to her healing work. After dinner, Nana's room is already crowded with people. Anna, Lightning, Nightingale, Wendy, Tigu, and Roland. Seeing this formation, the little girl's face shows conflict as she asks adorably, am I going to die? No, of course not. Everyone shakes their heads together, immediately reassuring her. At this moment, Roland explains to the little girl with a serious expression, it's okay. Although this is your first demonic backlash after awakening as a witch, you've maintained daily magic power release. As he speaks, he forces out a smile. Trust me, you'll definitely get through this safely. Wendy pats Nana's head and says, His Highness is right. The first backlash isn't very strong. If you concentrate, you can endure it. Tigu moves close to Nana, saying with a face full of concern, if it hurts, pinch Papa's hand. You've become so strong at the medical facility. Papa is proud of you. The little girl nods. Her gaze passes over everyone and finally lands on Anna. Anna steps forward, pats Nana's head, and comforts her. Look, everyone will be with you. After speaking, Anna bends down and kisses Nana's forehead. Survive, okay? For Anna, Nana is the first of her kind she met after awakening as a witch. Hearing Anna's words, the little girl responds softly, All the curtains are drawn. The fireplace flames burn vigorously, maintaining a comfortable temperature indoors. Unlike Anna's coming-of-age day, Nana is awake to ensure she can quickly gather her concentration before the pain arrives. Everyone accompanies her, telling stories or playing simple games to keep her from getting drowsy. Roland even performs several coin magic tricks, leaving everyone utterly amazed, especially Nana, whose eyes are glued to Roland's hands. Normally, she would probably be clamoring to learn. Finally, Lightning tells of her seafaring experiences. Great adventures with her father Thunder, navigating between islands and fjords, crossing whirlpools and reefs, hunting deep-sea giant sharks and 8-armed octopuses. When Lightning finishes her adventure story, Roland can't help but yawn. He looks toward Nightingale. She shakes her head, indicating the magic power still hasn't changed. Without accurate timekeeping tools, it's so inconvenient. They have no way to judge how long they've actually waited. But gradually, everyone notices something odd. This period of time is really too long. Nightingale suddenly complains, Am I not concentrating enough? Oh no, I think I heard a rooster crow. Am I hallucinating? This remark catches Roland's attention. He can't help but lift the curtain to take a peek, wanting to see if the snow has changed. As the heavy curtain fabric opens a small crack, a ray of light filters in. At this moment, the horizon has already brightened. Strands of sunlight shoot into Roland's eyes. Roland pulls the entire curtain open. Everyone is startled by his action and turns to look at the dazzling light outside. A new day has arrived. It's dawn. At this moment, everyone realizes Nana has safely passed through the day of demonic backlash. Everyone present beams with joy, congratulating little Nana on smoothly passing through her awakening day. Roland stretches and returns to his bedroom, discovering two more people in the room, Nightingale and Wendy. Roland looks at the snowy scenery outside and asks, Did you really confirm that Nana's date was today? No, last night. Nightingale confirms, yes, but the change at that time was very subtle. I thought it hadn't reached the critical moment of backlash yet. Your Highness, your theory is correct. As long as they continuously release magic power, the total amount of magic in a witch's body keeps increasing. But the pain the body endures actually decreases. If they can maintain a certain amount of training daily, all witches have a great chance of surviving their coming-of-age day. As soon as Nightingale finishes speaking, Wendy immediately continues, Your Highness, in all of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, only your territory allows witches to use their abilities without restraint. In a sense, this is the witch's holy mountain. As Wendy says this, she has already understood Prince Roland's true significance for witches and urgently expresses her innermost thoughts. Your Highness, I want to beg you to let as many witches as possible know this news, so sisters can come to this sanctuary as soon as possible. I'm sure they'll be willing to serve you. Roland nods. That's what I planned all along. After the months of demons end, the townspeople will have gained some understanding and contact with witches. At that time, I'll arrange for people to spread the word through rumors. You should know I can't openly recruit witches. That would cause an uproar in the kingdom. Roland pauses briefly. Unless the church perishes, or I ascend the throne, then I'm willing to help you ascend the throne. Wendy seems to have been waiting for these words. She kneels on one knee without hesitation, swearing loyalty. She continues, as long as you continue to treat witches well, my life belongs to you. Roland doesn't care about these details. As a transmigrator, he naturally lacks the habits of nobles in this world. He believes treating others equally is quite natural. However, to put her at ease, he still accepts her loyalty just as he did with Nightingale. Vanner from the militia is hesitating between joining the artillery team or the musket team. It all started with that order from His Highness. His Highness decided to select excellent performers from the militia and reorganize them into a special team, the artillery team. In the end, he grits his teeth and chooses artillery, the reason being 5 silver wolves more in monthly wages than musketeers. On this day, Vanner finally welcomes the long-awaited live ammunition firing training. His Highness also personally arrives at the scene to observe artillery practice. Everyone in Vanner's group puffs out their chests high, walking with energy throughout their bodies. Iron Axe shouts out, "Elevation angle 5 degrees!" Vanner lifts the cannon body upward until the marking lands exactly at 5 degrees. Soon, the first shot is fired by Vanner's group. In the deafening roar, an iron ball twice the size of a fist lands in the snow 100 meters away. Watching the artillery team drill from the side, Roland also shows a faint smile. Now that the artillery team's personnel and training framework are established, next is arranging the trial voyage of the town. The town is exactly the cement ship Roland ordered built. Recently, craftsmen worked overtime while the snow lessened and have already completed it. Not only was anti-corrosion treatment done, but a place for storing cannonballs was also set up on the ship. The ship even has a platform for Wendy to stand and control the wind. Yes, for this cement ship, Roland's confidence in not recruiting a crew is Wendy, using Wendy to control wind to provide power for the town. Considering the use of the witch Wendy as power, the ship's personnel must be absolutely reliable. The first crew must be a group of politically sound subordinates. Following the tradition of launching a new ship, Lightning smashes a jar of ale on the bow. Then she orders, "Hoist sail!" Lightning, as the only professional with seafaring experience, takes on the role of navigator without hesitation. Chief Knight Carter serves as captain and commander. The crew member is Tegu Pine. The helmsman is Brian. Hoisting and lowering sails are handled by Carter's attendants. The town's sails are sewn from animal hides. Cowhide and sheepskin make up the majority, along with wolf hide, bear hide, and such. Therefore, they look varied in shades of color. This style looks quite wild. At the same time, this makes Lightning extremely curious. Today's weather is fairly good. Snowflakes occasionally drift from the sky. Workers on land untie the hemp ropes. Propelled by gentle breeze and water current, the ship slowly leaves the shore. The little girl floats beside Brian and shouts, "Hard to starboard." But Brian scratches his head in confusion. What does hard to starboard mean? Turn right how many times? This makes the little girl break into a sweat as she explains, "No, turn all the way left." Lightning places her hand on her forehead and sighs softly. "Forget it, let me do it." She forgot this group is operating a sailing ship for the first time and doesn't even understand basic command meanings. The little girl turns around, grips the helm wheel handle taller than herself, and rotates to one side with her feet off the ground. She also notices stop blocks installed below the tiller to prevent overturning, and can't help but be curious. She heard this ship was designed entirely by His Highness. Why does he know even these details so clearly? You should know that even sailors who stay at sea year-round don't necessarily understand the structure of every part of a ship. On the town, Lightning looks up at the wind control platform and shouts, "Wendy, raise the wind." All right. Standing on the platform, Wendy feels both amused and helpless, using herself to propel the sailboat as the power source. So that's why His Highness told her earlier, what you need to do first is practice your ability repeatedly until you master it completely, just like Anna. It wasn't just a polite remark. Wendy recalls the tasks she used to do at the Witch Cooperation Association, air drying meat, blowing robes dry, and so on. Suddenly, she feels a subtle sense of contrast. Turns out she can be even more useful than she imagined. For a moment, this makes her even more certain of His Highness's arrangements for the witches. Wendy spreads her arms and enters her usual practice state. Magic rises from within her body, making the wind blow evenly from beneath her feet and above her head, trying to make the force on the sails as equal as possible. Although the wind force isn't completely balanced, the sails still billow out, and the continuous thrust makes the mast creak. The bow slowly begins to swing right, gradually starting to turn. At the ship's rail, watching the water ripple below, Carter exclaims, "It's actually moving!" Tegu Pine, serving as messenger, strokes his stubble and grins. His Highness turned stone into a ship and made it float on water. What can't he do? The town drifts farther and farther from the riverbank under Wendy's power, gradually sailing into the middle of the channel. While magic can create wind out of thin air, it can't make the existing north wind disappear. Under the influence of both wind forces, the town's direction isn't a straight line. It requires the helmsman to adjust the rudder. As for adjusting the ship's direction, Brian can only learn this through personal experience. To help Brian grasp this feeling quickly, Lightning first directs him through several large rudder changes, fingers, letting him feel the relationship between the helm wheel's rotation angle and the bow's swing amplitude, before making finer adjustments. Before long, Brian slowly begins to gain some insight into adjusting the ship. Finally, after sailing on the Redwater River for over half an hour, Wendy is the first to give out. Wendy herself finds it strange. Why can't she exert any strength? Is her magic depleted? Wendy sways unsteadily on the platform. At this moment, Lightning, patrolling in the air, notices something wrong and cries out, "Wendy, what's wrong?" At these words, Wendy can't hold on any longer. Her eyes slowly close and her whole body goes limp. Seeing Wendy about to collapse, Lightning quickly flies to her side and grabs her body, while shouting for Brian to bring the ship to shore. This disturbance catches everyone's attention. Lightning carries Wendy down from the platform, and only after a careful examination does she discover that Wendy's entire body is ice cold. But to prove her worth, she persisted and forced herself not to mention her discomfort. Standing alone at a height with no windbreak, she endured half an hour in this bitter winter. If they hadn't discovered it in time, she would have persisted until she passed out. After all the commotion, the town finally reaches shore. But at the moment of collision with the riverbank, everyone's hearts leap. The hull makes a dull thud upon impact, but fortunately it seems unharmed. As soon as the ship stops, Carter, as captain, immediately orders Lightning to carry Wendy straight back to the castle, while the others stay to furl the sails. This trial voyage of the town isn't exactly a failure, but it can't be called a success either. Without the witch's help, there's no way they can sail the ship back to the dock. In the final summary, they still need to consider Wendy's warmth and the cement ship's collision protection. For most northerners, winter means days without harvest, especially for towns near the Hermes Plateau. The months of demons bring not only endless rain and snow, but also bitter cold, hunger, and death. But White is different. Every winter, the church, this messenger comes to him, having him drive to the kingdom of Wolfheart's border several times to pick up suffering orphans and transport them to the old holy city. At this moment, the sound of a whip cracking echoes from the carriage, along with girls crying. Inside the carriage, several young girls tremble under the whip as the perpetrator says carelessly in a loud voice, "What's there to cry about? Face your situation clearly." Outside the carriage, White hears the sounds from within and sighs. "Poor children, endure it. The divine messenger is your savior. Without him, you wouldn't survive this winter and would just become unattended corpses on the streets." But before long, the divine messenger comes out and sits on the driver's bench, instructing, "Let's go, continue on. Hold on tight." White shakes the reins and the carriage starts moving again. Driven by curiosity, he asks, "Messenger, are these orphans from all over the kingdom of Wolfheart?" The divine messenger responds, casually, more or less. "Churches in towns throughout the kingdom take in some orphans, especially during winter when food and clothing are scarce. We take in several times more people then. The church's monks alone can't handle it all. So we also commission transportation companies and hire reputable drivers. Do well." At these words, White grins broadly. "It's my honor to participate in such charity." Thinking of the young girls in the carriage, he continues, "My lord, will they all be sent to the monastery? Pardon my asking, but though they were all orphans, their characters differ. Some, though young, have done all sorts of things. Won't such people pollute the sacred ground?" The divine messenger glances at White and says, "The divine will judge. Even if guilty, they can have a chance at redemption." Looking up at the sky, the divine messenger takes a breath. "Find an inn, one with a courtyard where we can park the carriage. Go prepare some food for them. I have important matters to attend to. This town is on the necessary route from the kingdom of Wolfheart to the old holy city." White knows his way around and quickly finds the inn where he often stayed before. At dusk, White hears some commotion in the courtyard. He rises and lifts the curtain to see the messenger opening the carriage door and dragging out an orphan. Behind him stand two others who, by their dress, appear to be nobles. This isn't the first time witnessing such a thing. Seems the messenger is profiting on the side again. "Ah, such an unlucky girl," he thinks. "For these orphans, being alive is the greatest fortune. Compared to temporary suffering, just endure it. Once you reach the holy city, you'll have a whole new life." White pulls down the curtain, yawns, and falls into a deep sleep. Beneath Hermes' holy city, Bishop Maine steps down flight after flight of circular stairs, descending deep underground. Though this isn't Maine's first time going to the Hermes institution, walking suspended in mid-air still makes him dizzy, especially when looking ahead. He always gets the illusion that he's falling. Such an enormous sinkhole formed naturally can truly be called a miracle. Not to mention the laying of these stairs and the posting of guards. If the great cathedral of Hermes built overhead symbolizes the church's unyielding spirit, then the Hermes institution, hidden deep at the bottom of the pit and heavily guarded, is the church's true core. Entering the depths beneath Hermes, Maine now steps through the institution's gate. The defenses here immediately become much tighter. Those stationed at the Hermes institution are the church's most loyal warriors, and once they accept this duty, they spend their entire lives in the institution, never able to return to the surface. Using the branching passages here, the church has divided areas for them to live in. Even Maine doesn't know exactly how many branch passages exist in the institution. He once heard that during the institution's construction, several craftsmen wandered into unmarked passages, got lost inside, and never found their way back. But the place Maine needs to go now is the prison ward specially built among the passages. Here are held prisoners and innocent people who cannot see the light. Inside the prison ward's door is a corridor, with burning torches hung on the walls like countless dancing points of light in the darkness, extending along the passageway toward the end. Thick wooden doors line both sides. Faint echoes come from the corridor's end, as cries and wails sound from behind many doors. Men's and women's. Mostly pleas like, "Let me out, save me, please, kill me." Maine remains unmoved until he stops before a wooden door, pulls out a key, inserts it into the lock, and turns it gently. After ordering a warrior to guard the door, Maine enters the room and closes the wooden door, shutting out the chaotic, noisy sounds. Through the iron bars, the bishop sees an old man leaning against the headboard, gray-haired, forehead covered in wrinkles, beard long unshaven. Having gone too long without seeing sunlight, his skin shows a ghastly pallor. Maine sighs, glances at the meal box by the iron bars where the food is barely touched, and says slowly, "You should treat yourself better. The church doesn't lack this bit of food. Your 3 meals are prepared to royal standards. Aside from no wine, even the fish is premium cod from clear water port. You should be quite familiar with its taste, shouldn't you, Your Majesty Wimbledon?" This old man is actually King Wimbledon III, who supposedly committed suicide in the Grey Castle Royal Palace. After a moment, the old man responds, "If you were locked in this godforsaken place, could you still eat? Half a year now? Trapped here for half a year with no news? What about my sons? My daughters?" Maine doesn't answer directly. "Must you ask about things that will displease you?" The other falls silent for a while. "I'm of no use anymore. You've come to send me off, haven't you?" Maine finally can't help himself. He thinks that regardless, as a king, the man's bearing and dignity are admirable enough. At this moment, Maine slowly speaks. "Your eldest son, Goron Wimbledon, is dead. He was sentenced to beheading by your second son, Timothy Wimbledon, charged with treason and regicide. Your third daughter, Garcia Wimbledon, declared independence in the Southern Territory, crowned herself Queen of Clearwater, and war with Timothy is inevitable. As for your fourth son and fifth daughter, we haven't obtained much information. They're probably still alive." Hatred surfaces on the old man's haggard face as he demands fiercely, "What are you saying? Treason and regicide? What did you do?" "The king's decree." Maine says each word clearly, "Dispatching your children to various places, announcing that whoever governs their territory best will be the next king." The old man closes his eyes in pain. After a long time, he says in a low voice, "Why, you struck during prayer day, took me into the compartment, stripped me of my clothes in the God's punishment lock, used a witch to replace me with someone else. You could have slowly taken over this country, erected churches in every town. Why issue something like the king's decree? I would never." Agitated, Wimbledon hunches over, coughing violently. "Never issue an order that would make my children slaughter each other, right?" Maine finishes what the king meant to say. "Perhaps you wouldn't, but your children might not act as you wish. They've grown and have their own ideas. Take your third daughter Garcia, for instance. She obtained Clearwater Port 5 years ago. Would she really watch Goron ascend the throne and do nothing? Most importantly, we don't have time for gradual plans. Royal authority hinders the church's development. Only by uprooting it completely can the church truly possess this kingdom. You needn't grieve too much. You're not the only kingdom's ruler. The other 3 kingdoms are the same. In the future, the continent will no longer have 4 kingdoms. Dawn, Wolfheart, Everwinter, and Grey Castle will all disappear. On this vast land, there will be only one regime, the church. All of the church's schemes Maine now reveals completely to this old man. He pulls out a small porcelain bottle from his chest, preparing to make the old man drink it. The old man suddenly speaks, curse you all. I'll wait for you in the depths of hell." His voice grows weaker and weaker. Regrettably, there is no hell in this world, and even if there were, it wouldn't belong to us. Everything we do is for continuation. Only by unifying the 4 kingdoms can the church gather the greatest strength to defeat the true enemy. Maine stops here. He sees Wimbledon's hand has slipped down limply, his head tilted to one side, his chest completely still. This is a king's end, but for the church, a new beginning. After a moment, Maine pushes open the wooden door. The corridor is silent, as if those cries and wails never sounded at all. In the impassable mountains, countless snowflakes carried by the winter wind drift to the ground, covering all traces of the witch's existence. At the Cooperation Association camp, despair and sorrow spread, while Leaf and the others fought the devils. Non-combat witches seized the chance to flee toward the camp. After encountering many demonic beasts along the way, only 8 actually made it back to camp. Then, 2 of them couldn't survive the demonic backlash. What should these Cooperation Association witches do next? No one knows. Half a month has passed since the devil encounter, and neither Mentor Hakara nor any combat witches have returned. The food stockpiled at camp won't last until winter's end. Gloom hangs heavy over the camp. Where else can they go? Can they still find the holy mountain? Just as the camp's atmosphere grows heavy footsteps sound from the cave entrance. Moon, cooking food, immediately snaps alert and rises to look toward the entrance. A woman wearing cold weather clothing made of green leaves walks in. "Sisters, I'm back." Instantly, everyone in the camp turns to look at the newcomer, crying out, "Leaf!" The newcomer is indeed Leaf. returned after defeating the devil. At this moment, she can no longer hold on. Her legs give out and she collapses unconscious. It's Leaf! Leaf is back! The sisters' cries echo in Leaf's ears. During this time, Leaf herself doesn't know how she survived. Along the way, just for a bite of cooked food, just for a sip of hot water, the mentor and over 10 sisters fell to the devil's slaughter. The other sisters, not skilled in combat, scattered and fled when the iron-gauntleted devil leaped into the crowd and massacred freely. But how many could ultimately return to camp alive? Leaf had no idea. Yet she knew she had to go back. Worse yet, in this situation, Leaf still had to face the torment of demonic backlash. When she broke free, her entire body was covered in blood. To prevent the smell of blood from attracting demonic beasts, she had to fashion green leaves into clothing that could ward off the cold. At this moment, Leaf seems to see those vicious devils again, seems to hear her sister's cries for help. Just as she's about to turn and see who's calling for help, she suddenly wakes up. It was just a dream. When Leaf regains consciousness, 2 days have passed since returning to camp. Prolonged dampness and cold caused severe damage to her feet, and herbal medicines couldn't stop the spreading gangrene. As a last resort, the sisters amputated 2 damaged toes from each of her feet. Leaf doesn't mind too much. Being alive is already quite good. Compared to those sisters who will never return, she's lucky enough. 42 sisters set out, and now only 6 remain. After everyone comforts Leaf, the eldest, Scroll, speaks up. Leaf, I'm sorry. You just woke up, but I must discuss these matters with you. What? Leaf asks, puzzled. While you were unconscious, we discussed, if Hakara doesn't return, we hope you'll take on the mentor's role. Leaf freezes, then closes her eyes. Yes, after suffering such a devastating blow, if the Cooperation Association doesn't select a new leader, it will likely collapse immediately. Leaf's mind is in turmoil, but feeling her sister's expectant gazes. None of them are combat witches, and they need someone to step forward and lead the lost group onward. After a long silence, Leaf speaks. Let's go find Nightingale. What? Find her? You mean go to Border Town? What if she lied to us? Wendy is there too. Maybe she's already dead. The sisters talk over each other. Leaf sits up and says in a low voice, you can wait somewhere safe outside the town. Let me scout the situation first. If Nightingale lied, I'll take on the mentor's role. Leaf looks at Scroll. If I die in town, Scroll, you lead the sisters onward. But Scroll hesitates. Leaf manages a smile and holding Scroll's hand continues. I know your ability isn't suited for combat and doesn't help much with camp operations. But I understand now that ability strength has no connection to being suitable as mentor. Like Wendy, you're among the earliest to join the Cooperation Association and an elder among the sisters. You came with everyone from the kingdom's east to the impassable mountains, experienced and cautious in your actions. Everyone sees this. No one is more suited to be the sisters' mentor than you. Scroll is silent for a moment. What if everything Nightingale said is true? Then the Cooperation Association no longer needs to exist, Leaf says slowly. Border Town is our holy mountain. Below Border Town's western wall, large groups of demonic beasts attack once more. A wolf species leaps onto the wall, its fur bushy, blood-red eyes glaring like copper bells, revealing 2 rows of fangs in its open maw. Vanner thrusts his spear with all his strength, then his hands shake violently as the shaft makes a cracking sound. This is his first time encountering a demonic beast at such close range. The creature waves its claws in the air, snowflakes even spattering on his face. Vanner's mind goes blank, almost by instinct accumulated from training. He subconsciously grips the spear shaft and continues pushing forward. With a snap, the spear shaft, unable to withstand the wolf species' momentum, finally breaks in 2. The wolf species, pierced through by the wooden spear, falls downward, carrying that half of the shaft with it, and crashes heavily to the ground along the wall. Flintlock squad loaded, fire at will downward. Beside Vanner, 2 flintlock soldiers immediately extend their barrels. Vanner quickly retreats a few steps to avoid gunpowder debris and gas hitting his eyes. Squad leader, your spear. Next, a nearby squad member hands him a new wooden spear. Vanner turns his head and finds that the one handing him the spear is militia member Catclaw. These demonic beasts have gone mad. It's been 2 or 3 hours, hasn't it? They're madmen to begin with. Quick, position the spears, and wait for the enemy's next wave. But Vanner knows that everyone's greatest confidence doesn't come from day-to-day practice, but from His Highness. Under His Highness's leadership, in just a few months, they, mere militia, can block the fearsome demonic beasts outside town. In the past, only the Knights of Longsong Fortress had such combat ability. Fishball, once often mocked as a coward, now wields a spear quite capably, and Big Fool Fermi, after training, thrusts his spear fast and accurately, no longer subject to others' tricks. Vanner tightens his grip on the wooden spear. He originally joined the militia just for 2 eggs, but now he can truly feel himself improving daily. After the flintlock squad fires, Vanner sneaks a glance at the watchtower in the middle section of the wall, where His Highness stands. Since the horn sounded, His Highness arrived at the wall immediately, standing on the same defense line as everyone, and hasn't rested since, recalling the previous lord, who during every months of demons evacuation, would leave early by boat, followed by nobles, with commoners last. Just thinking of this fills Vanner with strength. A short horn blast jolts Vanner alert. This is the warning that a hybrid species demonic beast has appeared. In the watchtower, a militiaman reports to Roland. Report, Your Highness. Hybrid species incoming. Observed to be a lion-headed winged hybrid. Roland turns slightly and says calmly, understood. Proceed as trained. Yes. Beside His Highness, A little girl with short golden hair already hovers in the air. Your Highness, can I move out now? Roland looks at the eager Lightning and sighs. Don't be so impatient. It hasn't arrived yet. Heaven knows why Lightning is so interested in challenging demonic beasts. Clearly not the combat type, yet she has none of the fear normal people should have facing demonic beasts. Roland lectures the little girl. Follow the previous method. Don't be reckless. You're just luring the demonic beast, drawing its attention to you. Keep your altitude. Though it can't fly, it's quite threatening when it jumps. As he speaks, the hybrid species has approached the wall, crossed an obstacle zone, and leaps violently toward an undefended section, vaulting onto the wall. The little girl can't wait any longer and turns back to Roland again. Now can I? Then, special operations against the hybrid species demonic beast begin now. Roland waves his hand grandly with unlimited boldness. Lightning, already flying out, stops and looks back at Roland. That line, Lightning thinks for a moment, then shakes her head. It's a bit strange. Whatever, I'm off. Watching the little girl's rapidly departing figure, Roland laughs awkwardly and asks Anna and Nightingale behind him, "You think it's strange too?" Both nod together. Alright, looks like dramatic lines are still dramatic even in another world. You two go as well. Stay safe. You too, Your Highness. Nightingale bows, then takes Anna's hand and enters the mist. Roland clasps his hands behind his back, standing against the wind, trying hard to look like a big boss should, saying to himself, "Go, let everyone acknowledge your power." The impatient little witch Lightning now flies above the lion-headed hybrid species. Lightning pulls a stone from her pocket and hurls it at the demonic beast. The stone lands accurately on the hybrid's head. This sudden strike makes the demonic beast feel offended, and it roars furiously. After looking around, it finally discovers the attack came from the air, facing the furious lion-headed hybrid. Lightning shows no panic. Instead, her lips curl up, her whole being excited. The next moment, Lightning tilts her head back and dives toward the hybrid species below, enhanced by magic. Her speed is so fast only a cyan blue afterimage can be seen. That afterimage lowers its flight altitude, sweeps past the hybrid in a provocative manner, and flies close to the ground toward the town center. The hybrid immediately pounces at that afterimage, but aside from smashing ground stones to pieces, how could it possibly catch Lightning? Seeing the hybrid has locked onto her as its primary target, Lightning immediately gains altitude, maintains a certain distance from the demonic beast, drawing its aggro, flies down from the wall, leading the lion-headed hybrid toward the town's central square. This is also the attack point Lightning and Nightingale agreed upon. In the illusory misty world, Nightingale uses her ability to carry Anna through the mist, both hurrying to the attack point. Because the lion-headed winged hybrid sense of smell is extremely keen, they'd be discovered even in the mist. Also, after Anna's ability evolved, her flame range is only 5 meters, so they can only approach from behind the demonic beast's tail and launch the attack. Avoiding detection, they have only one chance for a one-hit kill. In the mist, both Nightingale and Anna show serious expressions. On Lightning's side, the luring work is done perfectly. The hybrid is obviously now furious. Its increasingly frantic beast nature covers what little reason it had. The hybrid leaps repeatedly toward the sky with bloody jaws, but is nowhere near as agile as Lightning, being toyed with up and down when the demonic beast's attention is entirely on Lightning. Now! Nightingale suddenly shouts. Anna beside her understands immediately and releases her connection to Nightingale. Leaping out from the mist, the black and white misty world recedes like a tide, and Anna instantly returns to the familiar town square. Before her eyes is the hybrid's figure. The next moment, evolved green fire quietly appears at Anna's fingertips. The green flame renders her entire being exceptionally powerful, like a deity manifesting in the mortal world. The green fire then spreads out, instantly forming a massive flame cage, enveloping the entire hybrid species within. The flame temperature surges dramatically. Nightingale rapidly retreats. The green flames raise rolling heat waves that make her feel burning pain. The green flames grow increasingly dazzling. The hybrid enveloped in green fire finally becomes invisible even in silhouette. Only tearing beast roars can be heard from the scene. This scene, falling into the eyes of a little witch Lightning in midair, makes her sigh. That's heat that can even melt steel. After a moment, the demonic beast no longer struggles and is turned into a green fireball, equally eye-catching in the snowy white world. Roland and Wendy on the wall's watchtower have been watching this special operations battle situation. Wendy, serving as temporary guard in place of Nightingale, sees the emerald flames rising in the distance and purses her lips. Looks like they've dealt with it. Seems I'm the only one not being useful. Hearing this, Roland smiles slightly and says, "If possible, I hope none of you have to go to the battlefield." Suddenly, the gunfire on the wall becomes sparse. Everyone discovers the demonic beast below the wall beginning to withdraw. They're actually retreating. Just then, someone notices the anomaly in the sky and shouts loudly, "Look!" Hearing this, when Roland raises his head, he too freezes for a moment. In the sky, a beam of light pierces through thick clouds and falls to the ground, followed by a second, a third. The gray sky is pierced full of holes by countless beams of light. The earth suddenly brightens. The day the sun rises again is when the evil moon ends. Brief calm appears on the wall. Then waves of cheers sweep across the border defense line. The long winter snow has finally passed. Roland faces the long mist sunlight, his heart also welcoming a moment of peace. The months of demons has ended. This year's border town is particularly different from previous years. On the first day after the months of demons ends, His Highness will hold a grand celebration in the square that anyone can attend. Not only is no money required, but there's also said to be free food distributed. Before noon, the square is packed with people. Militia members form a circle, keeping everyone outside the woodpile. Roland estimates the time is about right and takes the stage to speak. This is also his second public speech in the square, and his mindset is much calmer than last time. My people, good afternoon. I am Roland Wimbledon, 4th Prince of the Kingdom of Great Castle. The months of demons has ended. Under the militia's brave fighting, the demonic beast never crossed the wall even once. Border Town defeated the terrible enemy at minimal cost. Roland presses his hand downward, pauses, waits for the cheers to subside slightly, and continues loudly. Longsong Fortress wanted to force us to submit with hunger and bitter cold, and today's victory tells them all this is futile. Cheers erupt from the crowd below. Following His Highness, we never went hungry for a single day this winter. Finally, we don't have to suffer their extortion anymore. His Highness is merciful. Riding the surging emotions of the crowd, Roland continues loudly, "Let us celebrate this glorious and honorable victory. This is a day worth remembering. I declare that from now on, the first day after the months of demons will become Victory Day." Roland glances at Carter and others bringing food, then continues, "The celebration dance is officially held for this occasion. Those who join the dance will also receive a portion of sweet and delicious honey-roasted meat." At these words, the crowd surges, and the sound of people swallowing can almost be heard. Marinated whole cattle are wheeled to the bonfire. If not for the militia escort, Roland suspects the cattle would be completely divided by the enthusiastic crowd as the cart passes through. Iron Axe tosses a torch into the pile of grease-coated wood. With a whoosh, flames leap up, instantly igniting the joyful atmosphere across the entire square. The whole cattle on the bonfire sizzle under the flames, rich meat aroma drifting in all directions. Of course, everyone cannot just wait while the meat roasts. At Roland's signal, the militia members take the stage. There are no elaborate or complex dances here. Driven by the joy of victory, desire for life, and hope for the future in their hearts, the members clap around the bonfire, stepping out the celebratory dance moves. Iron Axe now shouts to the crowd, "Everyone who joins the dance will receive a piece of sweet and delicious honey-roasted meat. The longer you last, the more meat you get." When the crowd sees familiar neighbors and fellow townspeople in the militia waving and encouraging them to join the dance, they can no longer contain themselves. Joyful emotions are contagious, and hope for the future is worth anticipating. More and more townspeople are dragged and pulled by acquaintances in the militia, joining this grand ball. For Border Town, safely surviving the months of demons is a joyous occasion worth grand celebration. Such celebrations, if continued for 3 or 4 years, will become tradition, passed down on this land forever. Over time, the townspeople will gradually realize that living under His Highness the Prince is different from living under other lords. The people here will develop an increasing sense of belonging to this land, and all of this is exactly what Roland wants. The celebration dance in the square continues until evening, but Roland will not stay here the entire time. He arranges for Carter to handle on-site security and Assistant Minister Barov to deliver the closing speech, then hurries off. He still has a private celebration banquet to attend, located in the castle's back garden. This is a victory gathering for Border Town's witches. As evening falls, the backyard remains brightly lit. Like the center of the square, a bonfire burns here as well. The difference is that the bonfire uses Anna's ability, the green fire, as its main source. The meat for grilling is all cut into chunks, with seasonings and oil prepared separately, completely imitating outdoor barbecue style. This novel self-service method delights the witches. When Roland arrives at the back garden, Lightning immediately notices his arrival. "Your Highness, you're finally here." Seeing the witches at this moment, Roland feels both gratified and peaceful inside. Witches are beings despised by the world, and he likewise possesses the lonely soul of a transmigrator. This banquet presents a rare and wonderful sight. For instance, Anna coats chicken pieces with seasoning, then wraps them directly in green fire, instantly producing a piece of fragrant chicken. Nightingale demonstrates her incredible knife skills, the dining knife appearing and disappearing in her hand, flying up and down around the chicken, slicing it into neat pieces. Lightning alone drinks half a bottle of the bottled wine brought from Willow Town, floating in midair while holding the bottle. Little Nana keeps stuffing piece after piece of roasted meat into her mouth. Witnessing all this, Roland cannot help but admire inwardly. This is the life a prince should have. Of course, the same applies to witches. With abilities and appearances beyond ordinary people, they should not be targets for hunting. If placed in the world Roland came from before his transmigration, they would likely be dazzling focal points wherever they went. But what Roland can do now is merely allow them to live normal lives on this land, no longer hiding everywhere. At this moment, Lightning floats down beside Roland, and before he can react, suddenly plants a kiss on his cheek. Lightning giggles and flies away, waving her hand to explain, according to the fjord's custom, at victory celebration banquets, women can take the initiative to kiss the leader. My father always let me kiss him. Doesn't Grey Castle have this custom? Of course not. Roland is completely flustered at this moment. Lightning, you're drunk. Go to bed right now. How is that possible? Lightning protests. I often compete in drinking with everyone during voyages, and I've never lost. Roland immediately feels the atmosphere becoming awkward, especially Anna's gaze at him, which makes him feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet. But under the moonlight, right? An indescribable expression appears on Anna's face at this moment. After the private banquet ends, Roland has Nightingale escort Nana home and prepares to return to his room to sleep. Roland does not take this small incident to heart. In his view, Lightning is still just an underage child. However, when he reaches the bedroom door on the 3rd floor, the prince's heart skips a beat. He sees Anna, who has been waiting by the door for a long time. Moonlight pours through the hallway window, illuminating half of the woman's face. Roland assumes a composed appearance and slowly walks forward. She sees him too, straightening her body and meeting his eyes. That was just an accident. I didn't know she would, Roland begins. Yes, I understand. She's still young. I didn't take it to heart at all, Anna responds softly. Unlike Roland's expectations, Anna does not seem upset. Her lake blue eyes show not a trace of disturbance. Roland realizes she is still that straightforward woman. Sure enough, Anna takes the initiative to say, I cannot be as bold as Lightning to do such a thing in front of everyone, so I can only wait for you here. Roland's heartbeat suddenly slows by 2 beats. He wants to say something, but at this moment all words seem superfluous. Bending down, Roland brings his cheek close to Anna. Her breath gently blows, like a spring breeze plucking at his heartstrings. The slightly nervous breathing is clearly audible in the silent corridor. Then, soft lips gently press against Roland's cheek. Good night, Your Highness, Anna says softly. Wendy sits against the headboard, leafing through a book in her hands. For her, this is rare leisure time, a life she dared not even imagine when in the Cooperation Association. This is a history book about the church's origins, yet even such a book never mentions the name of God. This puzzles Wendy. Everyone has a name, so why doesn't the most noble deity have one? These history books do not mention the name of any pope, and like the church's deity, they simply use the word pope to replace the names of successive leaders. Reading through it, it seems as if one person has spanned hundreds of years of history. This does not make sense at all. Rather than recording, it seems to be deliberately obscuring. At this moment, Nightingale suddenly appears in the room. Wendy puts down the book and looks at her with interest. It's so late, yet you have time to come here. Nightingale rubs her neck and sits down on the bed. After escorting Nana home, Lightning collapsed on the bed and fell asleep, still mumbling father, father nonstop. Wendy shrugs. Despite her usually fearless appearance, she's still a child. In your eyes, everyone is a child. Nightingale snatches the book from Wendy's hands. His Highness has said, not to read at night if possible, especially while sitting in bed. Insufficient lighting harms eyesight. Yes, yes, His Highness said so. Wendy responds with a helpless smile. Seeing Nightingale looking troubled, Wendy covers her mouth and smiles. What's wrong? Can't sleep after seeing what Lightning did? Nightingale is stunned. What are you talking about? Wendy shakes her head with a smile. What else could it be? Her expression grows serious and she continues, Veronica, we are witches. You should know that. Nightingale falls silent at these words, responding softly only after a long while. Yes. Wendy puts away her smile and sighs softly. Roland Wimbledon is the kingdom's 4th prince, and what we must do is help him ascend to the throne and become king of Greycastle. He will govern the country well and give the sisters a place to belong, but ultimately, he is a king. When the time is right, he will marry a duke's daughter or a princess from another kingdom and then have heirs. At this point, Wendy pauses, then speaks the words Nightingale, or rather, all witches, do not wish to hear. Veronica, we are witches. Witches cannot bear children. This is fate, the inescapable fate of all witches. Heaven grants us some things while taking away others. This is fate, Wendy says softly. May you be merciful. I understand, Nightingale responds in a low voice. In the nighttime square, militia members are responsible for cleaning up the celebration dance venue. Catclaw cleans up the remaining ashes from the bonfire, saying regretfully, with this, our mission is over, right? I don't want to go back to working in the mines. Honestly, I'm actually missing the months of demons a bit now. Yeah, I don't want to deal with those stones either, a nearby teammate responds. Most importantly, the pay difference is too much. Where else is there a job like the militia that includes meat every day plus 15 silver wolves a month? What nonsense! Vanner, holding a torch for light nearby, says irritably. This time, His Highness the Prince distributed plenty of food, which is why not a single person starved during the months of demons. Think about the past 2 years. Half the people in the old district didn't survive the winter. And you miss it? Besides, the team won't be disbanded. His Highness recruited us into the militia and burned so much gunpowder. Was it just to hear some noise? Hearing Vanner's words, a curious teammate asks, but there are no more demonic beasts. What does His Highness still need the militia for? The militia wasn't prepared for demonic beasts. Vanner thinks for a moment, ultimately not saying more, looking toward the 4th Prince's castle and muttering, anyway, we'll know the answer tomorrow. Early the next morning, the assembly call echoing through the camp confirms Vanner's statement. After everyone assembles, Iron Axe steps in front of the formation and says loudly, gathering everyone again today is to announce His Highness's decision. You have completed the first phase of your mission, defending Border Town from demonic beasts. After 3 months and 6 days of combat, you have earned His Highness's recognition. Iron Axe pauses, then speaks the words everyone in the militia has been anticipating. The militia will now be reorganized into His Highness's regular army. Sir, Catclaw raises his hand in the crowd. Iron Axe nods, signaling him to speak. Catclaw asks with some confusion, what does regular army mean? Are we being knighted? No, Iron Axe explains patiently. He had previously asked His Highness the Prince about this. The regular army is a military force dedicated to combat, fighting only to protect His Highness and His Highness's territory. In other words, you will be training all year round, all for the purpose of achieving victory in battle. After he finishes, another teammate asks, then how is it different from the militia? Iron Axe's reply is concise. More frequent training, stricter discipline, and more generous rewards. Sir, another member raises his hand. After Iron Axe nods, the member asks eagerly, what are the more generous rewards? Iron Axe now replies to everyone using the fourth prince's exact words. The regular army will implement an officer system. In battle, those who complete combat missions according to designated plans or show outstanding performance can be promoted to officers. Pausing, Iron Axe explains after understanding His Highness's meaning. For example, standing in my position. Officers receive higher pay and their own land. Banner thinks to himself, did His Highness really say this? Isn't this encouraging everyone to challenge their superiors? The last sentence causes a stir of exclamations in the ranks. Vanner is no exception. He even doubts whether he heard correctly. If they can obtain land, what difference is there from knights? Seeing the crowd becoming noisy, Iron Axe up front says sternly, but remember, once you choose to become regular army, the discipline you must follow will be completely different from the militia. For example, failing to complete missions, fleeing from battle, treason, and other violations of discipline will all be severely punished. This is not about missing one egg. Punishments include hard labor, imprisonment, or even hanging. Any positions and rewards obtained will also be revoked. It's not too late to withdraw now. Vanner himself finds it incredible. If he had heard about those terrible punishments before the months of demons, he would have bolted long ago. What good is promotion? What good is land? Nothing is more important than keeping your life. But thinking of His Highness's encouragement, Vanner reconfirms his decision. He belongs to the militia, and in the future, he will likewise serve as a member of the regular army, continuing to fight for His Highness. The crowd falls silent. Dozens of breaths later, still no one moves. Iron Axe cannot help but grin. Very good. Then from today on, you are a regular army belonging exclusively to His Highness the Prince. In the office, Roland is troubled. Without a reliable and powerful army, it is impossible to defeat the fortress army while at a numerical disadvantage. Converting the militia into a regular army is only the first step. The specific organization, regulations, discipline, and rewards and punishments are what truly trouble him. After much contemplation, Roland simply decides to create his own new military structure. Thus, the first army of Border Town's organization quickly takes shape, using army, division, battalion, company, and squad as the overall framework. 5 people form a squad, 10 squads form a company, and 10 companies form a battalion. As for the numbers in divisions and armies, Roland decides to consider them later. At this moment, the door is knocked. The one who opens the door is Assistant Minister Baroff. Your Highness, a noble from Longsong Fortress wishes to see you. Roland does not immediately understand, asking, who? Have they sent another ambassador? Baroff shakes his head and explains, no, not an ambassador. It's Baron Chorus, who was originally in the town. He left before the month of demons and has now returned. Roland thinks for a moment, before remembering that there were indeed fortress nobles living in Border Town before. However, they dare to come back? Hearing Baroff explain the reason, it is because his house was demolished for obstructing the city wall defense, and now he has come to demand an explanation from the prince. Roland receives Baron Chorus, who came because of his demolished house, in the reception hall. Baron Chorus has barely settled into his seat when he speaks with an angry face. Respected Your Highness the Prince, how could you let those foolish stonemasons demolish my house? That was an excellent mansion. When I built it, it cost me 150 gold royals. Baron Chorus gestures with his fingers as he speaks. 150? Hearing this, Roland scoffs inwardly twice, while maintaining a neutral expression. You mean that house at the western end of town? Chorus nods repeatedly. Yes, that's the one. Before Chorus can continue, Roland waves his hand and continues, that is truly unfortunate. It was too close to the city wall and obstructed my subordinate's passage. Roland pauses briefly, his eyes narrowing. However, the town hall has already provided compensation. Oh? Hearing His Highness the Prince mention compensation, Chorus's eyes light up, immediately asking, how much compensation? Roland extends 2 fingers and says coolly to Chorus, 20 gold royals. That's too little, Your Highness. Chorus opens his mouth as if to argue, but ultimately holds back, continuing to ask, fine, where should I collect this money? Collect? Roland feigns a puzzled expression. Well, this payment has already been given to the owner of the mansion. Hearing this, Baron Chorus's anger flares. He slams the table and rises, shouting, what? Wait, Your Highness, you're mistaken. I am the owner of the mansion. Roland is in no hurry to explain. He rubs his hands together and says leisurely, is that so? But I did not see you during winter. How can that house be said to be yours? Baron Chorus feels his interests have been harmed and shouts rudely before the prince, of course I returned to Longsong Fortress. Who would want to stay in this godforsaken place? One wrong move and you'd be feeding the demonic beasts. Fool, Roland thinks to himself, while maintaining a calm tone in his words. In other words, you abandoned your lord and fled because you feared the demonic beasts, correct? At this moment, Knight Carter advances toward Chorus, ready to take him down if the Baron dares to persist. Seeing this, Chorus loses his arrogant demeanor, his voice trembling. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? The knight pushes Chorus down, pressing him into his seat. The prince's voice comes from across. It's simple. You now have two choices. First, you admit you were wrong and that the house never belonged to you. I can treat this as a farce and let you leave now. Chorus, facing the knight's fierce gaze, dares not move. Second, you betrayed your lord during the months of demons and fled without permission. I throw you in prison and have you hanged for desertion. Which do you choose? Roland looks at him with contempt, offering two choices and letting the baron choose for himself. Sweat pours uncontrollably from Chorus's forehead. He swallows and says tremblingly, Your Highness, I was mistaken. That is not my house. So this is a misunderstanding. Roland shrugs and smiles slightly. Escort the baron out. When Chorus reaches the door, the prince calls out to him again. Oh, by the way, when you sail back to the fortress, deliver a message for me. Tell those nobles who have the same misunderstanding as you that if they do not intend to choose the second option, there's no need to waste time making a special trip to the town. As you wish, Your Highness, Chorus says with a forced smile as he leaves. But the moment he turns around, Roland sees him gritting his teeth. This will surely cause quite a stir at the fortress, won't it? Roland's expression is somewhat subtle at this moment. Yes, he wants to give the fortress a reason to declare war on him. Baron Chorus, driven out of border town, seethes with resentment. Damn it, what a worthless prince. Isn't he just a pitiful wretch thrown into the wilderness? Does he really think that by blocking the demonic beasts, he can establish a foothold in the Western Territory? Chorus thinks to himself, when Duke Ryan reclaims this land, won't Roland, that fool, have to return to the capital and be at the new king's mercy? I'll definitely mock him thoroughly then. Just as Baron Chorus is entertaining these pleasant thoughts, a hooded woman approaches and passes him by. But when a gust of wind lifts the corner of the woman's hood, Chorus feels his heart skip violently, the surrounding air seemingly freezing. Heavens, that woman has rare emerald green long hair, and even the brief glimpse of her face is stunningly beautiful. Even in the capital of Grey Castle, she would eclipse those so-called princesses and noblewomen. Such a person actually appears in Border Town? He turns back, wanting to chase after her to investigate, but discovers she is heading toward the fourth prince's castle. Is she that prince's woman? The baron hesitates, ultimately choosing to give up. Leaf, on her way to the prince's castle, sees the busy people around her, never imagining she would have a day to approach a worldly town. It has been less than half a year since she and the witches fled into the impassable mountains, and returning to the secular world now feels like a dream. Having just passed the months of demons and survived a winter of scarce clothing and food, the townspeople should be in poor health and appearance. But here, most of the people Leaf sees are full of vitality. This puzzles the witch Leaf greatly, filling her heart with questions. Could the lord here truly be as Nightingale described? The castle's location is prominent, with no usable plants around. Two guards stand at the entrance, making silent infiltration extremely difficult. Leaf is not a witch skilled at concealment. After careful consideration, Leaf decides that rather than skulking around, she might as well walk openly into the castle. If Nightingale has not deceived her, entering through the front gate should pose no problem. If Nightingale has deceived her and the Sisters of the Cooperation Association, she is confident she can escape from the two guards at the gate. But if facing Nightingale's pursuit, she has no certainty of victory. Yes, the purpose of Leaf's trip is to find Nightingale for the remaining witches of the Cooperation Association, and verify whether what Nightingale said is true. Approaching the castle gate, the guards quickly notice her and shout sternly, "This is the prince's residence, not a place for you. Step back." Pausing, one adds, "If you have urgent matters to report, go to the town hall. There will be someone there to receive you." Leaf takes a deep breath and removes her hood. As expected, she sees both men simultaneously showing surprised expressions. Before they can recover, Leaf says straightforwardly, "I am a witch." The moment these words leave her mouth, she is almost prepared for the guards to draw their swords. But the two guards merely exchange glances, showing none of the undisguisable hatred ordinary people display upon hearing the word witch. One guard even asks with interest, "Miss Witch, what can we do for you?" The guard's reaction makes Leaf's heart suddenly race, suppressing the excitement. Almost bursting forth, she says in as calm a tone as possible, "I wish to see Nightingale, or Anna and Nana would also be fine." The guard who spoke jerks his chin toward his partner. "Watch her here. I'll notify His Highness." Leaf watches him enter the gate and quickly disappear into the courtyard. What awaits her? Is the guard going to notify her sisters, or to summon more guards? Could Nightingale have changed her identity here and not go by this name at all? Could Anna and Nana be people Nightingale invented? Time has never passed as slowly as this moment. Each heartbeat feels like it spans 100 years. In this endless time, Leaf quietly awaits her fate. After what seems like an eternity, or perhaps just a brief instant, she hears someone calling her name. In a daze, Leaf thinks she must have misheard. Two familiar figures rush toward her, arriving almost simultaneously with the sound. "Leaf, welcome home." Nightingale and Wendy, having received word from the guard, rush directly to the gate to welcome Leaf's arrival. Leaf's eyes grow hot. She sniffles and bites her lip, wiping away the tears welling up. She fears that once she speaks, tears will burst forth uncontrollably. Her vision immediately blurs. Leaf can no longer hold back, releasing all the pain suppressed in her heart these days. After his afternoon nap, Roland walks into the office yawning. He is surprised to find Wendy with a smile on her face. "Good afternoon, Your Highness." Wendy pours Roland a cup of water. "What happened? Where's Nightingale?" Roland picks up the cup, about to take a sip. "She went to welcome our sisters," Wendy says with a smile. Roland suddenly feels something something is off. Wait, what? Sisters? The sisters from the Cooperation Association? They came to Border Town? Wendy answers the prince. Yes, your highness. Weren't they going to search for the Holy Mountain? Roland stands up abruptly. How many came? Did Akara, the one who wanted to harm Nightingale, also come? Wendy repeats Leaf's account. No, your highness. They encountered terrible monsters while searching for the Holy Mountain. Only 7 people survived in the end. Then she bows apologetically. You were still napping at the time. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of sending Nightingale and Lightning to bring them back. Roland waves his hand. It's fine. You know I won't blame you for such things. Roland's heart immediately fills with anticipation. Since they are companions of Wendy and the others, he will accept however many come. Neither too many nor too few through Wendy's introduction. Roland generally understands that the witches coming to Border Town this time are basically all non-combat type witches. But precisely because of this, Roland becomes even more excited. Under the constraints of the god's punishment stones and effective range, witches' combat abilities are actually quite limited. Production is their most proficient field. If there is a witch specialized in shaping, she could solve the problem of crude processing techniques and directly enter the era of large-scale mechanical production. If a witch capable of generating electricity arrives, Border Town's nights could be bright as day. Just thinking about it is thrilling. As the sun sets, Nightingale returns to the castle smoothly with the remaining sisters from the Cooperation Association. Roland has prepared a sumptuous dinner in the castle hall as a welcome banquet. At this moment, Nightingale, seated beside Roland, says to the prince without any courtesy, everyone seems a bit reserved. Say something. Roland clears his throat, stands up from the main seat and says loudly, thank you all for your long journey. I am the 4th Prince of Greycastle, Roland Wimbledon. His Highness the Prince's speech attracts the attention of all witches. 12 witches sit together, and with this, Roland's founding 12 witches are all assembled. At this moment, Roland continues excitedly, I am delighted you have come to Border Town. I wonder if the dinner is to your liking? In your future lives here, if you have any needs, please do not hesitate to tell me or Wendy. Under such a sumptuous dinner, the witches all appear quite reserved. Fortunately, with Anna and Nana, 2 local witches, setting an example, plus Lightning, who knows nothing of awkwardness. Livening up the atmosphere, everyone finally relaxes a bit, and conversation begins at the banquet. While chewing his food, Roland observes with great interest this group of women with completely different styles, yet all undeniably beautiful. This is the greatness of magic. Even if technology develops to the point where witches are no longer needed, their appearances will remain an enduring spectacle. After dinner ends, His Highness the Prince finally reaches the long-awaited segment, Ability Assessment. The witches enter the office one by one, while Nana acts like an interviewer, helping Roland record each of their characteristics. The entire process resembles a job fair. Although no witch specialized in shaping or electricity generation is found, this group of witches still brings Roland plenty of surprises. First and most importantly, there is this witch named Leaf. Her ability not only amplifies plant yields but also allows her to manipulate plants at will. Without a doubt, Leaf will be a great help in developing agriculture. The second witch is named Scroll, also the oldest of the 7, nearly 40 years old this year. This is truly a rare age among the witch community. The older one gets, the harder it becomes to resist demonic backlash. Because her ability is memory far beyond ordinary people, constantly in effect, Scroll can materialize books she has read for a short time. Roland names this ability Materialized Book. Clearly, Scroll is a natural teacher. When education becomes widespread in the future, she can completely dominate all fields. As for now, Roland thinks about it. Her ability requires no practice, so he might as well keep her nearby. When he has time, he can write some elementary mathematics and physics textbooks to teach her. When the time is right, she can shine in the education field. The third witch is named Hummingbird, a petite and cute witch. Her ability is to lighten objects. By attaching magic to objects, she can greatly reduce their weight. This ability seems very suitable for the transportation industry, and can also be highly useful in the coming war. The 4th witch's full name is Soraya Zorn. From a merchant family in the capital of Greycastle, Soraya has just turned 19, and her ability is also quite special. She can faithfully draw people or scenery she sees or imagines. Combined with her branch ability Magic Brush, she can create photographic images without paints or paper. She is essentially a human walking camera. The 5th witch is named Echo, a woman from the extreme south. Tall in stature, with coffee-colored skin, her eyes and nose bear typical sand people characteristics, full of exotic charm. Echo can mimic animal calls, and after coming of age, she can imitate any sound perfectly. Roland names her ability Voice Mimicry. The 6th witch is Lily, only 16 years old this year, wearing twin pigtails, with a face as delicate as a doll. Her ability is to prevent food from spoiling. Lily, together with Hummingbird, supported the Cooperation Association's logistics. As for whether this preservation ability works by using magic to kill bacteria, it remains to be verified. The 7th witch is Mystery Moon. This is another surprise Roland discovers after Leaf. Mystery Moon's ability was originally considered one of the worst in the Cooperation Association, almost completely useless. Mystery Moon's main ability is to magnetize objects. Before coming of age, it was limited to metal items only. After coming of age, any object in her hands can gain magnetism. Magnetism generates electricity. Electricity generates magnetism. Roland silently thanks Faraday, Gauss, Ampere, and Maxwell in his mind. Roland gazes at the town dotted with candlelight through the floor-to-ceiling window at night. With electricity comes light. Perhaps before long, he'll be able to demonstrate another kind of miracle in his territory. The ability assessment of the new witches is now complete. With these 7 witches added, Roland's witch roster surges to 12. After examining so many samples, Roland gains a general understanding of how magic power manifests. The traditional classification of combat and non-combat types isn't reasonable. Roland prefers to categorize abilities based on their inherent characteristics. Overall, the witch's primary abilities can be divided into 3 major categories. The first category is self-enhancement type, passive effects that aren't influenced by the god's punishment lock. This type of ability is extremely rare. Among the 12 witches so far, only Scroll belongs to this category. The second category is summoning type. Magic power can take effect away from the body but is most affected by the god's punishment lock. However, before the ability is blocked, the results created are permanent and irreversible. The third category is enchantment type. Magic power is applied through contact with the target and can be interrupted by the god's punishment lock. However, once the transformation is complete, it becomes an inherent property of the object, remaining effective even within magic forbidden zones, though the enchantment has a time limit. With this, the ability classification and assessment comes to an end. Deep into the night, Roland sets down his quill pen and stretches. Either way, there'll be plenty to keep him busy from now on. On the other side, the witches haven't gone to sleep either. Wendy roughly guesses the sisters' unease. Together with Nightingale, she calls everyone to her room, where they sit in a circle around the bed. At this moment, Nightingale reveals the secret about demonic backlash to the sisters. All the witches widen their eyes toward Nightingale, hardly daring to believe their ears. Nightingale recounts how Anna and Nana pass through their demonic backlash. As long as you consume magic power daily and use it frequently, the total capacity your body can hold will continuously increase, and the suffering from the backlash will also diminish. When approaching your awakening day, as long as you completely deplete your magic power, it will cause almost no harm to your body. Wendy now explains with a warm smile to all the Cooperation Association witches. I think everyone can vaguely sense it. During the days when the church hunted us, we hid cautiously in town corners, not daring to use our abilities at all. Leaf takes a deep breath, recalling that although she experienced demonic backlash on her way back to the Cooperation Association camp last time, it didn't last long. It was probably because she constantly used magic power to protect herself, resulting in significant magic consumption. Thinking of this, Leaf suddenly realizes, so you're saying the Holy Mountain isn't in that uninhabited land? That's right, the Holy Mountain isn't a specific place. Wendy picks up where Leaf left off, holding her hand and continuing, any place that accepts us, doesn't view witches as demons, and doesn't restrict the sisters from using their abilities. That is the Holy Mountain. Echo looks bewildered at this moment and says slowly, but I still don't understand. What is His Highness sheltering us for? Lily purses her lips and takes over from Echo. Maybe he's just like those people who wanted to buy you. Lily, don't talk nonsense, Nightingale says with displeasure. His Highness Roland is different from those people. As long as everyone stays here for a while, you'll naturally understand. Hearing someone question His Highness, Nightingale feels somewhat unhappy. Wendy still smiles with that gentle expression. It's getting late. Everyone should go back to your rooms and sleep. His Highness has said he wants the witches in his territory to live like normal people. If you really want to know what His Highness will have you do tomorrow, she deliberately pauses. I think it will probably start with filling out a contract. As Wendy said, early the next morning, after the witches are called downstairs by the maids for breakfast, the prince hands each of them a beautifully crafted parchment. Roland knows they'll have difficulty truly understanding the meaning of every line on the contract. But it doesn't matter. They'll understand in time. What he's doing now is all for forming a healthy cycle in the future, a mutually beneficial framework that can be sustained long term. Following the plan formulated last night, Roland assigns training tasks to each witch one by one, so that after these witches further master their abilities, they can play a role in future development plans. Next, Roland calls over Leaf, Scroll, and Soraya. Don't rush into training yet. Come with me to the office. Roland needs to understand in detail about the demons the Cooperation Association encountered. Inside the castle office, Roland sits in the main seat. Bright sunlight streams in from behind him, making the atmosphere in the room particularly solemn. Roland interlaces his fingers, looks at the 3 Cooperation Association witches, and says slowly, Wendy told me you encountered terrifying monsters, and only 7 of you survived in the end. At these words, all 3 witches show indescribable expressions. Even now, the memory probably still makes their hearts race with fear. But Roland must get to the bottom of this matter and learn more about the unknown parts of this world. I want to know, what exactly did you encounter? Hybrid demonic beasts? Leaf speaks first, and everyone can hear the unease in her voice. They weren't demonic beasts. They were demons from the gate of hell. They have towering bodies, can control demonic beasts, and possess magic power, just like us. Demons? Hearing this, Roland frowns and looks at Soraya. Were you there at the time? Soraya nods and responds softly, yes. Roland hands her a sheet of paper. You can draw the scene from that time, right? Soraya closes her eyes. As her ability activates, a faint quill pen appears in her hand, its tip shimmering with rainbow light. Then the pen flies from her hand and rapidly glides across the paper. A vivid image gradually emerges on the paper, while Soraya keeps her eyes closed closed the entire time. The pattern on the paper becomes increasingly clear. Roland leans in for a closer look, utterly shocked inside. This is a demon? Nightingale also leans her head over at this moment. The content depicted in the image far exceeds normal imagination. When the drawing is complete, Soraya's forehead is covered with beads of sweat, her body suddenly weakened. Clearly this memory is like a nightmare for her. Scroll and Leaf quickly step forward to support Soraya. Roland looks at the content in the drawing and falls into deep thought. He's thinking, what on earth is this thing? Leaf looks over and points at the content in the drawing, saying with lingering fear, it's them. Leaf explains to Roland about the two demons in the drawing. This demon in front can throw spears several times faster than crossbow bolts. The one behind can summon lightning attacks and possesses enormous strength. More than half of our dozen sisters died at his hands. However, their special attacks cannot be used continuously. Leaf took advantage of this opportunity to kill them, Roland asks with some surprise. You alone? Leaf points to the neck area of the iron-handed demon. That leather tube below the helmet is the demon's weakness. Hakara's magic serpent bit through his tube, ultimately perishing together with him. I used the same method and killed the other one with a hand crossbow. Leaf finally concludes, the tube seems to store some kind of red gas. Only when the gas completely leaks out do they die. Hearing this, Roland looks at the demons in the drawing, utterly puzzled. This thing looks just like some kind of oxygen tank equipment. How could such creatures exist in the wasteland? But to say they're aliens clearly doesn't reach that level either. Look at that leather tube covered in patches, and the clothing made of animal hide. Their level of civilization can only be said to be comparable to his own side. Leaf understands the prince is trying to learn about the demons in detail and adds, besides the demons, we also saw a city floating in the air. No matter how far we walked toward it, it remained ahead of us. Leaf continues on her own. Lightning once mentioned this seemed to be a mirage. Hearing this, Roland looks at Soraya and asks, can you draw it? If the city truly is a mirage, then at least it indicates the real thing exists somewhere in the wasteland, and the blood-red mist filling the sky above the city is exactly the gas the demons breathe. Well, this explanation is much more plausible than aliens. Soraya summons the magic brush again and draws the floating city Leaf described on paper. Roland examines the image carefully. The blurred scene doesn't reveal much information. However, the vast continent west of the impassable mountains is a mysterious zone no one has set foot in. The existence of other races wouldn't be surprising. The two images Soraya has shown this time don't bring Roland any answers. Instead, they add to his confusion. After inquiring about the Cooperation Association's encounter with demons, Roland now has only one last question. He says to Scroll, I heard from both Nightingale and Wendy that Hakara decided to search for the Holy Mountain because of an ancient book. Scroll, have you seen that book? Scroll hesitates for a moment, then speaks about how in the Cooperation Association, Mentor Hakara forbade anyone from reading that book. But Scroll once sneaked a peek at it. The text recorded inside was chaotic and disorganized, and the content was somewhat unbelievable. Roland asks Scroll about this matter because her ability is possessing extraordinary memory and being able to materialize what she's seen into a book. Therefore, Roland asks Scroll, you can reproduce it, right? Let me take a look. Scroll sighs softly and then says, none of it is real, Your Highness. The non-existence of the Holy Mountain has already proven this point. I hope you won't be misled by the book's content. Then, in front of Scroll, a book inlaid with golden edges materializes in midair. The cover spreads open to both sides, pages flipping rapidly. Then with a thud it closes and falls into her hands. Before handing the book to Roland, Scroll makes a request. Your Highness, I hope only you will read it. I don't want to see the other sisters become like Hakara. Thinking of how Hakara led the sisters down a path of no return because of this book, Scroll's expression suddenly darkens. Roland takes the book and nods solemnly in response to Scroll. I understand. After the witches leave the office, Nightingale quietly appears beside Roland and, without caring whether Roland is looking at her, starts munching on dried fish. Seeing Nightingale's foodie appearance, Roland points at the book in his hand and asks with a smile, don't you want to take a look? Nightingale turns her head for a glance and snorts dismissively. I have no interest in things lunatics love to read. Roland shakes his head. As for Nightingale, he's already figured out her temperament. Sitting back down at the desk, he begins flipping through the pages. Just as Scroll said, most of the content is obscure and difficult to understand, not written in the currently common way. The text mentions a bleeding red moon and massive stone gates, but nowhere does it mention the words Holy Mountain. Roland recognizes every character, but strung together they're completely incomprehensible. Skipping over the lengthy passages and flipping backward through the pages, the handwriting suddenly changes. The neat script becomes sloppy and careless, as if hastily recorded, yet the content becomes clear and coherent. Looking at this sloppy handwriting, Roland feels as if thunder has exploded over his head. The very first sentence of this passage reads, we failed. Mortals cannot defeat demons. Roland runs his fingers over that line of text, suppressing his inner unease. Could the owner of this ancient book have fought against those monsters in the wasteland? Roland's gaze moves down. The book records, even the god's punishment lock is powerless to stop their offensive. With that unmatched monstrous strength alone, even without relying on magic power, they are brutal and terrifying enemies. Tequila Holy City has already fallen. We scatter and flee, crossing mountains and rivers, escaping as far from the gate of hell as possible. But next time, where can we flee to? But this is no longer something I need to consider. I'm dying. Nataya, the demon's power is corroding me, and no medicine works. I write this only because there's something I want to ask of you. Akaris's God's Punishment Army experiment is nearing completion. The experiment has been very successful. The extraordinary warriors don't fall behind even when facing demons. But she forgot, even if the God's Punishment Army ultimately wins, that victory won't belong to us. That's right, the God's Punishment Army will only bring us destruction. Go stop her. Only you can do it. This passage isn't long. After reading it from beginning to end, Roland closes his eyes in thought, trying to put himself in Hakara's perspective. If Hakara didn't know demons existed and replaced demons with witches, this description could easily be imagined by Hakara, as the church's army retreating repeatedly under witch attacks. But the description in the book has too many gaps. For instance, witches still being able to utterly defeat the church's army under the influence of the God's Punishment lock seems too far-fetched. Either way, Roland can at least be certain that the demons described in the hastily written notes on the last page aren't witches, but a truly existing alien race. But this doesn't reduce Roland's confusion in the slightest. Instead, it makes the unknown questions multiply. When exactly did the church fight demons? What place is Tequila? What is the God's Punishment Army? These questions can only be pursued for answers another day. Walking to the window, Roland looks through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the garden below. The witches are conducting ability training according to his instructions. Now Roland has 12 witches under him. It's time to establish an organization. In the prince's vision, this organization doesn't need any charter or guiding principles. It's simply set up to facilitate managing the witches and reasonably utilizing their abilities. The organization's rules are as simple as possible, with only two. Abilities cannot be used to violate territorial law, and abilities cannot be used to evade legal accountability. As for the organization's name, Roland has already decided. This new collective will be called the Witch Union. In Longsong Fortress, lights blaze brightly at Count Elk's manor. The birthday banquet hosted by the Count's third daughter has just begun. Those who can attend the feast are all nobles with considerable family background and reputation in Longsong Fortress. His lordship, the Count, places great importance on this birthday celebration. However, for Pyre, who spent several years in the capital, well, this birthday banquet merely imitates the form compared to the capital of Grey Castle. Long time no see, buddy. Suddenly someone hooks an arm around his neck from behind. This familiar voice, it's unmistakably Ryan Mead, the second son of the Elk family. A fool who's set on becoming a famous knight and can't even be bothered with his own territory. Of course, he's also Pyre's friend. I heard the Lord appointed you as an envoy again? How was the ore harvest in Border Town? You must have skimmed quite a bit from it, right? Not bad. Pyre doesn't really want to talk about his experience in Border Town. Ryan gives Pyre a push and says enviously, "You're really living the high life. Unlike me, this time I set out with the border guard to Holy City Hermes and caught a cold, spending a whole week bedridden." Pyre continues being a proper frenemy and says, "Not bad. You've improved a bit from last time. At least you saved the guard a lot of trouble." Ryan suddenly smiles mysteriously. "This time you're wrong. If I hadn't spent that week laid up at Coldwind Ridge, I'd probably be lying forever on the cold walls of the Holy City." "What do you mean?" Pyre raises an eyebrow. "I also heard it from others." This Elk family's second son pulls Pyre aside and explains in a low voice, "The new Holy City nearly fell. Demonic beasts even charged into the inner city. If the church hadn't sent out their strongest warriors, even the Holy City Cathedral probably couldn't have been saved." Ryan continues with lingering fear. However, all four kingdoms' armies suffered heavy losses. Only a few people from Coldwind Ridge made it back. In just 1 month, the whole city is full of widows, those whose families normally have no savings. He blinks and holds up 2 fingers. 2 silver wolves and you can... That's not the point, Pyre thinks to himself. The main defensive target of Coldwind Ridge's border guard is the church's judgment army. Now, generals and soldiers from all 4 kingdoms have perished together in Hermes. No matter how you look at it, there's a whiff of conspiracy. Suddenly, a burst of heated discussion erupts from one side of the hall, drawing everyone's attention. What? He really dares to say that? It's utterly shameful for Longsong Fortress. Pyre looks over to see several minor nobles from the fortress pounding on tables and roaring, "I can't believe Roland Wimbledon still dares to act so recklessly." Hearing this familiar name, Pyre freezes for a moment, then immediately becomes interested and moves toward the crowd to find out what happened. Someone recognizes the honeysuckle family crest on Pyre's chest and respectfully explains to him, "Lord Herman, we're discussing the Lord of Border Town. He confiscated the fortress noble's property in the town." That minor noble, having discovered that someone from the honeysuckle family, one of the fortress's 6 great families, has come to inquire, immediately explains to Pyre. It turns out these minor nobles were entrusted by His Grace the Duke to manage the North Slope mine for their main families. Every winter, the nobles would return to Longsong Fortress together with their certificates to protect them from demonic beast attacks. After this year's months of demons ended, a colleague named Chorus was actually informed by the Lord of Border Town that his house had been torn down by the townspeople with no compensation whatsoever. The minor noble, becoming agitated, shouts loudly that Prince who serves as Lord of Border Town actually claimed Chorus committed the crime of desertion and wants to hang him. Sir, just listen to this. What kind of thing is this to do? Pyre breaks into a cold sweat upon hearing this, because he can imagine that this prince has already decided to completely break with Longsong Fortress, or thinking more deeply, would the prince not know that every year the townspeople and nobles have to take refuge in the fortress? Obviously not, but the prince clearly knows this, yet insists on imposing a charge, forcing the other party to make a choice, and even having them relay such a barbaric outcome back to Longsong Fortress. What exactly does the prince want to do? Ryan, having heard the whole story, now steps forward and speaks up. Don't worry, Duke Ryan has already prepared to make a move against him. Ryan continues nonchalantly. His Grace, the Duke recently ordered the formation of a coalition army. I came back this time to lead the Elk family's forces in the expedition. At these words, all the nobles present become extremely excited, eagerly anticipating that His Grace the Duke will vent their anger against the fourth prince. Pyre frowns. Although he knew that since His Highness the Prince chose to stay in Border Town during winter, this day would come sooner or later. He didn't expect his own friend would also have to don armor and go to battle. Pyre quietly pulls Ryan aside and tries to dissuade him. Don't go, he's a prince. I know he's a prince from some backwater region. Ryan Mead pats Pyre's shoulder. Relax, maybe he'll just surrender as soon as we get there. Even if he wants to resist, as long as we mount up and charge, won't all those peasant miners just run away? No, I'm worried you'll be hurt by him. Pyre wants to say this to his friend, but opens his mouth without speaking the words. Pyre knows the other party won't believe him, because even Pyre himself finds it hard to believe the prince could defeat His Grace the Duke's coalition army with those miners. Yet somehow, Pyre feels uneasy inside. In the study of Count Honeysuckle's manor, Sharafi tells Pyre that Duke Ryan has issued a conscription order to the Honeysuckle family. After the snow melts, all 5 great families must provide knights and mercenaries for the expedition to Border Town. Pyre calculates in his mind, this way the 5 great families together amount to about 1,000 people, and adding the Duke's own forces, it's already a force that can dominate the Western Territory. Pyre hesitates, then still speaks up. Father, can you not go to the battlefield? Hearing this, the Count asks strangely, what's wrong, child? Thinking of how the wall His Highness the Prince built not only didn't collapse, but also held back the demonic beasts, relying only on minor civilians. Pyre feels deep unease and says to the Count, I'm worried about your safety. Sharafi can't help but laugh. His Highness the Prince only has a few knights and fewer than 50 personal guards, while Longsong Fortress's numbers are 10 times that of the prince. What danger is there for an elephant stepping on an ant? In theory, that's indeed the case. Before meeting His Highness, Pyre would have thought the same. But can they really contend with that unfathomable prince? On a sunny afternoon, Roland fulfills his promise. He informs Tegu Pine as a viscount, with territory designated south of the Redwater River, facing the town across the river. That area is still dense forest, an undeveloped zone. To get Tegu to relinquish autonomous governance within his territory, Roland promises to prioritize developing Tegu's land in the future and pledges that industries established there can allocate certain shares to the Pine family. Under Roland's powers of persuasion, Tegu readily agrees. After all, his energy is currently focused on his daughter and hunting. The other person is Brian. After Roland grants him knight status, Brian decides to join His Highness the Prince's Border Town First Army to earn promotion through military merit and then obtain land rewards. What Border Town currently needs most is population. At this time, Roland has someone summon the witch Soraya and inquires, how's the recent work assisting the city hall going? Soraya looks much better in spirits than when first seen. She responds to the prince, I've never drawn so many pictures in one day before. By today, they're basically all finished. However, leaving only a head-sized window while drawing feels somewhat strange. Hearing this, the prince smiles and says, to keep your magic brush from frightening the townspeople. Soraya's photography ability brings an entirely new upgrade to Roland's citizen registration plan, similar to household registration books, commonly known as population census plus identity card processing. According to Roland's requirements, the city hall sets up a small room in the hall that allows single-person entry and exit, wrapped in burlap on the outside, with only a square window left in the front for Soraya to see the person's appearance. This way, when the witch draws portraits inside the room, the other party won't see that magical brush. To encourage the territory's residents to enthusiastically come forward and register information, all who come receive a subsidy of 10 copper eagles. All personal records are attached with color photographs. Soraya, who was originally inconspicuous in the Cooperation Association, never knew her ability could be used this way. At this moment, Roland says leisurely to the witch, I called you here today because I want you to draw something else. Then he starts rummaging through the drawer. After a while, Roland takes out pre-cut paper and places it in front of Soraya, saying with a smile, some entertainment props. This idea has existed in his mind for a long time. Apart from practice, the witches basically have nothing to do each day. Such a life seems somewhat dull. Under Roland's guidance, Soraya draws a soldier holding a crossbow. Thus, an exquisite crossbowman card appears before Roland. Watching Soraya draw with her eyes closed, Roland has a premonition rising in his heart that such conversations will soon fill his castle. What are you going to do? Let's play a round of Gwent first. Just as Roland and Soraya study the Gwent card game, cheerful and pleasant music comes from outside the window. Soraya looks back and forth, trying to find where the singing is coming from, wondering, this singing, is it echo? Yes, it seems she's completely mastered it. Roland leans back in his chair, appreciating the familiar music. Anna sits at the table by the window, leafing through thick books. Sunlight streams in from the window, stretching her figure long. Her soft cheeks and neck appear dazzlingly white under the light. The flaxen hair covering her shoulders is almost dyed pale gold. Scroll pushes the door open and enters. After nearly a week of interaction, Scroll has basically figured out Anna's temperament, speaking directly, calm and quiet, especially studious. Aren't you going to play that Gwent game? I want to read more books. Anna stops turning pages and looks up, saying, I don't have abilities like yours. I can only spend more time on this. Scroll affectionately pats Anna's head and says softly, no need to rush. I'll tell you everything I remember, book by book. This is the child who changed the fate of the Cooperation Association survivors. Without her, Nightingale wouldn't have gone to border town Midway, wouldn't have met the fourth prince of Greycastle, and none of what followed would have happened. In a certain sense, Anna is the savior of all witches. This is also why Scroll was full of goodwill toward Anna from the start. And Anna, after witnessing the materialized book, quickly accepted Scroll and expressed great envy, which made Scroll feel somewhat amused. Scroll lifts Anna's bangs that are about to cover her eyes and says, your hair is a bit long. Has no one ever cut your hair for you? Anna holds her head and shakes it, her small face immediately turning red. I've always just cut it off myself. Scroll immediately becomes interested and says, haircut that way doesn't look good. Let me trim it for you. Anna asks with some surprise, you can do this too? In the Cooperation Association, most of the sisters' hair was cut by me. Scroll pats her chest with a light laugh. Before joining the Cooperation Association, Scroll made a living with these scissors, cutting hair for people in taverns in Seawind County. Scroll skillfully unfolds a white cloth, ties it around Anna's neck, and begins trimming her overly long hair. Anna asks softly with some embarrassment at this moment, I have some questions I want to ask you. What is it? Scroll's fingers dance, the scissors continuously opening and closing in her palm, making crisp snipping sounds. Clusters of flaxen hair slide through her fingertips and drift to the ground. The book you showed me yesterday. Many stories recorded in it almost all have the same ending. Must a prince always marry a princess as his wife? Hearing this, Scroll's hands pause slightly, and she says slowly, mostly so. Of course, some princes also marry daughters of grand dukes or dukes. Sigh. After saying this, Scroll sighs inwardly. Why? Anna shakes her head, seemingly trying to get the loose hair off her neck. What if the prince doesn't like the princess or noble lady? Scroll didn't expect Anna to ask this, and can only reply, then he still has to marry, because the prince will most likely become king, and a king's marriage isn't his affair alone. Scroll tries hard to recall the relevant knowledge recorded in books, to stabilize the great nobles at the kingdom's borders, to appease restless neighboring countries, or even to secure a good deal. But most importantly, the king must have heirs. At these words, Anna falls silent and asks no more. This makes Scroll breathe a small sigh of relief. After trimming Anna's hair, Scroll lifts the white cloth and says with a smile, not bad, you look much more spirited. Now, today's book. Scroll thinks for a moment, and decides to summon a copy of Evolution of the Wolfheart Royal Family to reinforce today's lesson. Let's go with the family biography. As Scroll prepares to leave, Anna's voice comes from behind her. I don't think Roland is like those princes in the stories. Scroll turns around and looks at Anna, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, the sky behind her filled with colorful sunset clouds. She pauses, then asks, why? Holding the materialized book with her eyes half closed, the young girl shows a blissful smile and suddenly says, if he were that kind of prince, he wouldn't have saved me. In Bordertown's castle. After dinner, Roland brings Scroll back to his office and continues transcribing the basic mathematical knowledge from his mind onto paper. Roland doesn't have a photographic memory. Moreover, his memory fades with the passage of time. Due to his profession, mathematics and physics are subjects he uses fairly often, but other knowledge like history, geography, biology, and chemistry has likely degraded to beginner level. Therefore, whether he'll use it or not, writing down what he hasn't forgotten sooner means preserving more knowledge. Every time he fills a page, Roland has Scroll beside him scan through it. Whatever she's seen is essentially permanently saved. While transcribing, Roland also ponders, what exactly is magic in this world? It exists everywhere, all witches can use it, releasing various incredible powers. If magic is like electrical energy, then witches are appliances with different functions. But clearly, magic is far more incredible than electricity. It's more like an energy close to the origin. If one were to define origin, it would probably be a rule with universal applicability. Perhaps this power also existed in the world before Roland's transmigration. It's just that without witches as outlets, people have always overlooked it. In any case, with the current level of technology, Roland has no way to analyze this power. Advancing industrial development and promoting civilization's progress, that's his main task. Your Highness? Scroll sees the prince looking entranced and can't help asking. Roland snaps out of his reverie, coughs twice and says, "Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Let's stop here for today." "Yes." Scroll bows her head, and as she prepares to leave, unconsciously slows her steps. Roland looks up with some puzzlement and finds Scroll still lingering at the door. "Is there something else?" Scroll hesitates for a moment and says, "I'd like to ask you a question." "Go ahead." Roland nods and lifts his cup for a sip of water. These witches are wonderful in every way, except they're a bit too lacking in confidence. Roland figures Scroll's question will be something like, "Why are you willing to shelter us? Or aren't you afraid of the church's threats?" Things other witches have asked him many times. But unexpectedly, when Scroll speaks, Roland nearly spits out his water. "Would you ever marry a witch?" Pfft. Roland immediately wipes his mouth to cover his embarrassment. Marry a witch? The first image that surfaces in Roland's mind is Anna. From the moment he met her in that cell, those lake blue eyes left a deep impression on his heart. Witches are women awakened from ordinary humans. They have exceptional abilities, and from appearance to physique, they're superior to ordinary people in every way. In modern society, they would certainly be the center of attention. So what is there to hesitate about? With that thought, Roland looks at Scroll and answers with a smile. Why not? Late at night, in the castle, in Wendy and Nightingale's room, after her bath, Nightingale wears her nightgown and sits contentedly against the headboard. Wendy rubs her aching shoulders as she returns to her room. Recently busy assisting with the town's modifications, Wendy's wind control ability has improved greatly after nearly a month of training, and now the ship sails more and more steadily. What puzzles her, though, is the irrepressible smile on Nightingale's face. Wendy can't help asking, "Did something good happen?" Nightingale shakes her head, says nothing, but her smile only deepens. It turns out, tonight when Scroll asked His Highness whether he would marry a witch, Nightingale, invisible in the mist, also heard His Highness's response. This discovery fills Nightingale's heart with joy. In the room, Wendy purses her lips. After their late-night talk last time, Nightingale's mood has been rather low, only improving recently after Gwent became popular in the castle. Why is she suddenly beaming today? Wendy thinks. Probably Nightingale won a good card. 2 weeks have passed since the months of demons. At the eastern end of town, on Border Town's first army training ground, the first army soldiers are following Iron Axe's commands, practicing bayonet combat drills. This repetitive training is extremely tedious. Yet what amazes Carter is that everyone completes the movements meticulously. However, only after truly seeing blood can these people completely transform from miners and hunters into real warriors. At this moment, His Highness also happens to appear on the training ground, accompanied by a woman wearing a hood. The knight isn't surprised by this. His Highness already told him in advance that today's practice would involve a witch's cooperation. However, that witch is really tall. At a glance, she's almost as tall as His Highness. Then the knight turns to give orders to the soldiers. First Army, attention, salute His Highness the Prince. Hearing the command, the soldiers quickly adjust their formation and shout loudly, "Greetings, Your Highness!" Well done. Roland nods and walks to the knight's side, about to speak, when suddenly, a large man rushes quickly out from the formation. Carter, the quickest to react, frowns and steps forward, moving to shield the prince behind him. "Protect His Highness." The large man who rushed out his iron axe. He doesn't run toward the prince, but kneels straight down before the witch, prostrating himself on the ground with his head buried deep between his arms, shouting loudly, "Clan leader!" At this sight, Roland and the other two are bewildered. What? Clan leader? Today's musket unit training is thus forced to end. In the castle office, Carter, Echo, Iron Axe, and Roland sitting in the main seat, ask Iron Axe about what happened with slight displeasure. From Iron Axe's account, Roland quickly understands the general situation. Echo was originally a member of the Osha clan in Iron Sand City in the extreme southern territory. Her real name Jor Silvermoon. Her father was Zamin, the Osha clan's leader. The Sand people aren't a unified whole, and Iron Sand City's population capacity is limited, so every 3 years, the various clans hold sacred duels at the burning grounds. The 6 victorious clans gain residence rights within the city, while other clans either live outside the city or cluster in the Green Sea. Although these settlements have water sources, wild beasts and sandstorms pose great threats to the Sand people. Therefore, during each sacred duel, warriors from every clan spare no effort. However, the Osha clan lost to the Iron Whip clan, which used underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Not only that, but their leader was killed and the clan was exiled to the Endless Cape, as the clan leader's daughter, Jor Silvermoon, that is Echo, was sold to a slave merchant in Clearwaterport as a high-grade slave due to her outstanding appearance, due to his mixed blood status. Although Iron Axe was adopted by the Osha clan, no Sand person viewed him as a true Mojin, so he wasn't sentenced to exile. Grateful for the clan leader's years of care, and determined to rescue Echo, Iron Axe unhesitatingly refused offers from other clans. After a year of arduous journey, Iron Axe finally reached Clearwaterport, only to discover Echo had already been sold to Grey Castle's royal capital. Later, Echo was rescued by witches and became a member of the Cooperation Association. Iron Axe, disheartened, made his way to the western territory of Grey Castle. Until today, the two unexpectedly reunited in Border Town. After recounting the circumstances, Iron Axe kneels on one knee before the prince. "I've already sworn to the 3 gods that I'll serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. It's just that, when I saw Silvermoon, I was too excited and couldn't control my emotions. Please punish me, I understand. Everyone, stand up." Roland remains expressionless, pauses briefly, then changes tack. Actually, helping you take revenge isn't impossible. What? Your Highness. Are you serious? Iron Axe's eyes widen, as if he can't believe his ears, his face showing excitement. Being able to repay the clan leader's years of care is his greatest hope. Seeing Iron Axe so excited, Roland waves his hand. Not right now, of course, having witnessed the miracles His Highness brought to Border Town, and now receiving His Highness's promise. How could Iron Axe not be excited? He turns excitedly to Echo beside him. Clan leader, we have hope of reclaiming our homeland. Echo shows little reaction. Clearly, she holds no real hope of returning to Iron Sand City. Roland's promise to help Iron Axe and Echo take revenge isn't a sudden whim. In Iron Axe's description of the extreme southern territory, Roland heard something extremely interesting. This eternal flame erupting from underground that can burn for decades without going out. The massive ground faults near the eternal flame with the black river Styx flowing at the bottom. Whether it's the eternal flame or the river Styx, no matter how Roland hears it, isn't this just petroleum? And surface flowing petroleum at that. How important this black liquid is for industry hardly needs elaboration. With proper use, it could even change the world's power structure. If he can get involved in the extreme southern territory through the Osha clan's affairs, perhaps Roland can secure a stable petroleum source. He clears his throat. After I ascend to the throne, I'll consider seeking justice for you. Looking at the kneeling Iron Axe, Roland says sternly, but your behavior today violated First Army discipline. 2 days of confinement. Reflect on your actions. Yes, Your Highness, Iron Axe responds excitedly. On Border Town's First Army training ground, the soldiers forced to halt their training wait in place because Carter's order before leaving with the prince was rest in place, not dismissed. After some time, Roland returns to the training ground with Carter and Echo. Upon returning to the training ground, Carter immediately orders everyone to form up, standing in their previously assigned groups. The soldiers whisper among themselves, noting that Iron Axe hasn't returned with them. At the front of the formation, His Highness steps forward to address them. Everyone, training was halted due to an unexpected incident. We'll continue now. This woman beside me is a witch named Echo, also Iron Axe's long-lost relative. For disrupting formation and violating military discipline, I've sentenced Iron Axe to 2 days of confinement according to regulations. I repeat, you are the regular army. For soldiers, the most important things are obeying orders and following discipline. Roland says this very sternly. Is that clear? Yes, Your Highness! Everyone shouts together. Hearing Iron Axe's punishment, they all feel relieved. The prince speaks again. In the upcoming training, Echo will assist you. Her ability is to mimic various sounds, including instruments, horns, and drums. Echo removes her hood and prepares. The marching song she performs next will be the command directing your movements. Everyone will march to the drum beat, keeping the formation in a straight line as much as possible. The First Army soldiers look confused. Marching song? What's that? At this point, His Highness pauses. On the battlefield, Echo will stand behind you. She is the First Army's banner, the musket unit's soul. You must do everything possible to protect her. Now, everyone familiarize yourselves with the melody. Pleasant, cheerful music gradually flows from Echo's mouth. The First Army soldiers almost instantly understand His Highness's meaning. The rhythmic drum beat makes everyone want to march. The lively melody stirs everyone's desire for battle. This so-called marching song is a battle song that inspires hearts and motivates everyone to advance continuously on the battlefield. Third Princess Garcia leads her Black Sail fleet, launches troops from Clearwater Port, seizes the southern Duke's Eagle City, declares independence, and proclaims herself Queen of Clearwater. When the new King Timothy receives news of Garcia's independence, he absolutely won't allow Garcia to remain in the kingdom's southern territory. Timothy immediately takes countermeasures, mobilizing Duke Farron of the Eastern Territory and forces from the capital, personally leading 6,000 troops south to attack Eagle City. Eagle City isn't a fortified stronghold. It originated as a marketplace, conveniently located among surrounding towns. It gradually evolved into a city as trade developed. During this time, to deceive Garcia, the new King Timothy deliberately sends a decoy force advancing slowly, while he personally leads elite cavalry traveling light, circling from the Eastern Territory on the kingdom's other side toward Eagle City, intending to catch Garcia off guard. Timothy knows very well that given Garcia's personality, she probably won't stay in the city to share life and death with its citizens. She'll definitely have an escape route prepared. Therefore, he splits his forces in two for separate operations. One part serves as the vanguard army, marching toward Eagle City under Duke Farron's leadership. The other part, led by Timothy with knights and guards, advances southwest to pursue the rebel forces. After taking Eagle City, both sides will converge on Garcia. The vanguard army attacking Eagle City climbs the walls smoothly without encountering much resistance. Soon, the city gate's drawbridge is lowered. It seems the third princess already planned to flee. Anyone with combat experience knows that when abandoning a city, you must leave a group of personal guards at the walls to block the enemy's assault, buying as much time as possible for the main force to retreat. Duke Farron immediately senses something wrong. The third princess isn't foolish. Otherwise, she couldn't have made the entire southern territory defect to her so quickly. Then why didn't the third princess arrange for troops to defend the walls? Only by delaying the vanguard would she have more time to retreat. This puzzles the Duke, who immediately sends scouts to investigate the city. But the scouts report the same. No resistance encountered inside the city. However, some streets are indeed blocked with wood and bricks. Duke Farron hesitates no longer and leads his troops into Eagle City. Passing through the city gate, the Duke smells a pungent odor. He looks around but finds nothing unusual. What the Duke doesn't know is that the entire city's underground drainage channels have been blocked. Sewage overflows the channels, flowing slowly along the ground, dark and black, reflecting rainbow-colored patterns under the sunlight. Duke Farron feels that since he's taken Eagle City, he should definitely visit the Lord's Castle and City Hall to see if there's any loot worth taking. After touring the Lord's Castle, Duke Farron discovers something wrong. The castle is too empty. Not just coins, but the entire basement has been cleared of even cloth and grain. Could this be done during a hasty retreat? Farron has an uneasy feeling. If Garcia were rushing to retreat, she couldn't possibly have emptied the castle. The third princess must have prepared to abandon the city long ago. As Duke Farron's doubts grow stronger, his guards rush to report, "My lord, the North Gate. The North Gate's on fire. Fire." Duke Farron's first thought is a trap, but he quickly realizes this method of sealing gates with fire makes no sense. Stepping outside the Lord's Castle, flames are already visible at the North Gate, and the fire is rapidly expanding, as if hay were piled there. Civilian screams echo through the city. Someone's house seems to have caught fire. Duke Farron immediately orders men to organize firefighting efforts, but his subordinate's report stuns him. The fire at the North Gate can't be extinguished. The Duke is utterly astonished. What? Can't be put out? The scout captain hastily explains. The fire at the North Gate, the flames are burning on that strange black liquid. Not only can't water put it out, but it spreads along the water. The entire northern district is on fire now. How can the fire spread so fast? A thought suddenly flashes through Duke Farron's mind. Could the third Princess Garcia have secretly recruited witches? Then the Duke shouts loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. This is demonic fire unleashed by Garcia using evil witches. As long as you carry God's punishment stones, these flames may look terrible, but they can't harm you at all." The kingdom's elite knights all carry God's punishment stones, so the knights aren't afraid of witches' abilities. Duke Farron immediately orders everyone to charge out of the city together. Everyone is certain that with God's punishment stones protecting them, witches' demonic fire can't harm them. The Duke leads the vanguard army, charging unhesitatingly toward the end of the burning streets. The fire in Eagle City grows larger and larger. The entire city is shrouded in scorching heat. The vanguard army's figures grow smaller and smaller in the intense flames. When the Duke leaps on horseback through the last wall of flames, he looks back at the troops behind him. But who else followed him out? All were buried in this infernal Eagle City. Clearly, the God's punishment stones had no effect. And clearly, this wasn't a witch's ability. Farron dismounts and sits dejectedly outside the city gate. He can't understand why any of this happened, until a figure appears, and the Duke gradually understands something. It's a sand person wielding a giant axe, a sand person from the extreme southern territory. But understanding comes too late. The giant axe swings down toward Duke Farron's head, just as Eagle City turns into a sea of flames. The main army led by Timothy Wimbledon pursues, at full speed under the king's command. Along the pursuit route, the main army continuously eliminates the third princess's rear soldiers. This one-sided slaughter severely damages the third princess's army's morale. Before long, the main army will completely scatter the third princess's forces. At this moment, Timothy stops on a small slope. He glances toward Eagle City, wondering why Duke Farron, who's attacking Eagle City, hasn't come to rendezvous. Just as Timothy grows dissatisfied with Duke Farron, a personal guard beside him loudly alerts, "Your Majesty, ahead in the enemy ranks, the Queen of Clearwater's banner has been raised again. It's a green silk banner fluttering in the wind, bearing a black sailing ship emblem. In the enemy formation, a woman's blurred figure stands on a platform formed by several warriors, arms raised high, seemingly shouting something, though her features aren't clear. That flowing gray hair reveals the woman's identity, Third Princess Garcia Wimbledon. Not only hasn't the third princess fled, she stands directly opposite Timothy. A brutal confrontation between the two armies is about to unfold. The third princess's troops see their queen appear, and their just-lost morale instantly surges. In the army formation, soldiers shout, "Long live the Queen! Fight for Her Majesty the Queen!" Seeing this, Timothy takes a deep breath. His sister truly lives up to being the Queen of Clearwater. Her mere appearance raises the soldiers' morale. However, good. This way, the farce will end here prematurely, and he won't need to make a trip to Clearwater Port. After the horses rest sufficiently, Timothy orders the full army to attack, especially the over 800 cavalry composed of knights and guards, led by the capital's Knight Order, charge toward the enemy. This elite cavalry group, like a sharp blade, plunges straight into the third princess's military formation. Immediately, battle cries sound continuously. Both sides collide, trample, clash swords, screams arise everywhere, blood and flesh fly in all directions. Bloodshot eyes flash with hatred on ferocious faces. The air fills with an increasingly heavy smell of blood. Through the melee, the gray-haired woman sitting calmly behind the battle formation gently raises her left hand and points slightly with her finger. On the horizon to the east and west of the Knight Order, large numbers of troops suddenly appear. The suddenly appearing armies emit strange battle cries, charging wildly toward the center of the battlefield. Timothy stares in disbelief, eyes wide. Who are these people? No banners, no family crests. The suddenly suddenly appearing troops differ from any faction in the kingdom. Most of these people don't even have armor, and their weapons are varied. However, those tall, robust builds and strange faces, in Timothy's knowledge, only one type of people possess them: sand people from the extreme southern territory. Without doubt, Garcia has made some deal with the sand people, bringing these foreigners into Grey Castle's succession struggle. Thinking of this, Timothy burns with rage. He turns back and shouts loudly, "Recall the knights!" But it's already too late. The army in high-speed charge can't easily turn around. Defeat is now certain. Timothy grits his teeth and gives the retreat order. The group begins retreating north. Compared to the massive force that came, only a few hundred men remain beside the new king. Meanwhile, Roland in Border Town is about to face his first war since transmigrating. Winter has passed, the snow has melted, and the road between the town and Longsong Fortress has basically returned to its original state. Roland becomes particularly attentive to the fortress's movements. Longsong Fortress believes that Border Town, having just passed through the months of demons, must have no resistance left. Little do they know, Roland has long prepared ample gunpowder, waiting for the Duke's forces. Roland even considers whether to move to Longsong Fortress after winning. Can't help it. Using firearms for dimensional reduction strike makes winning too easy. But considering the church's deep influence on Longsong Fortress, by comparison, the town is easier to develop into a safe haven for witches, so he abandons the idea of moving to the fortress. As for the manpower and resources needed for Border Town's development, those can be obtained from Longsong Fortress after taking it. Thinking of using war dividends to better develop his territory, Roland feels nearly drooling. Just then, a yellow figure flies in through the window and tackles Roland directly. "It's lightning!" the little girl shouts excitedly. "Your Highness, they're here!" The imposing Longsong Fortress allied army marches slowly on the road toward Border Town. The entire force consists of a knight order formed by the fortress's 6 great families, plus freemen conscripted by various lords, totaling over 1,500 men. Duke Ryan, at the front of the formation, looks with satisfaction at this sharp lion. Without doubt, this is an invincible force in the Western Territory that no one can stop. Count Elkil Temede pulls the reins and rides forward to ask the Duke, "My lord, we're only half a day's journey from Border Town. Should we rest for the night or attack immediately?" Duke Ryan throws back his head and laughs. "I expect to be lying in the castle's big bed tonight, though Border Town's beds probably won't be as comfortable as the fortress's." Hearing this, Count Elk laughs heartily in agreement. "Ha ha ha, exactly. How could a pathetic place like Border Town possibly resist our allied army?" On the other side, Count Honeysuckle, based on his son Pyre's reminder, suggests, "Duke, the allied forces have marched all day and everyone's tired. Might attacking directly be unwise?" He continues cautiously. After all, Roland Wimbledon survived the entire months of demons with just those miners. Better to be cautious. Count Elk shrugs indifferently. From Longsong Fortress's experience fighting demonic beasts, they're indeed fearsome in the wild, but with a city wall, most beasts are just targets. Duke Ryan is equally casual about this. He previously received news that the holy city Hermes was heavily attacked by demonic beasts this year and nearly fell. Therefore, the Duke deduces that Border Town didn't face much demonic beast invasion this year. Plus, the second prince and third princess both suffered heavy losses at Eagle City, even burning down Eagle City itself. The capital's forces suffered severe casualties and have no time for other matters. Now is the best time to seize the entire Western Territory. As long as the Duke gathers people to devour the North, he can tear Grey Castle in two. And he, Duke Ryan, will be the king of this land. Thinking of this, the Duke shows a smug smile. At this moment, Ryan Mead, responsible for leading the way ahead, rushes back to report. The fourth prince is already formed up ahead. They're all armed and don't look welcoming. Duke Ryan raises his spyglass to observe the enemy formation. The formation in the lens looks very strange. Those people all hold odd weapons, standing shoulder to shoulder in 2 dense rows. If you'd call those weapons spears, there's no spear point visible, and the shafts are too short. Count Honeysuckle sees the enemy's formation and also feels puzzled. This defies common sense. Such a thin defensive line, won't it break with one charge? Could there be something sinister about it? Though the Duke is equally confused, he's confident that before the allied army's absolute strength, any tricks and schemes will fall apart at the first blow. Immediately, the Duke waves his hand grandly, ordering the entire army to accelerate assembly, prepare to charge, and press straight toward the enemy formation. When the enemy appears distantly in view, Vanner sees those fully armed knights. Vanner feels his palms sweating again, just like when he first faced demonic beasts standing on the city wall. But this time, he faces his own kind. Longsong Fortress's noble allied army. No. Vanner pushes the thought aside. The noble allied army has come to seize Border Town and bring the North Slope mine back under the fortress's control. More importantly, they intend to drive His Highness out of the Western Territory. This is something no member of the First Army can accept. Under Vanner's guidance, the First Army soldiers' morale surges for a moment. The artillery unit soldiers adjust the cannon elevation angles and load gunpowder and solid cannonballs into the bores. On the other side of the battlefield, Roland stands on a small slope with Carter and Iron Axe, smiling as he watches his army of only 300 men. This army forged by witch power, though it looks rather crude now, is Roland's first step in changing this world, to shatter this world and reshape its rules with overwhelming power. This is what Roland will do, and this is his promise to the witches. Suddenly, lightning, serving as the spotter, accelerates and flies toward toward the town's defense line. Her arms wave frantically, a yellow ribbon in her hand fluttering in the wind. The yellow signal means the enemy has entered artillery range. Seeing this signal, Roland doesn't hesitate. His right hand sweeps down as he commands, "Fire!" Two 12-pounder cannons roar simultaneously. The massive volume of gas generated by the explosive combustion of gunpowder propels the projectiles outward. By the time the cannonballs exit the barrels, they've already accelerated to over 400 meters per second. In barely the space of a breath, the shells scream into the fortress coalition forces. A series of thunderous explosions suddenly erupts beside the coalition troops. Seeing his frontline troops being obliterated by some unknown force, the Duke still hasn't realized what kind of power he and his men are facing. Instead, he draws his long sword and leads his cavalry in a charging cry. At this moment, another 2 shells follow close behind. The cannonballs fly faster than the eye can track. The knights, having received no attack order, still linger in place, accompanied by screaming whistles. The projectiles once again crash into the coalition formation and explode. The cavalry, lucky enough to avoid the bombardment, finally close into charging distance. Only one thought fills their minds: break through this thin defense line. Slaughter those cowards operating these evil weapons. The attacking knights draw ever closer to Border Town's first army defense line. The artillery crews immediately spring into action. At this distance, the direct fire hit rate of the cannons increases several fold. Vanner doesn't bother observing the results, turning instead to roar at the ammunition handlers. Canister shot. Bring up the canister shot. Moments later, the first army's cannons fire almost simultaneously. The iron balls inside the canister shot rain down on the enemy like a downpour. The knights within 300 meters in front of the cannons are instantly covered by a metallic storm. Puffs of red mist burst from men and horses alike as they fall like wheat being scythed, dropping in swaths. Some iron balls, even after penetrating through bodies, still possess considerable kinetic energy. Targets clustered together cannot escape this fate either. What seemed so close to the knights is actually an unreachable distance. After one round of close-range canister shot, their will to fight is completely shattered. In the rear, Duke Ryan, who witnessed the entire bombardment, still hasn't recovered his senses. How could his side be defeated by a defense line that seemed so easily penetrable? Infantry formed in battle lines march forward in orderly steps, raising their flintlocks to begin clearing all remaining enemies on the battlefield. From this moment, the coalition scatters in terror with no possibility of recovery. The knights in the rear yank their horses around. Seeing the knights fleeing in all directions, the retainers and conscripted freemen naturally refuse to advance another step. A wave of defeat sweeps through Duke Ryan's coalition forces. The situation has spiraled beyond control. Everyone stampedes backward, each person too concerned with their own survival to care about others, wishing only they had 2 more legs. On a small hill beside the battlefield, Roland shows a satisfied smile. He's crushed the enemy's front line. Beside him, Chief Knight Carter witnesses such combat for the first time. The enemy hasn't even touched the edge of the defense line before collapsing into chaos. Carter gazes at that terrifying battlefield center, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. He murmurs softly, "The age of knights is over." Hearing this, Roland turns and pats the knight's shoulder, saying gently, "No time for sentiments, old friend. We still need to pursue the Duke." Watching Roland's departing figure, Carter vaguely senses that future wars will be vastly different. And for Roland Wimbledon, who commands such formidable power, claiming the throne is only a matter of time. Roland takes the artillery unit aboard the town and heads straight down the Redwater River toward Longsong Fortress. Standing at the bow of the town, Roland feels the wind blowing against his face. Full of confidence, he's quite satisfied with this first battle. Things went much more smoothly than expected. Even the night march proceeded without issues. On land, the pursuit force led by Carter and Iron Axe follows close behind Duke Ryan's defeated army with a musket unit. They'll launch a surprise attack at dawn tomorrow. "What are you smiling about?" Anna suddenly appears behind Roland, asking curiously, "Ah?" Roland instantly wipes the smile from his face, turning around to explain awkwardly, it's nothing. Is that so?" Anna hands him a handkerchief, saying calmly, "Here, wipe your drool." Hearing this, Roland suddenly feels the urge to jump into the water. Seeing the prince awkwardly trying to cover up after being exposed, Anna laughs aloud. She had come to remind His Highness that it was getting late and they should make camp on the ship. But when Roland opens the cabin door of the town, the scene before him leaves him stunned. "We're all sleeping together tonight?" After the Longsong Fortress coalition is routed by Border Town's first army, Duke Ryan has no choice but to retreat and make camp near the riverbank. Inside the largest tent in the camp, nobles from the 5 great families gather together. With the sound of a goblet shattering, the Duke's furious roar erupts from within the tent. "Can someone tell me what new weapon they used? The range exceeds crossbows, yet it's not like a catapult where you can see the stones being thrown." The Duke glances at Ryan Mead, then asks, "You were also charging at the front. Did you see anything?" Ryan recalls the battlefield, his face showing terror. "I only heard continuous thunder. The knights seemed to hit an invisible wall, their bodies torn apart instantly." Hearing his son Ryan's words, Count Elk murmurs, "Could it be witches?" "Impossible." The Duke frowns, stating firmly, "The knights all wore God's punishment locks. You've toyed with witches before. What difference is there between them and ordinary women in front front of the god stone. In the eyes of these nobles, witches are merely toys to be used at will. Though unable to find the true cause of defeat, the Duke believes that as long as he returns to the fortress, he can raise another army. By then, cutting off trade on the Redwater River will likewise enable him to take Border Town. But just then, that haunting partisan song rings out again. Hearing it, the Duke's face drains of color, because this means those terrifying enemies have arrived. The melody is accompanied by whistling sounds. The next second, thunder crashes again through the coalition camp. Only one thought remains in the Duke's mind. How did they catch up? Why didn't the knights on reconnaissance last night spot the pursuers? A personal guard from the front leads a horse forward, shouting loudly, "My Lord Duke, leave quickly!" Only then does Duke Ryan snap out of his daze, mounting his horse and galloping eastward with his guards. However, shortly after leaving the camp, they encounter another unit. Those men raise what look like sticks in their hands. They wear identical leather armor. Gripping strange short rods, they form a neat line. A series of sharp cracks ring out in succession. Duke Ryan feels sudden impacts to his chest and abdomen, as if struck by a sledgehammer. What follows is numbness and weakness. The Duke's entire body tilts backward, tumbling from his horse to the ground. The Duke opens his mouth to speak but can't make a sound. He only smells a strong, sweet metallic scent. Thick liquid clogs his throat. Before darkness envelops the Duke, he sees His Highness's troops marching toward him in orderly steps. What follows goes even more smoothly than Roland imagined. After the Duke's death, the vast majority choose to surrender. When they arrive at Longsong Fortress that afternoon, the guards at the city gate, upon seeing Duke Ryan's corpse and the captured nobles, immediately throw open the gates to welcome the fourth prince into the city. Roland, accompanied by the witches, heads straight for the fortress's lord's castle. At this moment, Carter reports that the Duke's family members attempted to flee but were discovered by lightning. They're now all under First Army control. Roland nods, then orders all resistors in the castle and prisoners from the battlefield to be escorted to the dungeon for detention. As for Roland himself, he has more important matters to attend to. The crucial looting phase after the battle. Roland, along with a group of witches, launches a treasure hunt throughout the castle. They turn the entire castle upside down. Even the god's punishment lock stored in the treasury and secret chambers don't escape his notice. The results of this thorough plundering are truly impressive. Just the 2 large chests of gold royals found in the basement warehouse conservatively contain over 10,000 coins. In another secret chamber, they find not only piles of various golden artifacts like scepters and crowns, but also countless dazzling pieces of jewelry. Such is the wealth of a duke. Such is the simple, unadorned life of the wealthy. Thus, after the Battle of Longsong Fortress, Roland completes his primitive accumulation of wealth through plunder. After Longsong Fortress falls to Border Town, Pyre Hermone of the Honeysuckle family receives the news and immediately rushes to the fortress castle, in front of the Lord's castle stand militia troops Pyre has never seen before. Without gleaming armor, they simply stand in 2 neat rows, heads held high, yet this alone gives Pyre a sense of overwhelming presence. Pyre's purpose for this visit is clear. He wants to ransom his captured father, Count Honeysuckle. When nobles are captured by enemies, they can be exchanged for money. Inside the castle study, a place Pyre has visited many times before, today feels like stepping into completely unfamiliar territory. The fourth prince sits in the main seat writing something. Hearing footsteps, he looks up and pauses upon seeing Pyre, then smiles. "Ambassador, we meet again. I'm sure you already know what happened." Then the prince explains, "Your father hasn't been harmed. He was among the first to surrender." Hearing this, Pyre thanks His Highness for his mercy, and asks how much ransom the prince requires. Whatever the Honeysuckle family can afford, he'll have it delivered immediately. Roland's next words leave Pyre stunned. The prince wags his finger. "I don't need money. I want livestock and people." After hearing this, Pyre indicates that cattle, sheep, and horses, the Honeysuckle territory has plenty of those. As for the people His Highness mentioned, the prince hands over a scroll, smiling as he explains it's simple. Masons, stonemasons, carpenters, farmers, serfs. The prince wants them all. Pyre picks up the scroll to examine it. It's filled with occupational categories and types of livestock, each followed by a number. He immediately understands the meaning. 1,000 cattle, or 300 stonemasons to ransom his father. But just arranging and combining the items on the paper creates numerous possibilities. As a noble who deals with trade daily, Pyre instantly realizes there's plenty of room for strategic maneuvering here. Given a few days, he could calculate the optimal solution. Pyre is about to ask the fourth prince for more time so he can go back and think it through carefully. But his words are cut short. The prince says he can only give Pyre 1 day. Roland holds up one finger. "That's only the time for you to make your choice." The prince indicates he won't stay at the fortress indefinitely. He'll leave within a week at most. Pyre suddenly freezes, eyes widening as he stares at the prince. "Wait, leave? Your Highness, what do you mean?" "The Duke has died on the battlefield. Longsong Fortress is now in your Highness's hands, yet the fourth prince says he's leaving?" "No, that's not even the main point. The key question is, if His Highness leaves, who will govern this magnificent city?" A storm of thoughts surges through Pyre's mind. Inherited by the Duke's children? Anyone can tell that's impossible. Suddenly, a thought wells up in Pyre's heart, and once this thought appears, it can no longer be suppressed. "Your Highness." Pyre's throat feels dry. He swallows and asks in a low voice, "May I ask, is there also a value for ransoming Longsong Fortress itself?" Roland looks at Pyre with interest, suddenly breaking into a smile. He picks up his cup, takes a sip of water, and says in a relaxed tone, "Oh, are you interested in that? The prince does indeed need a person, or a family, to serve as proxy for the fortress. So what Pyre should be asking about isn't ransom, but agency fees." Roland explains this is a long-term arrangement, so there's no need to pay everything at once. Just 30% of the fortress's monthly tax revenue, plus materials valued at 1,000 points, with the rest belonging to the proxy. This isn't unreasonable. Pyre's mind races with calculations. As long as he can completely occupy Longsong Fortress, such a price could even be called fair. Moreover, the prince isn't joking. His Highness truly intends to do this. Without a doubt, His Highness's proxy plan gives Pyre no reason to refuse. For the Honeysuckle family to rise above the four great families, they must rely on the prince's support. Seeing that Pyre is tempted, Roland assumes the role of interviewer, posing several questions. How do you plan to deal with those forces that oppose you? What's your estimate of the monthly tax revenue? How will you guarantee materials valued at 1,000 points? If I require you to vigorously develop commerce, what measures would you take? Question after question comes, and Pyre racks his brain to answer each one. His Highness's expression grows increasingly satisfied. Finally, Roland signals for the knight to escort the guest out. He'll notify Pyre separately about the proxy appointment results. After the knight leads Pyre away, Nightingale reveals herself and reports to the prince. What Pyre said was mostly truthful, much more sincere than those other fortress nobles. Yes, Roland has already conducted several rounds of interviews for his proxy plan, asking roughly the same questions of everyone. After questioning all 5 great families, Roland breathes a light sigh of relief and leans back in his chair. Nightingale voluntarily moves behind him, reaching out to massage his shoulders. "Your Highness, are you really only staying here for 1 week?" Nightingale asks. "Why?" Roland closes his eyes, enjoying the tingling sensation from his shoulders. Nightingale says softly, "Compared to Border Town, don't you want to stay in this more prosperous place? Longsong Fortress has complex, intertwined factions. It's not suitable for what Roland wants to accomplish. Maintaining the status quo would be fine, but making changes would only encounter greater and greater resistance. And right now, Roland can't simply eliminate them all by force." Roland smiles and says, "Of course, most importantly, the people here are deeply influenced by the church. It's hard for them to accept witches in the short term. I once said I hoped witches could walk freely on the street. Border Town has already achieved this." Nightingale's pretty face flushes red as she says softly, "Yes, you've kept your promise." At this moment, Roland seems to hear her heartbeat. After Prince Roland finishes arranging the fortress proxy matters, the castle welcomes a special guest, High Priest Taefun. High Priest Taefun shows respect to Prince Roland, then offers blessings on behalf of the Holy City. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming the true Lord of the Western Territory," Roland asks the High Priest in a relaxed tone. Does the church not care at all that Roland eliminated Duke Ryan and seized Longsong Fortress? High Priest Taefun explains that the church rarely interferes in secular disputes. As long as someone can make people's lives better, they're a wise ruler. As for a ruler's birth, that's not the church's focus. Roland sneers inwardly but doesn't argue aloud, simply changing the subject. "So, did you come today only to offer blessings?" At this point, High Priest Taefun reveals his true purpose. Blessings are only part of it. The High Priest represents the church to seek cooperation with Roland. Hearing this, Roland frowns. Just moments ago, the priest said the church rarely interferes in secular disputes, yet now he proposes cooperation. This church is truly ridiculous. The High Priest still explains calmly, rarely interfering doesn't mean never interfering. Now, the conflict between Second Prince Timothy and Third Princess Garcia has left the Southern Territory in misery. The church wants to strongly support a virtuous ruler to quickly quell the war and let the people live peaceful, stable lives. Now the Fourth Prince's deeds have spread throughout the Western Territory, with everyone as witness. The High Priest, representing the church, acknowledges that Roland is a ruler worthy of respect. The church doesn't want to provoke the majority of nobles, so we can only provide assistance through material resources. High Priest Taefun takes out a small box from his robes, explaining, "These are medicines made by the Holy City's alchemy workshop." Roland doesn't believe the priest's reasoning at all. However, the High Priest's words at least prove the church is still watching this remote land. Curious about the church's medicines, Roland opens the box and carefully examines the pills. Seeing Roland's interest in the medicines, the High Priest explains, "The red pills can temporarily grant people great strength, while the black pills can increase their tolerance for pain, severe cold, and scorching heat several times over." After the High Priest leaves, Roland examines these pills, recalling the High Priest's parting words, providing pills is only the beginning of the church's assistance. The church has much more help to offer. If His Highness decides to take that step, he can seek cooperation at the church anytime. At this moment, Nightingale emerges from the mist again. She witnessed the entire meeting between the prince and the High Priest. Because the High Priest wore a god's punishment lock, Nightingale couldn't determine how much truth was in his words. However, regarding the pills the High Priest gave, when viewed from the mist, these two pills, like the god's punishment lock, produce black voids around them. This creates a strong sense of crisis in Nightingale. Hearing Nightingale's analysis, Roland carefully puts the pills back in the box. It seems necessary to find 2 death row prisoners to test them and see what effects they have. What is the church really plotting? Moreover, the church's support of Roland now is very strange. News just came that Third Princess Garcia achieved a great victory. If Roland now joins the struggle between the 2 royals in Grey Castle, it would be like staging a foreign world version of the Three Kingdoms. The most direct consequence would be war spreading nationwide. What benefit does this bring the church? Forget expanding believers. Churches built everywhere would likely be torn down completely. 3 days later, Roland finally empties the castle and fortress library, boarding the town with satisfaction to begin his journey home. In the end, Roland decides to entrust Longsong Fortress to the Honeysuckle family represented by Pyre for management. If the Honeysuckle family dares betray him, Roland won't mind attacking Longsong Fortress again. His Highness is confident that if he could take the fortress once, he can do it a second time. Hopefully, that father and son of the Honeysuckle family won't disappoint Roland. When the ship reaches border town, the scenery on both banks of the river has changed. On the open ground, many people are busy working, judging by their appearance. They must be the serfs transported to the town in advance. These people have been bound to the land for generations. Children born to them are also serfs. Seeing no hope, most live numb lives. What drives them to work isn't inner desire, but the whips and shackles in the slaveholders' hands. Roland doesn't plan to simply wave his hand and turn serfs directly into freemen. Instead, he'll provide a channel so they can see hope of becoming freemen. This way, when the time is right in the future and the prince fully implements abolition laws, resistance will be much less. When the town docks, a strong stench permeates the entire wharf. This makes Roland realize a serious problem. As the town's population grows, there are no public toilets here. The disgusting smell spreads for miles along the Redwater River, causing His Highness to lean on the ship's rail and vomit. Next, Prince Roland will announce the most significant decision in Bordertown's history. Returning to the fourth prince's castle in Bordertown, Roland has Knight Carter immediately summon Minister of Affairs Baroff and Carl Van Bate, who oversees construction at the city hall. Roland hands several sketches he just drew to them. Next, His Highness wants to build toilets. Public toilets. Start with a pilot program, located near the serfs' wooden shack area. Additionally, regulations will be issued requiring serfs to use toilets for waste disposal. Roland doesn't want future construction on the other side of the Redwater River to become a filthy wasteland. Carter speaks without thinking and raises a question to His Highness. Your Highness, gathering the serfs together to do that? But most of them don't need such things. They're used to relieving themselves outdoors or simply dumping directly into the Redwater River. Hearing Carter's question, Roland also feels a headache coming on. At first, he didn't care either. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and conditions weren't there for improvement. But now, actually solving people's waste disposal problems is equally the first priority of municipal work. Carl, who has been carefully studying Roland's drawings, now raises a question. Your Highness, what's the purpose of the pool behind the toilet in your design? The prince explains casually. It's for collecting waste to use as fertilizer for farming. People in this world have pitifully little knowledge about fertilizer. Most consider waste a filthy thing. Apart from disgusting others, they've never thought it could actually be very useful. Roland explains to the three that this practice is called organic fertilizer. Used properly, combined with wheat seeds improved by the witch leaf, before long golden waves of wheat will roll along the Redwater River. Finally, His Highness stops explaining further to the three. They won't understand anyway. Just do as he says. That night, after His Highness falls asleep, Nightingale emerges from the mist and carefully adjusts the prince's blanket, covering his exposed arm. Nightingale stands by the bed, silently watching for a moment, before soundlessly passing through the floor and returning to her own room. Nightingale sees Wendy still sitting at the head of the bed reading and is slightly surprised. Wendy, you're still awake? Her little secret has been discovered by Wendy. Wendy closes her book and glares at Nightingale, warning her that she's afraid Nightingale will do something wrong. There's no need to guard the prince until he falls asleep. Hearing Wendy's complaint, Nightingale prepares to change into her nightgown while saying, the prince has sent people to other towns to spread news of a witch organization here. What if witches who come after hearing this intend to harm the prince? I'm just being cautious. Wendy is somewhat displeased now. Our sisters live in the castle, and guards patrol outside. Besides, Nightingale already tucked a god's punishment lock under the prince's pillow, used to never touch those things. In response to Wendy's warning, Nightingale defends herself helplessly. Alright, I'm just being cautious. Having said that, Nightingale puts on her nightgown. Her curvaceous figure is wrapped in light gauze, her firm abdomen and thighs showing not a trace of excess flesh. Wendy sighs. It seems her previous warning had no effect. Veronica, we are witches. I know. Nightingale nods affirmatively. We are witches, she says while fastening her nightgown. But His Highness will marry a witch, he said so himself, and Nightingale knows very clearly that the prince wasn't lying. After washing up, Nightingale throws herself onto the soft bed. Regarding this information that the prince will marry a witch, Nightingale won't spread it unless absolutely necessary. Silently apologizing to Wendy, Nightingale changes the subject. Do you have any memories of the church? Why ask this suddenly? Wendy pauses. Startled, Nightingale tells how when Roland was at Longsong Fortress Castle, the church's high priest visited His Highness, expressing willingness to support the prince in seizing the throne. Though His Highness didn't agree, the high priest still offered two very suspicious pills, claiming they were developed in the Holy City. Nightingale changes direction and asks Wendy, who came from the Holy City Monastery, have you heard of such pills before? Hearing this, Wendy closes her eyes and slowly recalls. From Wendy's earliest memories, she lived in the Holy City Monastery. High walls surrounded it on all sides. Apart from the sky, no other scenery was visible. The monastery sheltered girls like Wendy who never knew their origins from childhood. Additionally, there were street urchins or orphans adopted by churches from various places, and those sold to the church by their parents. Wendy and the other girls learned reading, hymns, and etiquette at the monastery, then were sent away after coming of age. Pain flashes across Wendy's face. Clearly those memories aren't pleasant. Nightingale gently embraces Wendy, softly stroking her head until Wendy calms down. Then Wendy begins telling the story of the monastery. Young Wendy lived at the monastery for over 10 years, until that accident happened. That day, the Mother Superior locked young Wendy in a certain room. She whispered in young Wendy's ear, "Just endure it." Then she closed the door. Inside, the room was brightly lit. A woman named Lieben was shackled to the wall. Several men from the church were torturing the shackled woman. Seeing this situation, young Wendy was terrified. Seeing a new woman brought in, the men immediately became interested and kept approaching her. Just as young Wendy, completely powerless to resist, was about to be violated, the woman shackled to the wall suddenly broke free from her chains. She grabbed the neck of the man nearest to young Wendy and killed him like snapping a chicken's neck. Yes, that woman awakened as a witch on the spot, suddenly possessing incredibly powerful strength. She killed several churchmen one after another. One was even torn limb from limb by her bare hands. Those churchmen still wore God's punishment locks, but even so, they couldn't resist the awakened witch's power. Finally, before that man died, he seemed to say transcendent. Likewise, Wendy survived because of this transcendent witch without being tortured. The men's screams in the room alerted the guards and Mother Superior outside. When they opened the iron door and rushed in, they were stunned by the scene before them. The woman charged straight at them. The guards present were no match for the transcendent witch. The gap was too great. Wendy only learned later that those guards were the Judgment Army. The Judgment Army blocking her way had their chests pierced by the transcendent witch's hands in just a few exchanges. The church's standard armor was like paper before the transcendent witch. Next, the transcendent witch picked up a Judgment Army longsword and repelled all the guards coming as reinforcements. She also stabbed the Mother Superior to death, alarming the entire monastery. Many people rushed toward them, and the awakened transcendent witch walked alone toward the swarming guards. Young Wendy sat in the blood-soaked room, stunned for quite a while before coming to her senses. She found keys to various monastery entrances and exits among the dead, and left the monastery through a small door with almost no obstruction. Wendy, who escaped the monastery in the chaos, wandered around and ended up in Seawind County. 2 years later, Wendy also awakened as a witch. Reportedly, the church covered up the truth of that incident with a great fire. The whereabouts of that awakened transcendent witch remain unknown. As for those monastery girls tortured to death, no one cared where they went. They were all abandoned children to begin with. Wendy's past was already much better than other girls. Moreover, now she's found the holy mountain and gained many good sisters. Outside the walls of Border Town, a dangerous test of the church's pills begins. After the condemned prisoner swallows 2 pills, his facial expression rapidly changes. Veins bulge on his forehead and arms, his skin flushes deep red, and his breathing becomes labored. The prisoner, having taken the pills, proves no match inferior to Carter, the 4th Prince's chief knight. He charges at the knight with the speed of a running wolf, his feet pounding craters into the muddy ground. Though somewhat surprised, Carter calmly sidesteps and swings his sword in a horizontal slash. This move forces his opponent to change direction, or else the blade will cut into his ribs. Atop the wall, Roland and the others watch the test below in astonishment. This condemned man has received no combat training, yet he holds his own against the chief knight. This prisoner was arrested for robbery and murder and should have been hanged. Roland told him bluntly that if he gave his life for this test, his family would receive 5 gold royals. After a moment's hesitation, the man agreed to these terms. When ordinary people consume the church's pills, their physical abilities instantly enhance while pain diminishes. If trained knights were to take them, their combat power would be truly unimaginable. These church pills are far more terrifying than Roland thought. On the testing ground, the prisoner has nothing but raw ferocity. With no combat training, he unsurprisingly lunges into empty air as Carter slashes a deep gash across his chest, blood streaming out. Such a wound should cripple half his body's movement, yet he seems utterly indifferent, turning to charge at the knight once more. The knight strikes again, his skillful swordsmanship knocking the wooden sword from the prisoner's hand. As Carter prepares to call for another wooden sword to continue the test, the prisoner seems to be looking elsewhere. Carter glances over and follows the prisoner's gaze toward the prince atop the wall. Everyone suddenly realizes what's happening. The prisoner gathers his strength and charges toward the wall. Carter shouts from behind, "No!" Carter immediately calls to the guards, "Shoot to stop him!" The guards react swiftly, leveling their flintlocks and loading bullets within moments. Gunpowder ignites, sending bullets into the prisoner's back. He should have dropped immediately, yet he continues running toward Roland as if nothing happened. When the prisoner stops at the base of the wall and gathers his strength before leaping upward, he actually clears the 15-foot-high wall in a single bound, landing mere feet from his highness. The next moment, Anna, the prince's chief witch, flashes forward to position herself between the prince and the prisoner. She raises her left hand, and green starfire erupts violently, instantly engulfing the prisoner. Yet even as flames scorch him, his movements don't stop. His palm strikes down, about to hit Anna. In a blink, Anna vanishes in a wisp of smoke, and the prisoner strikes empty air. Yes, His Highness's guardian shield Nightingale has intervened. She pulls Anna into the mist, sparing her from harm. Then, reversing through the void, several cold gleams flash before the prisoner's eyes. As the prisoner collapses to his knees, the woman in white reappears behind him, holding a blade that gleams with cold light. The crisis is resolved. After the pill test concludes, Carter approaches the corpse with a dark expression and cuts open the bullet wounds on the prisoner's back. The trauma is essentially the same as it would be for anyone else, but the strength enhancement and pain suppression from the pills are astounding. Side effects aside, with these pills, the church unifying the realm wouldn't be surprising. Moreover, according to Nightingale's observation in the mist, the prisoner's condition after swallowing the pills resembled someone who had consumed God's punishment stones. What disturbs Roland is that the church is willing to sell these things, showing no fear that after Greycastle is unified, the new king might use the pills against them. This can only mean the church holds even stronger cards and doesn't care about such possibilities. Roland sighs at the thought. He had planned to focus on education, production, and agriculture, but now it seems weapons research must be prioritized as well. Items like breech-loading, rifles, and fixed ammunition. The mechanical principles of breech-loaders aren't difficult. As for primers for fixed ammunition, Roland only knows they're called mercury fulminate, which literally means the ingredients must include nitric acid and mercury. Whether other ingredients are needed, he can't quite recall. Ultimately, Roland decides he must spend heavily to recruit a group of alchemists, build a laboratory, and let them work it out. After dinner on the day of the church pill test, Roland calls Anna and Scroll into his office. Border Town's finances have swelled considerably, and Roland plans to invest half his assets into the money-devouring, slow-return pit called universal education. Industrial society requires quality workers with basic literacy, not illiterate laborers with only brute strength. If universal education isn't properly implemented, the demographic dividend will become a demographic burden. Given this, His Highness plans to dedicate time each evening to teaching. Scroll, as the future pioneer of education and an all-around teacher, must receive all of Roland's accumulated knowledge. As for including Anna, that's simply Roland's favoritism. Suddenly, Roland hears faint breathing. Nightingale lies on the sofa, having fallen asleep without realizing it. To her, such lessons are like lullabies. The mist fades, revealing her sprawled sleeping posture to all three. The prince shakes his head with rueful amusement, deciding to end today's lesson here. Who would have thought the feared phantom assassin could be lulled to sleep? Perhaps recent events have kept Nightingale in a constant state of tension. Seeing Nightingale finally relaxed, the prince fetches a blanket and gently covers her, then leaves with Anna and Scroll, closing the door quietly. Let Nightingale sleep soundly. After returning to her room, Anna tosses a cluster of green flames into a large wooden tub filled with water. Soon, steam rises from the water's surface. She undresses and steps into the tub. Whenever the witches want to bathe, they come to Anna for help heating water. After all, hauling hot water from the kitchen is quite troublesome. When His Highness learned of this, he seemed quite surprised, apparently unable to accept the practice of reusing bathwater. Thinking about this makes Anna smile. Common folk barely manage one bath a month, yet His Highness is so particular. The princes in the storybooks Anna reads attend banquets and trade fairs from childhood, moving among admirers. But the fourth prince is different. His Highness's mind contains knowledge that amazes Anna. Like today's lesson, this world is actually composed of countless tiny spheres. They would need to be magnified tens of millions of times to be visible to the naked eye. Cold and heat are merely expressions of how active these spheres are. The more energy they receive, the more active they become, and the hotter things appear at the macro level. Anna pinches her fingers, and green fire rises in her palm. If my green flames were magnified, would they also be dancing spheres? She raises her left hand, where the contained magical fire glows like fluorescence, motionless at her fingertip. She suddenly wants to try something. If all things are made of spheres, can she make it as small as those spheres? Anna closes her eyes, and the flame begins to change, transforming from a droplet shape into a thin line, growing ever thinner and longer, until it resembles a strand of hair. At this moment, in Anna's consciousness, the flame still exists, though it no longer holds its original form. The spheres slowly reassemble, lining up one after another, ultimately forming a thread composed of starlight. In Anna's magical perception, it's as if ripples have spread across water. Things no longer have clear boundaries. They dance along with these waves. Magic behaves the same way. Anna even feels that it was magic itself that reached out and created the first ripple. When Anna opens her eyes, everything returns to stillness. Pale blue moonlight filters through the window onto the floor, casting patches of gray and white. Everything looks the same as usual, unchanged. But in Anna's eyes, the world has become completely different. A black thread appears in the air. The flame has evolved from green into black fire. At dawn, sunlight slowly streams through the castle window into the fourth prince's room. His Highness is still fast asleep under the covers, drooling in his dreams. murmuring something about tanks and aircraft carriers. As Roland dreams of piloting a Gundam on a rampage, a cool voice pulls His Highness back to reality. "Your Highness," Nightingale explains, "Anna's ability has changed again." This situation, where Anna's ability changes after reaching adulthood, is a first for all the witches. After discussing among themselves, Nightingale is sent to pull His Highness from bed so the knowledgeable prince can examine Anna's condition. After getting up, Roland immediately heads to the office. Along the way, Nightingale explains, "This morning, when Nightingale passed through Anna's room, she saw Anna asleep at her desk with a pile of metal chunks on the table. As Nightingale approached, to wake Anna, she discovered that the magic within Anna had assumed a fixed shape, like a constantly rotating cube." From Nightingale's description, Roland understands her perception of magic. After awakening, magic gathers within a witch, initially as thin as mist, then slowly becoming a gaseous vortex of varying colors over the years. Wendy's is white, Leaf's is green. Anna's magic was always immense, condensing considerably after reaching adulthood into a deep green mass. But now, Anna's magic has become a cube the size of a fist, solid-like and completely opaque. When Roland enters the office, all of Bordertown's witches have already gathered, immediately focusing their attention on him. Seeing all the witches waiting for him to explain Anna's strange condition, Roland pauses, then asks Anna what exactly happened last night. Anna picks up a piece of iron she cut last night with her new ability, its surface smooth as a mirror, and begins to recount the evening. She simply recalled the lesson Roland taught her: whether solid, gas, or liquid, when broken down to the smallest level, everything is essentially spheres. Then Anna imagined her green flames as composed of countless spheres, re-exploring the connections between them, and thereby reshaped their form, triggering new fluctuations. What followed was an entirely new transformation of the flame. As Anna speaks, the other witches look completely bewildered. No one understands what Anna's spheres and reshaping have to do with ability changes. Hearing Anna's explanation, Roland examines the iron piece she cut, and asks Anna to demonstrate her new ability. Anna nods and extends her finger. A mass of black flame appears at her fingertip out of nowhere. In shape, it resembles ordinary fire, but it emits no light. Beyond that, the flame-shaped black fire can become a cube, which can then spread into a sheet of black cloth. When the black fire contracts toward the center, it gradually becomes a straight line. Anna can even use this black fire thread to play cat's cradle. This is simply incredible, completely shattering Roland's understanding of the world. According to Anna, the flame can become even thinner and is difficult to break. Unlike the previous green fire, the black fire can produce different temperatures in different areas. Roland's mind stirs slightly. This aligns with his previous speculation. Magic is a form of energy, and witches are the terminals that release it. The effects magic can be transformed into are endless, but which effect ultimately manifests depends on the witch controlling it, or more precisely, depends on the witch's conception. Someone who has never seen an airplane can hardly imagine giant metal birds soaring through the sky. The height of one's thinking and breadth of knowledge limit one's use of magic. Therefore, as long as one has a deeper and more thorough understanding of the world's essence, magical effects will upgrade accordingly. After accepting the concept that all things are composed of microscopic particles, Anna's understanding of flames producing heat also broke through to a new stage. Particle motion produces heat. Roland gently pats Anna's head, unable to help but sigh. Aside from genius, he can't think of a more fitting description. To immediately grasp new knowledge learned that evening and apply it to her ability. This way of thinking and capacity for absorption can only belong to someone exceptionally gifted. Based on this, Roland immediately makes a decision for all the witches, which will also be their work assignment: attend classes. Starting with basic reading and writing, Roland appoints Scroll as the witch's primary teacher. Originally, Roland's purpose in teaching was simply to pass his knowledge on to Scroll, to prevent himself from forgetting more over time. Now that he's accidentally discovered that learning knowledge can amplify witches' abilities, teaching all the witches becomes extremely necessary. How many will ultimately be able to apply their comprehended knowledge to their abilities, Roland cannot know. Roland Wimbledon takes time today to judge the knights captured in the Fortress War. For these captured knights, Roland typically offers two choices. One is to mine at North Slope Mine for 20 years. Those who can read and write become junior teachers, instructing the fourth prince's subjects in literacy. But the prisoner before him is somewhat special. This knight of Count Elk, Puristissa, is not skilled in combat but rather excels at raising chickens and ducks, and is quite good at fishing too. Upon this discovery, Roland not only refrains from mocking him but seriously arranges to purchase a batch of chickens and ducks for him to raise, and if he does well, to pass on his breeding methods. After recording each prisoner's assigned fate on paper, Roland rubs his sore neck and calls out, "Next!" Soon, the guards bring in a tall knight. The first impression is striking handsomeness, rivaling even the heartthrob Carter. Roland glances down at the list. Ferlin Hilt. Unlike the others, his name includes a note: Commander of the Lion Knight Order, Dawn's Light, First Knight of the Western Territory. Quite a list of titles. But unexpectedly, after meeting His Highness, this First Knight of the Western Territory immediately kneels on one knee, congratulates the prince on taking Longsong Fortress, and pledges his loyalty. Roland is thoroughly confused, Gratitude? Isn't this the Duke's knight? Hearing the prince's question, Dawn's Light explains that he had indeed sworn loyalty to the Duke alone, but the Duke abused his power throughout the Western Territory, and most importantly, forcibly probably took his wife Ellie. Ferlin himself had been waiting for an opportunity to assassinate the Duke, until the Duke came to Border Town and was killed by the prince. Though Ferlin couldn't take revenge personally, his wife can now finally escape the Duke, freeing their family from his shadow. The invisible Nightingale pinches Roland's shoulder blade, their prearranged signal indicating the speaker is telling the truth. Roland doesn't make a fuss, though knowing Ferlin bears no ill will toward Border Town. He still follows protocol and asks whether he can read and write, whether he can become a junior teacher. After receiving Dawn's Light Ferlin's affirmative answer, Roland directly assigns him to be a teacher. Ferlin can accept His Highness's arrangement. However, Ferlin mentions to the prince an illiterate 50-year-old knight friend, asking if he could avoid being sent to the mines, but Roland refuses. With no other choice, Dawn's Light Ferlin offers a treasure map passed down through his family in exchange, begging Roland to pardon the old knight. The location indicated on this treasure map lies in hide-and-seek forest northwest of Border Town. Currently in the Western Territory, only the 4th prince has the capability to visit that land. Regarding Dawn's Light Ferlin's proposal, Roland decides to make his decision after examining the treasure map. But when Roland actually takes the map Ferlin carried with him and sees a familiar passage of text, he immediately agrees to the exchange. That text reads Tequila. Tequila. Roland finds a connection in the ancient books possessed by Hakara, the Witch Cooperation Association's mentor, provided by Scroll. Therefore, Roland immediately summons Scroll. After careful comparison, the markings on the treasure map match the locations recorded in the ancient books. This also indirectly confirms that the church once built cities deep in the wilderness to resist devils. Why does the church conceal the existence of devils? Why is the church so secretive about once resisting devils? And why does the church hunt witches as if they were devils? Nightingale now proposes to the prince that she go alone to investigate the knight's residence. Roland immediately refuses. A family secret chamber holding a treasure map for hundreds of years likely contains God's punishment stones and traps. Roland decides to have Lightning first survey the area from the air to see what can be discovered. After the treasure map matter concludes, 4th Prince Roland heads once more to North Slope Mine. The kiln chamber here has become Anna's exclusive workspace. Anna is practicing her new ability, with 2 finished products that look like steel pipes on the table. Roland casually picks one up for examination. The steel pipe is perfectly round throughout, with uniform wall thickness. Using high-heat magic threads to cut objects with controllable precision, Anna alone can elevate the town's industrial products to new heights. Of course, not just industry, other sectors can develop as well. Next, Roland and Nightingale help Anna test her new ability. The ability's strength and duration have improved, but its effective range remains limited. Nightingale estimates this limit at about 10 steps, while Anna estimates 15. Roland looks between the 2 women. Seeing the discrepancy in their distance estimates and their heights, he realizes this is the difference between long legs and short legs. At the same time, Roland realizes a problem. This world's units of measurement are extremely vague, mostly relying on intuition. And now, during the initial construction phase, they should start from the fundamentals. Roland immediately has Anna cut out rulers, establishing standard units and standardizing measurements to be included in the upcoming universal education. In the east of the Kingdom of Greycastle, Clearwaterport has felt like a festival these past 2 weeks. Thanks to Eagle City, the raiders have all reaped rich rewards. The port is now bustling with activity every day. In a few days, they'll head to the fjord routes to begin this year's first raid. With Timothy now defeated and returned, no one in the Kingdom of Greycastle can stop the Queen of Clearwater. Given time, Garcia Wimbledon will surely become master of Greycastle. Yet why does the Queen's face show so little joy, with instead a lingering shadow between her brows? At this moment, a guard reports, "Your Majesty, the chiefs of the Sandstone Clan and Blackbone Clan request an audience." Soon, 2 dark-skinned sand people from the extreme south come to see the Queen. The tall, imposing one is Blackbone, chief of the Blackbone clan, his face covered in scars, his arms as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. The petite woman is Kabbalah, chief of the Sandstone clan and also the clan's divine maiden. Both clan chiefs joined the queen's camp with their tribes after Garcia declared independence. Their purpose in coming to see the queen now is that after the last battle, many warriors have shown signs of weakness and lethargy, only improving with regular doses of new pills. They've come to beseech the queen for more pills. Garcia slowly explains, "The materials for making these pills are extremely complex, and I don't have much left in stock. Once a new batch is made, I'll distribute them to you as soon as possible." Kabbalah hesitates a moment, then continues to press, "Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence, but when might the next batch be ready?" Garcia smooths her wind-tousled hair and responds, "I cannot tell you that. Everything about the pills is confidential. Return and wait patiently." At Garcia's subtle signal, the guards step forward to surround the sand people and escort the still questioning Kabbalah and Blackbone away. After the balcony door closes, Garcia sighs softly. The pills provided by the church aren't as harmless to life as claimed. But what troubles Garcia more is intelligence from her spy in Hermes. The church has seized the kingdom's capital on grounds that Queen Jelena of Everwinter was a witch hidden for years and declared control over all of Everwinter. Garcia shows this intelligence to her confidant. Upon reading the first sentence, the confidant freezes in place. What Garcia is pondering is whether to change locations and scenery while the church takes over the north, and Everwinter's internal affairs are in chaos. After all, her idiot brother is busy unifying the Eastern Territory and can't spare forces to deal with her. As for Roland, Garcia is quite surprised he managed to take take Longsong Fortress. It seems the king's decree really forced this brother to use his brain. Garcia had wanted to praise this brother, but Roland retreated back to that shabby little town. Garcia plans to wait until she ascends to the Everwinter throne, then drag Roland over for a proper apology. With Garcia's current strength, no one can stop her advance anymore. In the holy city of Hermes, within a secret chamber of the Grand Cathedral, the church's 3 bishops are having a secret discussion. In the kingdom of Everwinter, aside from nobles in the capital, resistance elsewhere is minimal, and commoners even welcome the church's takeover. The church even plans to eliminate the nobles in Everwinter who don't support them one by one. Bishop Sither has keen interest in judging those fence-sitting nobles. As for Grey Castle, church intelligence shows that after the Eagle City defeat, the new King Timothy didn't return to the capital, but went straight to the Eastern Territory. Timothy dragged Duke Ferron to challenge the Queen of Clearwater. After the Duke's death, Timothy immediately went to the Eastern Territory to divide up Duke Ferron's lands, stabilizing his forces while courting other nobles. The war between Grey Castle's second prince and third princess saves the church considerable effort in controlling Grey Castle. The 3 bishops believe they need to adjust pill distribution to balance power between them. Bishop Taifa now raises an issue. There's a problem with Longsong Fortress in western Grey Castle. After defeating Duke Ryan, 4th Prince Roland returned to Bordertown. Even a personal invitation from Taifun received no response. Bishop Sither even laughs coldly. The church's king's decree seems to have chosen the wrong player. This Roland Wimbledon should be the one on stage, not third Princess Garcia. But Bishop Maine disagrees. No matter how talented a person is, without sufficient resources to exercise that talent, it's meaningless. In theory, yes. But Sither lifts her robe, revealing her long, elegant legs, and retrieves a small note from her leg strap, saying with a smile, however, combined with this piece of intelligence, it becomes quite interesting. Maine unfolds the note and quickly scans the content. Witches? A witch organization calling itself the Cooperation Association claims to have established a foothold in Bordertown and is calling for other sisters to come. This message seems to indicate that the prince in that remote corner of the continent has allied himself with a witch organization. While the 3 bishops discuss how to test the 4th prince, Roland is preparing to establish the agriculture department. After hearing His Highness's arrangements, Barov hesitates and raises a question. After serfs become freemen, why does His Highness only collect 20% of crops as land tax? Even demanding 50% while letting them keep 50% would still make His Highness seem sufficiently benevolent. With a modern person's mindset, Roland naturally lacks a slave owner's greed. But more importantly, money piled in basements serves no purpose. What Roland needs is currency circulation, which will bring more vitality to Bordertown. The castle gets grain, farmers get compensation. Once farmers have some savings, they'll want to purchase things. As long as Roland can continuously provide needed goods, the money will ultimately flow back to his pocket. After issuing arrangements for the agriculture department, Roland adds that the newly established education department will be under his personal supervision. After the minister's assistant finishes discussing municipal construction, the prince receives long-awaited good news. Sean, the guard sent to Clearwaterport to purchase crop seeds, has returned. Under Roland's expectant gaze, Sean unwraps the bundle. All the plants the prince described, Sean found at Clearwaterport. First, he takes out pearl rice. Since pearl rods are too heavy to carry conveniently, Sean explains he only bought one complete one back. The rest are packaged seeds. Without a doubt, pearl rice is the corn Roland knows well. Corn naturally yields far more than wheat and has low soil requirements. Truly essential food for transmigrators. Sean then takes out a round, brown-skinned crop. This is a ground egg. Cut into strips and soaked in water, it's crispy when chewed with a faint sweet taste. Seeing this familiar shape, Roland feels deeply moved. This is clearly a potato. Long-missed French fries will soon appear. This thing tastes even better fried and salted. Seeing Roland so familiar with these crops, Sean voices his confusion. Roland can hardly explain clearly, and simply claims he ate them at palace banquets before. Sighing, Sean opens the last tightly packed bundle and pulls out a black-skinned stick. At the sight, Roland excitedly snatches it over, and before Sean can introduce it, immediately says, "This thing can be peeled and used to extract sweet juice." At this moment, Roland's familiarity with these crops uncommon in Grey Castle exceeds that of ordinary people. This scene appears terrifying in Burov's eyes. Previously, Burov only suspected, but now he's almost certain. Burov tightens the god's punishment stone around his neck. This person is definitely not the 4th prince. This body truly is possessed by a devil. At this moment, Burov hears the prince instructing Sean to improve these seeds before giving them to serfs to plant, then having the agriculture department summarize improvements and compile them into manuals. Burov actually approves of the prince's methods. But it's too strange. The prince's personality has completely changed, and he can grasp things he's never encountered, master knowledge never heard of. In all mythological tales, devils always appreciate the ambitious. At this moment, the prince hands a sugarcane stalk to Barov. Barov takes the sugarcane and bites down hard. To Barov, Whether power is granted by a king or a devil, it tastes equally sweet. That evening, after a busy day, Roland finally has some free time. Regarding the agriculture and education department's arrangements, he's achieved the optimal solution for now. Thinking of Sean's news from earlier, Third Princess Garcia also seems to have church pills circulating in Clearwater Port. Whether the church now supports Roland or Garcia, Bordertown needs weapons with higher precision and rate of fire to handle crises that could erupt at any moment. Anna's figure suddenly appears. Seeing Roland still lost in thought, Anna asks softly, "Your Highness?" Anna's reminder brings Roland back to his senses, and he sees Anna has moved close beside him. Originally at this hour, the witches should be studying under Scroll's guidance, but top student Anna is no longer satisfied with the knowledge from Scroll and seeks out the true source of knowledge to privately consult His Highness. Roland carefully examines the question puzzling Anna. This witch has begun studying waves. According to the textbook, spheres possess both wave properties and material properties. Well, but Anna cannot understand what a wave actually is. Hearing this, Roland can only remain silent. He doesn't understand this either. The microscopic quantum realm is inherently mysterious. Had he known Anna would study this far, Roland shouldn't have written these things down. To maintain the prince's scholarly image, Roland deflects. Because this phenomenon conflicts considerably with common sense, it's extremely difficult to understand. Just as we who exist in a three-dimensional world can hardly imagine four-dimensional space, you needn't worry about it. Roland feels somewhat embarrassed by Anna, who mastered elementary functions and similar concepts in just 1 week. Someone like Anna would definitely be an academic genius in modern times, and a very beautiful one at that. Roland gazes at the woman with her head lowered, reading, somewhat entranced. Her fine bangs rest on her forehead, with stray strands naturally falling beside her cheeks. Roland can't help but reach out with his index finger, catching a strand and gently tucking it behind her ear. Anna turns her head to look at Roland, her eyes smiling, her lake blue pupils no longer still as water but rippling with waves. Gazing at each other at close range like this, as Roland draws closer, Anna closes her eyes, a blush rising on her cheeks. Roland breathes in the faint fragrance from her body and gently kisses her lips. Softness comes through the touch. Time seems to freeze in this moment. After an unknown length of time, they separate.